Mayor Burt, we're now live.
Hey, Mayor Burt.
Yes, Mayor Du Bois. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Welcome to the council meeting for April 19th. Our first item tonight is we've been having nonprofits give just 10-minute updates to council. So I'd like to welcome the Mid-Penn Open Space.
Would you like me to do roll call?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, why don't we do roll call first? Can we call the meeting to order?
Sure. Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filseth.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great. Well, like I said, we have 3 special orders today. The first one is a quick update from the Mid-Penn Open Space. So why don't you guys go ahead and take it away.
Nice to see a lot of Stanford players here too, and coaches. Just a second here. So good evening, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present. And we're especially pleased to be here for your Earth Day recognition meeting. I'm pleased to be joined tonight by Director and former Mayor Yoriko Kishimoto and by Assistant General Manager Brian Malone. Next. Palo Alto's Nonad Hanko led the effort to create Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District in 1972 with this first mission. And in 2004, the second mission, Specific, was adopted for coastside acquisitions. Conservation International has identified 25 global biodiversity hotspots, and the California Floristic Province, which is Oregon to Baja, is the only hotspot in the United States. That's 6,700 known species in that area, and sadly, 28.5% are at risk of extinction. And the Santa Cruz Mountains are right in the middle of this hotspot. Next. The first 40 years of Mid-Penn's existence focused on land acquisition. The dark green areas you see here are Mid-Penn lands, and the lighter green are other protected lands from other agencies. Today's district boundaries stretch from San Carlos to Los Gatos and from the Pacific Coast to the San Francisco Bay. Mid-Penn has preserved over 65,000 acres of mountainous, foothill, and baylands open space in 26 preserves. Next. Montebello, or Beautiful Mountain Open Space Preserve, offers terrific views of Santa Clara Valley to Mount Hamilton, and it also offers the only campsite on Mid-Penn lands. Next, please. A bit more about Mid-Penn. Mid-Penn is a public agency created by Grassroots Voter Initiative, as indicated by Nonette Hanko in 1972. So next year will be our 50th anniversary, and there will be a celebration about that. The initial measure, Measure R, or Room to Breathe, passed by a 2/3 vote in Santa Clara County. Santa Clara County. San Mateo County joined in 76 and Santa Cruz a little bit later. More recently, in 2014, voters approved Measure AA, a $300 million general obligations bond to support public priorities identified by a broad-based working group. Preserves are free and open to the public every day of the year, and noteworthy that visitation has been up 88% since the start of COVID. Next, please. Russian Ridge Open Space Preserve is 3,137 acres. Familiar to many of you as a special place to see wildflowers in the spring, such as poppies and lupin. It also has something very special, I think, the largest that I've ever seen, Ohlone grinding stone near Alpine Pond. It's also one of the best places in the Bay Area to see raptors, such as red-tailed hawks, turkey vultures, Cooper's hawks, and golden eagles. All have been seen on this preserve. And Burrell Hill, the highest named point in San Mateo County, offers a 360-degree view, including views of both San Francisco Bay and the Pacific Ocean. In the next slide, the only things I will highlight here are volunteer opportunities, which have been curtailed, of course, by COVID, but are extensive with Mid-Penn. We're very, very fortunate to have a large bank of volunteer services. And the free docent-led hikes. Mid-Penn docents go through extensive training, and I can highly recommend that expertise. And the Windy Hill Open Space Preserve, next, features grasslands and forests of redwood, fir, and oaks. Post, which many of you are familiar with and that Mid-Penn formed, is actually a supporter in acquisition of that preserve and many other lands. I ask you to check out the website for access, amenities available at the preserves. The website tells you about the description, the history, interpretive tour maps, degree of difficulty, elevations, bike and dog access, and characteristics of the preserve. And Yoriko, over to you.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Du Bois and members of the council. Wonderful to be here. So I am here representing Ward 2 of the board, and I wanted to mention that as I also represent the special districts on LAFCO, where I'm working on the city countywide fire services study. So I just have a couple minutes to give you highlights of recent projects. So next, please. So the first is the Ravenswood Bay Trail. And the blue and the green that you see here is the newly built trail, which was built to finally connect 80 contiguous miles of the Bay Trail on our side of the bay. Next, please. This is our beautiful viewing platform. And next. And our marsh itself, which is very rich in biodiversity, including 2 endangered species, the ridgeways rail and the salt marsh harvest mouse. Next, please. This is a different kind of a wildlife critical connection. As you know, many species, including the mountain lion, need room to roam, to find food, to find mates, basically to stay healthy as a species. And climate change is accelerating this need because many of our habitats are becoming less hospitable. This has been identified as a state critical linkage to link the Santa Cruz Mountains with its neighboring ranges to the south. We hope to build both human and wildlife crossings. They will be separate. Okay, next, please. And we've identified the preferred locations. We're doing environmental review and looking for more funding at this point. Okay, next, please. And I wanted to mention Lehigh, which is a little bit different. So Lehigh has a project before the county supervisors to expand its mining. And our board took it so seriously that it has created a special board subcommittee, ad hoc committee that Director Holman and I both serve on. And you can see that it's surrounded by Cupertino, Los Altos Hills, Los Altos, but also to the north and northwest is another important neighbor, which is you, the city of Palo Alto. So you own a parcel which is very important. So I hope you continue to pay attention and oversee this as well. Last month, our general manager sent out a letter to including Palo Alto, outlining our top concerns. And one of them is protecting that easement, conservation, the scenic easement, which has been in place since 1972. Okay, and then for the next topic, I wanted to introduce our Assistant General Manager, Brian Malone, who's been with us 30 years and is our expert on wildland resiliency program. Over to you, Brian.
Good evening, everyone. Glad to join you tonight. And I'll be talking about our wildland fire resiliency program. And here you see one of our staff actually fighting the fire on Old Hall Road in San Mateo County. This was actually a central line to be held to prevent the fire from burning up towards Skyline Boulevard and then heading down towards the valley. The more intense part of the fire was burning through the communities in the Santa Cruz Mountains, while this fire was less intense. So our staff were able to help by controlling the flames on this front, while CAL FIRE and other fire agencies fought the fire in other locations. Every year, we do an incredible amount of work to prepare for the upcoming fire season. We do vegetation clearing along all our roads. You see in the map, all those major fire roads are marked in red, over 235 miles of road, and brushing on all of our pedestrian and bike narrow trails. We do a lot of work to make sure that all the emergency access for fire suppression is in good shape. So replacing culverts, doing road maintenance, and also working with our neighbors on evacuation routes that go through open space preserves. And then we additionally do a lot of work focused particularly on reducing fuel by maintaining shaded fuel breaks, creating areas of just plain dirt. We'd have disc lines, and as well as 12 miles of mowed fuel breaks. Here you see a disc line that actually prevented a fire from expanding. There was a power poles here, started a little fire below the tower, but it did not spread because of the preparation work we do. Even though we do all this existing work, we still understand and realize that with climate change and the increasing amount of serious fires in California, that we need to do more. So we've gone through a program called our Wildland Fire Resiliency Program to really be able to expand the number of acres that we treat. And as you see from this slide, that we will have the capability of a 600% increase over our current work, depending on the availability of funding and staffing. And then I also want to just mention that on the San Mateo coast, our grazing program is an essential element of the fire program by reducing fuels and by preserving really critically important grasslands on the San Mateo coast. And that's it for our presentation. If you have any questions, we are all available.
Great, thank you for that. We don't take questions on this, but if you could email your presentation to staff, it'll make sure it gets out to all of us. Really appreciate
Absolutely.
all three of you presenting tonight. So thank you to Mid-Penn Open Space. We have La Comida coming up in May as our next nonprofit. So our next item of business, we have two proclamations tonight honoring the Stanford Women's National Championship basketball team, as well as head coach Tara Vanderveer. So I'm going to ask council members Cormack and Filseth to read the proclamations, and then council members can make some comments, and then we'll hear from the public. And then if willing, team members and Coach Vanderveer, you can make comments as well. So Councilmember Cormack, could you please start us off?
It would be my great pleasure. Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I appreciate the opportunity to do this. All right. Whereas the Stanford women's basketball team overcame the hardships and uncertainties of this COVID-19 pandemic year, spending almost 10 weeks on the road, traveling almost 7,500 miles, living out of suitcases in hotels. At least you got to go to hotels. Most of us didn't get to go anywhere. Having only their teammates, coaches, and staff as in-person contacts, and in the end persevered to win the 2021 Women's National Championship. And whereas the team captured the Pac-12 season crown, won the Pac-12 tournament, and had 6 of its 12 roster players recognized with Pac-12 honors. And whereas the team packed their bags once again and traveled to San Antonio, Texas, where all of the NCAA women's tournament games were played, playing 6 games in 2 weeks, in the process breaking the tournament all-time 3-point shot record by scoring on 59 of their attempts. And whereas, as Coach Vanderveer noted, this team was like an orchestra with a different soloist each night. During the tournament, each of the 12 rostered players saw playing time in at least 2 of their 6 games. Over the course of the tournament, 8 different Stanford players scored in double figures. Lexi Hull was named to the all-tournament team, along with teammate and tournament most outstanding player Haley Jones. And whereas throughout the season, the team outpaced its opponents in scoring, field goals attempted and made, 3-point shots attempted and made, free throw percentage, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks. Now, therefore, Tom Du Bois, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby recognize and send up a big cheer for the 2021 Stanford women's basketball team and applaud them for their extraordinary perseverance, resilience, and excellence that has brought honor to their team, their university, and to our community. Presented this day, April 19th, 2021, to Francesca Believi, Cameron Brink, Agnes Emma Nopu, Lacey Hull, Lexi Hull, Alyssa Jerome, Haley Jones, Hannah Jump, Ashton Prechtel, Jana Van Geitenbeek, Kiana Williams, Anna Wilson, head coach Tara Vanderveer, associate head coach Kate Pay, assistant coach Katie Stedding, and assistant coach Brittany Anderson.
Thank you. And Councilmember Filseth, and I should note, these are our 2 Stanford alums on council.
Well, this will be fun. Hey, Coach. Whereas, this is a proclamation honoring Tara Vanderveer. Whereas Tara Vanderveer has led her teams to 3 national championships, including this trying and uniquely challenging COVID-19 year of 2021, which saw the team on a road trip of almost 2,000 weeks, playing only 6 real home games, while compiling a remarkable record of 14 NCAA Final Four appearances, 21 NCAA Elite Eight appearances, 27 Sweet 16 appearances, 33 NCAA tournament appearances, and 24 Pac-12 championships. And whereas Tara Vanderveer has been honored by her peers and others associated with women's basketball by being named National Coach of the Year 5 times, including this current year, 3 times named the Naismith Coach of the Year, including this current year, and 16 times Pac-10 12-10 Coach of the Year. And whereas during the 2020 to 21 season, Tara Vanderveer became the winningest women's basketball coach in history by surpassing the record held by the late Pat Summitt, and finished the season with 1,125 career wins and counting, beginning at Idaho and Ohio State, and with over 970 of those wins at Stanford. And whereas Tara Vanderveer coached the 1996 U.S. national team to Olympic gold, going undefeated in 60 games, and whereas Tara Vanderveer, teacher, motivator, and mentor, has played an important part in her players' lives, encouraging and enabling them to succeed wherever their journeys have taken them. She's had 30 of her players go on to play in the WNBA, including 2016 MVP and current Players Association President Nneka Ogumike. She has 21 coaches or women engaged in basketball management to her credit. And whereas Tara Vanderveer has been an outspoken advocate for equity, not only for the young women engaged in her program in the sport of basketball, but for women who aspire to enter the field of coaching. For her work and inspiration in this endeavor, she's been honored by the Women's Sports Foundation by the establishment of the Vanderveer Fund for the Advancement of Women in Coaching. Thank you, Coach, for what you've given to all these talented young women, both the dozens who went to the WNBA and the hundreds who went elsewhere. And what you've done for all Stanford student athletes, current and former, and all the Stanford community, and to the local cities community, and to the Bay Area. Now, therefore, Tom Du Bois, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize and applaud Tara Vanderveer with Setsuko Ishiyama, Director of Women's Basketball at Stanford University, and look forward to her continued success, both on and off the court.
It's the problem with Zoom. You don't want to get applause. If any council members would like to make some brief comments, please put your hands up. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I'll start with Coach Vanderveer. I want to, in addition to all of the basketball things people have talked about, thank you for your service to our country with the Olympic team, and also to our community. I had the opportunity to hear you speak at St. Anthony's Padua Dining Room a few years ago. And I don't know if this year's team was able to participate the way you've brought others, but it's really the work off the court, I think, that has been undersung. And so congrats on that. And then I just have a few words for the team. This really was the ultimate team effort, with 11 out of 12 of you playing in the final. And Agnes, if you're here, I hear you were the biggest cheerer. You really have been a team of sisters, not just the 2 of you who are sisters. I can tell that from what your coach says. It was fascinating to read, for those of us who are older and connected with Stanford, that none of you were born the last time your coach won this championship. So she's been waiting a long time. And then finally, I just wanted to say also a congrats to the Arizona Wildcats. They played a remarkable game. And I think all of the teams that you played against were worthy competitors. And I want to end with a quote from Haley Jones about how there aren't going to be any more nice girls from Stanford. You're competitors and champions, and you'll take this with you for the rest of your life. Congrats.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to congratulate Stanford women's basketball team and Coach Vanderveer for your incredible achievement. Although I didn't attend Stanford, I grew up as an enthusiastic Stanford fan, as my father worked at the Stanford Sheriff's Department. So I was really thrilled to follow your incredible journey and your ultimate victory. And this celebration, it really just couldn't come at a better time. During a year where we've had little to celebrate, you have all given us a much needed boost and a jolt of optimism that we can all really celebrate as a community. And being able to have the parade last week was a really just a great thing to be able to see, and just see all those smiling faces out there. We haven't had a chance to see that in so long. So I hope you've all had a chance to savor this win, recognize your incredible accomplishments, and just congratulations. Thank you.
And I just wanted to jump in real quick and say thank you to Coach Vanderveer and your program. I've coached girls basketball teams in Palo Alto and JB, and this was several years ago, but whenever I was coaching, I'd ask a player or one of your assistant coaches if they would come talk to the team, and they always did it. It was just amazing. The girls loved it, and so I just wanted to say thank you. And just thanks for running such an excellent organization, and to the team. You guys had an extraordinary run this year. One player would always step up whenever you needed it. And I just really enjoyed watching the way you play the game. So congrats to all of you for your accomplishments this season. Councilmember Koo.
I too want to add my congratulations to the entire team and to head coach Vanderveer. It's through your leadership that you have espoused in your team equity and playing as a team. I was a middle school volleyball coach, and we always espouse that, or led by example, to emphasize that it's as a team that we achieve greatness. And it showed throughout the season and throughout the many years prior that working as a team has brought you to where you are. So thank you for setting the example and for the great sportsmanship, and continue with the success. Thank you.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations. It's an amazing victory, huge accomplishment. Basketball is actually my daughter's favorite sport, although she's still in middle school, so she has a ways before she gets to where you guys are. But no, it's amazing. It's really great to have members like you in our community, and just keep up the great work, and looking forward to see great thing out of all you guys. So thank you.
Great. So I'd like to go to the public if anybody would like to make any quick comments.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on the proclamations for the Stanford women's basketball team, please raise your hand at this time.
And let's just go with 1 minute, if that's okay.
Sure. Our one speaker is Vicki Venker. Vicki, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
I don't know if I'm on now, but
you are. Go ahead.
Okay. Coach Vanderveer, I want to thank you as well, also for mentoring the young women in our community. My daughter went to your basketball camp, and in year one, won one of those awards, but realized the Cardinal Award was the key one because it was for the intangibles and teamwork and leadership. And she went back and got that one the next year and took those life lessons forward. So thank you. As a supporter of women's basketball and women's sports, helping found women's professional soccer, I thank you for all you have done. And as a proud Indiana University alum, I was thrilled to see your photo in the recent magazine for alumni there. We're proud of you all over the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. Mayor Du Bois, there's no other speakers.
Great. I think we actually have to pass this proclamation, don't we?
No, you don't.
Oh, we don't? Okay. Well, and then congrats. Coach Vanderveer, or I see some of the players online. Would anybody like to make some comments? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll start, Mayor. First of all, on behalf of our team, Mayor Du Bois and council members, thank you very much for the just outstanding proclamations. And, whereas we are a very, very happy team. And, all of this has been a very challenging year. I'm exceedingly proud of the young women on our team and our staff that have really stuck together. And we were on a road for a very long time, and they just were an incredible group to work with. I do want to just say that we were not able to go to St. Anthony's this year, but that we did a shoot after practice each day. And for each time someone made a half court shot, we are going to donate to a local food bank. So even though we couldn't be in person, we are very proud to represent Stanford University and our community, and always want to give back. So I'm glad to hear that our players have been so receptive to speaking to young girls. We do want to be, our program and our players do want to be role models in our community. I am not able to see who is on, but if Alyssa Jerome is on, or Anna Wilson, these are two of our captains. Our third captain is Kiana Williams, and she is in a testing protocol up in Seattle right now. But do we see Alyssa or Anna? Are either of those players on?
Yeah, we're both on.
Okay,
I'll just
great.
speak. Yeah. I'll just speak, and if Lexi or Lacey or Jenna want to speak, you guys can. But I think on behalf of the team, we just want to thank all of you. Obviously, we couldn't have done anything on the court this entire season without the support of the community and obviously our staff. And so we're extremely grateful to have had the opportunity to play this season. And obviously the results are one that we'll never forget. But, the process is everything. And so we're just extremely grateful for the opportunity. So thank you guys.
Alyssa or Lexi, Lacey, Jenna? Anyone else want to come on? Don't be shy.
Yeah, don't feel forced either. Well, again, congrats to all of you. Really fantastic, and hope to see you back here next year. So
Great. Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. And also just we're really excited to have fans next year. So hopefully let's invite the city council to a game next season. It would be great to have you.
Great. Awesome. Thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it. So now we get back to the boring part of our meeting. We'll move on to item number 2, which is selection of applicants. And I guess we have this as an action, not really an action item, it's still a special order, but it's up for discussion. And we can choose whether we would like to interview everybody that applied or a subset. And I would just open this up for discussion and motions. Yeah, Councilmember Ku.
I'd like to make a motion and just move this to for all the applicants to be interviewed.
Second. Oh, sorry.
All right. So I guess, who do we have a second? Cormac? Councilmember Cormac?
Yes, you had 2 seconds. But.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody want to speak to the motion? All right. And not seeing any hands. Okay, we'll go ahead and we'll vote on the motion. Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac?
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
Councilmember Ku?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Okay, so that passes 7-0. I believe we already have a date scheduled for that.
Yes, we do. We have this coming Wednesday, the 28th, beginning at 6 o'clock.
Okay, moving on to agenda changes and deletions. I don't believe we have any tonight.
Correct, Mr. Mayor. No changes. I just wanted to note for the community's awareness that we did have questions and response on consent calendar item number 4. And also we did issue what we call an at places memo or supplemental memo on agenda item number 7. This is the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, as one of the attachments to our staff report was inadvertently omitted when the original distribution came out. And that covers our housekeeping items. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, now we're on to oral communications. This is a chance for the public to speak on something that is not on the agenda. So please raise your hand if you'd like to speak tonight.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to anything that is not on council's agenda, please raise your hand at this time. Our first speaker is Sonia Traus, and she will be speaking for Robin Pugh, Belen Chavez, Kelsey Baines, Marie Wolbach, Evan Adams, Josh Kermsey, and Danny Allen. Mayor Du Bois, what length of time? 5 minutes or 3 or?
Yeah, let's go with the 2 and 8, I guess. Looks like.
Great.
Sonia, go
Hi.
ahead.
Thank you. Can I get screen sharing at all? Is that
Hold on, let me move you up to a panelist. You should be able to now.
okay? I'll start here. You can see my screen, right?
Not yet, no.
Oh, share. I see. Okay.
There you
Great.
go.
Thank
But
you. Thank you so
there
much.
you go.
My name is Sonia Traus, and thank you so much for having me tonight. And thanks so much for all the people who generously donated their time. I'm the executive director at YIMBY Law, and recently we put out a little comment, you know, about in response to the report that presumably everyone here saw from the Embarcadero Institute. We felt it was necessary because that report implied that legislators and HCD, you know, made a lot of mistakes, and that's not the case at all. So there were sort of 2 main thrusts of that report. One was that there was a mistake with the target vacancy rate, and the other is that there was double counting. So I'll start with the vacancy rate idea. So the Embarcadero Institute report sets up a situation where they're describing HCD setting 2 separate vacancy rates, you know, one for rental and one for housing. Now, the HCD sets 1 target vacancy rate. And when it comes to the regional housing needs allocation and the RHNA numbers, probably everybody here has already noticed that HCD didn't give Palo Alto a allocation for this is how much ownership housing you have to build and this is how much rental housing, right? They just gave an allocation for housing. You know, it's about 6,000 units of any units. They could be all rental, they could be all ownership, right? They don't separate it. HCD doesn't think about it as separate. HCD puts both of these housing types together. And part of the reason for that is that it's actually, you know, if somebody builds a condo, you don't really know if the person who buys it is going to live in it or rent it out, or maybe they'll live in it for 2 years and then they'll rent it out. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. So they have an overall target vacancy rate of 5%. And this chart, which I think everybody can see, is meant to convey that there are a number of combinations of rental and ownership that can get us to this overall 5% vacancy rate. So it is possible that when HCD was thinking about the overall 5%, that they were thinking that it would be 5% ownership vacancy and 5% rental vacancy. Also equally possible that, and more likely because it's more realistic, we're thinking that the target ownership vacancy rate would be something like 2%, you know, or even 1.5%, because that's more typical, in which case the target rental vacancy rate is 7 or 8%, or maybe even 9. So this is based on a estimate that 60% of housing is ownership and 40% is rental. And even if that number changes a little bit, this is basically what we're looking at, you know, that when you take the average vacancy rate over these two types of housing, if you have a 5% vacancy rate, then that is equivalent to a 2% target vacancy rate for ownership housing and 7% for rental. And so the question is, or, you know, or 8% or so. So I'd like to actually share a different tab now. Oh, whoops. And I'm not sure if that works. Can you guys see a different tab, or are you still seeing the same thing? I'll just start resharing again so that you can see this different chart. All right. So this is a chart of the overall US rental vacancy rate since 1957. Because what we're thinking now, right, I'm trying to establish that HCD is targeting like a 7 or 8%, you know, vacancy rate. Why that? Is that healthy? Is that realistic? Well, when we look, we have a wide variety of vacancy rates over the last, you know, several decades. In the 1960s, the nationwide rental vacancy rate for like a half a decade was 7 or 8%. And then it goes down, you know, here we are bouncing around 5, 6% in the 70s. For people who were alive in the 70s and trying to rent, in some ways and in some places is a good time for it. But, you know, in San Francisco and other high cost places, it was actually a very hard time, right? Rents were going up. That's why rent control was passed in 1978. And that, you know, compared to the 60s, these lower vacancy rates are associated with a time where people were organizing to get rent control, which means that people must have felt like rents were going up. And then here from looks like the mid to late 80s, all the way to the 2000s, the national vacancy rate was 7 or 8%. And then of course in the 2000s, it went up even more, you know, only to start coming down from the 2000s to now. So we see that it's perfectly reasonable to target, you know, 7, 8, 9% vacancy rate. These are great vacancy rates for renters. We know that the real estate industry likes vacancy rates to be 2 to 4%. That's what the real estate industry wants, you know, but that's not, HCD is not on the real estate industry side. You know, HCD is on the side of the people, of the renters. You know, we don't want high rents. The real estate industry wants high rents and regular people want lower rents. I have another chart about the way that vacancy rates interact with rents. This is from Minneapolis, St. Paul. And what this basically shows is that when vacancy rates are low, so the blue is you know, the vacancy rate. So vacancy rates are between 2 and 4%, like, or even lower, you know, like the real estate industry likes. The year over year change in rents is very high. Rents go up 9%, 6%, 10%. These are really high changes in rents. And that's obvious, right? It's because renters have no choice. They don't like where they are. They can't move somewhere else. Vacancy rates are low. There's not that much available. And to the contrary, when vacancy rates go up, right, here we have a period where it's almost 8%. You know, now it's down again, sort of towards 4. But you know, when it's higher, when it's not at 2, when it's like at an average of 6, the rent increases are much less, and in some years 0. So this is why HCD is targeting such a high vacancy rate, because high vacancy rates like 8 or 9% for renters are good. They cause or help, you know, rents not increase very fast. So I hope that explains the issue, you know, about the vacancy rates. Now I'm just going to talk hopefully quickly, about this idea of double counting. So I'll send you our reports if I haven't already. The Department of Finance makes a estimate of how much new housing the state needs if none of our problems are solved. And that's why
your time is up.
Oh, okay. Well, that's it. I'm glad that I explained the vacancy rates. Thanks so much for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker and final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thanks so much. Wow, I want to thank the EMB law person whose name I missed. That was great. I also was going to speak about housing, and one of my bullet points actually was vacancy rates too. So for me, I think about it this way. What is the worst thing that would happen if there were, quote, too much, unquote, housing? The answer is nothing. Nothing bad comes out of too much housing. Everything good happens. Housing becomes finally more affordable. It's great for residents. They can live somewhere other than in their cars. It's great for businesses. And as you know, you all have approved so much office space. It's great for businesses because businesses can actually recruit higher quality candidates or candidates can live closer. It's good for the environment because it takes cars off the road. So yay for more housing. Also, if you're going to talk about vacancy, for the love of God, why don't you please look into all these ghost houses? I rent in Old Palo Alto, and during the summer, it looks like 2 out of every 3 homes are empty. Many cities enforce that by either enforcing their already existing municipal codes against empty homes by, if you own a house and you just hold it as an asset but don't use it for its own purposes, which is residential, you actually can fine, and should, in my opinion, fine the homeowner because they're using their residentially zoned property for commercial purposes, aka just as a commercial asset, as a business asset. They're just holding it but not offering it for residential uses. And as you know, Municipal Code of Palo Alto provides for $500 in penalty per violation per day. Wouldn't it be great if you all actually enforced on these ghost houses? Because that would actually open up a lot more housing without any actual building. Yay. So also real quick, in my 12 seconds, you didn't have housing on the agenda. And it makes me wonder, don't you realize that we're having a housing crisis right now, like an emergency level crisis? We need to build housing. We need to eliminate parking requirements. We need to loosen up height limitations. We need to tax our largest businesses, and we need to fix those crazy fees that you just approved so that residential development doesn't have those kinds of fees, and office development is much higher. That's all. Office development has higher and residential has nothing. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you to our.
That's our final speaker.
Yeah. Thanks to our 2 speakers. We're on to minutes approval. Can I get a motion? I'll move the minutes.
Second.
Thank you. Let's vote on the minutes. Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Great. Okay, that passes 7-0. We're on to the consent calendar. Are there any council member motions or comments on the consent calendar?
I'll be happy to move the consent calendar. Might you want to check to see if there was public comment before we vote?
Yeah, I will before we vote. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I don't see any hands, so no votes. Okay, let's go to the members of the public to speak on the consent calendar.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to either of the 2 items on the consent calendar, please raise your hand at this time. Mayor Du Bois, there are no hands raised.
All right, let's vote on the consent calendar. I will vote yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
and Councilmember McCormick.
Yes.
Great, thank you. So we are now on to city manager comments.
Boy, right on time. Okay, I will do my best to keep us there. Let's see. Thank you, Megan. We'll bring up some slides. Just a few items of note for community interest this evening. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so first, our weekly update on status of our pandemic, hopefully soon to be called pandemic recovery. But again, we just hold that optimism. Note that we currently remain within Santa Clara County in the orange tier. We are hopeful that if progress continues and noting the requirements under the state's tier system, the county could move to the yellow tier soon. In the meanwhile, it does stand as our reminders to wear face coverings, continue testing, avoid gathering outside of households, and also to minimize non-essential travel and to quarantine when returning. So that said, focus increasingly on vaccinations. Note that Santa Clara County did receive over the past week a significant supply and is adding appointments, noting that they've added thousands of appointments just recently over the last few days. And as such, really tremendous opportunity for individuals to take advantage of the opportunity to be vaccinated. Would note that we did put out a new blog late last week with additional information on general community questions about the vaccine and opportunities to schedule vaccinations. And this is available on our homepage, cityofpaloalto.org, with a news story for the vaccine. Next slide, please. Note upcoming testing dates that we have scheduled every Tuesday at Mitchell Park Library, Wednesday here at City Hall downtown at the Plaza, and our next upcoming dates with Santa Clara County. Actually, we do have additional new dates set for the month of May on the 7th and 21st with Santa Clara County. Next slide, please. Okay, also just want to note, we also issued an article from our utilities director, Dean Batchelor, regarding details regarding recent power outages and follow-up actions being taken. Would note that it identifies a number of improvements, system improvements, as well as staffing updates that are following up, and additional information once again available in that article. Would note commitment from our utility staff and taking personal responsibility in ensuring reliability for the community. So that said, we do appreciate the patience and both support as well as suggestions that have come from community members. The recent article is available on Medium via the city's account there at paloaltoconnect.medium.com. Next slide, please. This, then to note a couple of upcoming, actually a few upcoming opportunities for community input as well as programs. One is our monthly community check-in meeting on the Uplift Local program that will actually be tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. With the Zoom link available at upliftlocal.org. And also, as it is upcoming with our monthly Wellness Wednesday programs, also really an opportunity for us to focus on wellness this week, earthquake preparedness, and over the next few months. Next month, mindfulness for teens and mental health awareness, that followed in June with senior wellness, and in July with art therapy. So a few specific topics for folks to just take a quick moment to tune in and pick up some tips on areas of self-care. Available via our city webpage, our city website, cityofpaloalto.org/ Be well, one word. Next slide, please. And noting a few, again, additional upcoming meetings, this case focusing on the budget. We had sent an earlier, just saved a date for council members. Looks like on our upcoming town halls, we had to eliminate one due to a conflict with interviews for your commissioners. So now we're showing budget town hall on May 6th, in addition to a series of opportunities for members of the community to hear what's going on with the budget, as well as noting an online survey to be released, and additional opportunities to both get up to date as well as to weigh in on the city's budget over the next month or two. Next slide, please. Then finally, just noting upcoming council discussions through the month of April and May. Rail grade separations coming back next week. Then in early May, HRC recommendations regarding community development block grant funding, as well as noting improvements, near-term improvements planned at Alma and Churchill. Went to the Planning Transportation Commission recently on May 10th. Discussion with the Planning Transportation Commission of the housing element in order to kick off that work in detail. And then on the 17th, study session to get feedback from the most recent community survey from our survey company, Polco. Then finally on the 18th, this is a special meeting following the Monday on the 17th. We'll have a special meeting on Tuesday the 18th in order to manage Council's heavy docket for meeting agendas. The 18th will be dedicated to land use items. So we've got a number of pre-screenings, as well as specific, I believe this is a subdivision map item that will be coming to the council. Next slide, please. And then just note a couple other items, additional housing related issues on the 18th. And then on the 24th, I think eagerly anticipated discussion on fiber to the home, following up on discussions that have been happening and will be happening this week with the Utilities Advisory Commission. And following that, a number of items coming in June. Next slide, please. And that is it. Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council.
Great. So I'm going to suggest that we move on to item number 6, do the staff presentation. We will do public comment and then we'll take a break. But I think it's usually good to come back to council rather than come back to the public after a break. So let's move on to item 6, which is a quasi-judicial hearing on 640 Fairmead Avenue. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes. Yes, Mayor, just 1 second here. Okay, thank you. All right, so good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Let's see, the application before you this evening is a request to subdivide a one parcel into two. The applicant is requesting a parcel map with exceptions. The exceptions are required because the resulting parcels will be larger than permissive allowed by the R1 zone in this neighborhood.
Jonathan, Jonathan, could I interrupt you for a sec? Your presentation's in the presenter mode. I think you need to switch over to another screen or another mode.
Thank you for that. It only gave me a couple of options on how to share this in the first place. Let me try that again. Yeah, for some reason it's.
I wonder, I'm sorry to interrupt, but perhaps while Director Late is doing that, would the mayor like us to do disclosures since we're at the beginning of the item?
We can do it. We can do it right after the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm sorry.
There you go.
Oh, is that working for you? Good. Okay. I can't see what you're looking at, I guess, right now. Okay, so I guess where I left off was the resulting parcels are going to be generally consistent in lot width and area with the other properties that are in the neighborhood. The existing lot is about 22,000 square feet in size, but too narrow to be divided into 3 lots, which was a discussion point at the Planning and Transportation Commission. And each lot will be divided into, we anticipate that a single family home will be built on each lot. That doesn't preclude the possibility of an ADU or a JADU from also being developed. To approve the project, there are certain findings that need to be made, certainly for the subdivision, but also for the exception. The project does meet the subdivision findings, and staff in its analysis believes that the exceptions can be granted as well. They're provided on the screen for you. Staff recommends that you approve the record of land use action, which would approve the preliminary parcel map with exceptions. And I will end the presentation there. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Director Late. Yes, so this is a quasi judicial item. Do council members have any disclosures? You just raise your hand if you have something to disclose. Okay, I see no disclosures. Okay, so we're going to open the public hearing for comment. Would any members of the public like to speak to this item?
Yes. Do I have to raise hand or can I just speak?
Hold on, you need your name.
Just raise your hand.
Just raise your hand.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the raise hand. Okay.
So I believe this is the applicant.
The applicant. So the applicant gets 5 minutes, or what is?
I believe it's 10. I don't think you're going to need that much time now.
Great. Okay, Mr. Ma, let's go ahead and hear from you.
Yes. My client, the property owner, Catherine Shen, and I am the project architect. We are available to answer any of the question. I just want to, thank you for your assistance on this matter. Yeah, we just want to make sure that you are aware that we are available for any of your question. Thank you.
Okay, you had 9 minutes and 45 seconds left. Any other members of the public like to speak to this item?
Any members of the public that wish to speak to this item, please raise your hand at this time. Mayor Du Bois, there's no hands raised.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break. We try to take a break kind of within the first couple hours of the meeting. So we're going to pause right now at 6 o'clock. We'll come back at 6:10, and then we'll take up this item. Thank you. Okay, if you're back, let's put on your camera, please. All right, I think we have a quorum. Still waiting for council members Fulseth and Tanaka. But let's bring it back to council for questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I just have one question. It's on package page 243, section 7, and the conditions of approval. Number 21 indicates a new gas service line installation is required, and I seem to recall that we are not permitting gas in new residential construction. And then gas is also referenced in conditions 20 and 25. So perhaps this is just copy paste, or perhaps there's something I don't understand about this lot.
Right. We can take a look at that and see if that is relevant to the site. I'm trying to remember where we are relative to ADUs. I think that I'm not sure if we made that same extension to ADU, so I just need to follow up on that. So council, I can we can modify that as appropriate if it's not applicable.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got one question. Can the city attorney explain again the legal definition of the word necessary in exception finding number 2 that states the exception is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of a substantial property right of the petitioner? I recall you saying at an earlier meeting that the word necessary was a term of art. So if you could just remind us of its meaning as it's applicable here.
Sure. So ultimately it can, the meaning of it is fairly plastic and can vary depending on context, but it often means, and it's legitimate for council to interpret and apply it to mean convenient and appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
So I think I can make all the required findings here, and I would go ahead and move the staff motion.
Second.
Yeah, so this, I'll just speak to it real briefly. This does not seem to have caused any consternation in the neighborhood. Nobody really spoke against this project. It seems to be an area where the average lot size is above the maximum, and the split lot will fall right in line with more of a typical lot. So I support all the findings here. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes, in addition to what the mayor said, the Planning and Transportation Commission recommended it without, it looks like there was an abstention, but agree that both the applicant and the staff have appropriately explained that it's small discrepancy in lot size.
Councilmember Koo.
I still have questions for staff, but I just wanted to kind of find out the suggestion from one of the Planning and Transportation Commissioners in terms of subdividing it into more single-family lots rather than just 2. Was that explored with the applicant, given that, you know, we can add more to our housing inventory and provide a means for somebody to purchase a home? More is better. So was that explored?
Councilmember, we'd probably have to bring the applicant on board to ask what kind of conversations they may have had. They certainly were aware of the options that were available in terms of going forward. A third lot would have required another set of exceptions to be processed, and with the lots being even narrower than the ones that are being proposed. And at the end of the day, it's the applicant's interest in what they're trying to advance. So if I think to dig more deeply into that, we would have to invite the applicant's representative back.
Okay, before we do that though, the frontage, usually the frontage has something to say about how many lots, perhaps because of ingress and egress. The frontage is how big, how wide, and would that be able to accommodate 3 lots or 4 lots?
It would not be able to accommodate 3 lots, no.
It would not be able to accommodate 3 lots.
No.
Okay, so that answers my question. Thank you so much.
If I don't see any other hands, we'll just vote on the motion. Okay, let's start with Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Sorry, I skipped Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
And I will vote yes. All right, so that passes 7-0. And we move on to item number 7, which is our climate action plan. Would staff like to go ahead and take it?
Yes, let me ask our staff to get situated. Mr. Eggleston leading.
And let's see, presentation should be coming up shortly.
Beautiful aquatic creature. I don't think part of our sustainability plan.
Not so far.
Comments on sea level rise? Hopefully not. Good to go.
Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor Du Bois and Council. I'm Brad Eggleston, Public Works Director. Our Sustainability Manager, Christine Luong, and Assistant Director of Utilities, Jonathan Abenshine, will also be giving part of this presentation. And just before we start, I also wanted to note, as City Manager Shikata mentioned earlier, there was an App Places memo published last week to provide the attachment that was left out of the original publication of the report. So next slide. Our objectives for tonight are to provide a brief overview of the 2021 Sustainability and Climate Action Plan Update Report. And you'll recall we refer to that as the SCAP. To discuss policy tools where further refinements needed that could be included in the revised SCAP. And also, and probably most importantly, to receive council direction on next steps for the SCAP engagement process. Next slide. So since we included an in-depth recorded presentation that accompanied the staff report, we won't try to go through all the details about the SCAP report this evening. However, we do want to highlight some key items from the report. So most importantly, in 2016, Palo Alto adopted its goal of reducing greenhouse gas levels 80% below 1990 levels by 2030. That's that goal that we refer to as the 80 by 30 goal. And then just as a reminder, while 80 by 30 is our overarching sustainability goal, we do also have other important goals in the areas shown on this slide, some of which don't tie directly into the greenhouse gas goal. These names listed on the slide are the team leads from staff for the 7 SCAP areas. And just to point out, several of these leads are here tonight to answer questions you may have in addition to the 3 of us giving the presentation. So for us to meet our 80 by 30 goal, we know that we're going to need extensive community engagement. And before we jump into the overview of the SCAP report, we wanted to share the proposed focus areas for community engagement shown on this slide, since these are the areas that you'll be recognizing as we spend a few minutes covering them during our overview presentation. So for the next phase of SCAP development, staff proposes focusing on 3 themes of work that would proceed concurrently. There's climate action technical analysis review and comments shown as number 1 here. And that includes legal review of key actions. Number 2, review and feedback on the SCAP climate policies to be analyzed, and development of proposals for shorter term programs to be implemented in the years 2021 to 2024. And then, of course, outreach and engagement would be an aspect of all 3 of these focus areas. So now I'm going to turn it over to Christine to provide the overview of how we're doing so far with cities' emissions reductions and what we still need to achieve to reach the 80 by 30 goal.
All right, thanks, Brad. So in 2019, Palo Alto emitted an estimated 482,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent from the residential, commercial, industrial, transportation, waste, water, and municipal sectors. In comparison to the 1990 base year, that's a 38.2% decrease in total community emissions, despite a population increase of 23.6% during that same time. Now, for our 2019 greenhouse gas inventory to comply with what's called the GPC basic protocol, that's the standard greenhouse gas inventory used by most cities. Additional existing emission sources were included for the first time, such as airport and Caltrain emissions, and a total of about 23,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent was added from greenhouse gas emission sources that were not included previously, accounting for a total of 4.9% of total emissions. So because of these additions, it's no longer possible to make a direct comparison with our previous inventories. We can still compare to our 1990 baseline, but with the understanding that our total greenhouse gas emissions would be more like 41% reductions rather than a 38% reduction relative to the 1990 levels if we exclude those additional existing emission sources. And in order to achieve our 80 by 30 goal, Palo Alto must meet a greenhouse gas emissions target of around 156,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So the main sources of Palo Alto's greenhouse gases are very simple. About a third comes from natural gas consumption in buildings, and about 2/3 from gasoline and diesel vehicles. So road transportation, the big red section, represents Palo Alto's largest source of greenhouse gas emissions at about 65%. And about a third of road transportation emissions are from residents, a third from commuters, and a third from visitors to Palo Alto. And as I mentioned previously, this year's inventory includes several additional existing sources for transportation-related emissions. So even though this shows transportation and mobile sources at 65.3%, our on-road transportation is really only 60%. And so that's 4% less than last year because we have an additional 4.5% of transportation sources that we did not previously include. And natural gas consumption is the blue section, and that represents our second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions at about 32%. So AECOM developed what's called a business as usual forecast for the city. So that's Palo Alto's projected emissions by 2030 if we only implement the policies and plans that council has already adopted as of 2019 and follows California-wide goals and regulations. So the AECOM business as usual forecast is based on 2019 trends and therefore leaves out the impacts of the pandemic and the increase in remote work, as well as market shifts from Governor Newsom's executive order that directs California to require by 2035 that all new cars and passenger trucks sold in the state be zero emissions vehicles. So if we adjust for remote work, we can add about a 2.8% reduction in on-road transportation emissions. And adjusting for Palo Alto specific EV adoption rates results in an 8% reduction of on-road emissions relative to 1990 levels for a total of about 37,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent of additional greenhouse gas reductions. So this chart here shows an adjusted business as usual scenario, and Palo Alto emissions are projected to decrease 52% in 2030 and 56% in 2040 relative to 1990. So Palo Alto will need to reduce total emissions by an additional 218,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent beyond the adjusted business as usual projections. So this chart shows the contributions of the different proposed SCAP policies as compared to a business as usual scenario. The thick red line at the top shows the AECOM business as usual forecast. Staff adjustments to the business as usual forecast to take into account greater Palo Alto EV adoption and telecommuting are the yellow shaded areas right below that. And then even further down, you start to see the effect of mobility, electric vehicle, and buildings policies on emissions. And you also see the remaining emissions reduction that staff needs to identify to help the community achieve 80 by 30. So the goals and key actions we analyzed do not achieve an 80% reduction by 2030, only a 72% reduction. There's an 8% gap that still needs to be closed. We anticipate having to do additional studies on how to close that gap, but that could be done in parallel with launching programs to achieve the other emissions reductions we've already analyzed. It's worth noting that the momentum created by many of these proposed goals and actions continues past 2030, and we forecast achieving 78% reductions by 2035 and 80% by around 2036 or 2037, even without closing that 8% gap. Now, Jonathan Abenshine, Assistant Director of Utilities Resource Management, will provide an overview of the outcomes needed to achieve 80 by 30.
Thank you. So we and our consultant, AECOM, model the outcomes that are needed to achieve this 80 by 30 goal. And the outcomes listed here on this slide represent the most technically feasible and cost-effective pathway that, that we could identify. In the scenario that we modeled, first, we focused on reducing vehicle travel through telecommuting and alternative commute modes for an overall 8 to 11% reduction in vehicle miles traveled and emissions. The second priority was to greatly expand EV adoption among Palo Alto residents, and that includes both full-size EVs as well as small EVs like e-bikes and e-scooters. But Palo Alto registered vehicles represent only about a third of total on-road transportation emissions in Palo Alto. So the third priority was to get these people who commute into or visit Palo Alto using EVs or alternative commute as much as possible. And then finally, and very importantly, we need to reduce emissions in the buildings area, which is one of the tougher areas to make progress, but we'll talk about that in a minute. As you'll see in the report, this scenario relies heavily on single family building emissions reductions, since these are the lowest cost and most technically available building electrification technologies. And we'll talk more about that over the next few slides. Here we see the cost for various emissions reductions. This graphic shows the approximate cost per metric ton of carbon equivalent reduced for a variety of technologies we looked at, with the lowest cost technologies at the bottom and the highest cost at the top. Alternative commute and EV adoption are the lowest cost actions. They actually represent a significant savings rather than a cost. And this is also true for micromobility solutions like e-bikes and e-scooters. And this is due to the significant savings in vehicle fuel and vehicle maintenance that you see from adopting these measures. Building electrification is different. Unlike alternative commute and vehicle electrification, which is a net savings, building electrification actions have a net cost on average. However, some of these actions are actually cost effective compared to other ways of reducing emissions. So for comparison, currently the cost of building renewable energy in California is about $30 to $60 per metric ton. And the CPUC projects, California Public Utilities Commission projects that that's going to rise to about $200 per metric ton by 2030. The cost of renewable natural gas, on the other hand, is forecasted to be between $270 per metric ton and $450 per metric ton. So there are a fair number of items on this list that cost less than that. The first tier of technologies we analyzed are below $160 per metric ton. That includes single family space heating and water heating. And the one commercial measure we found that was really cost effective was rooftop packaged HVAC units, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. The next tier includes appliances like clothes dryers and cooktops. And these are more expensive to convert if you look at them as a standalone project, but they can unlock additional savings opportunities when you package them together with other appliance conversions, and those savings aren't included on this chart. For example, if a homeowner converts their water heating and their space heating, that represents about 90% of all of their emissions And then that last 10%, if you convert the cooktops and dryers and go all electric, the homeowner can disconnect the gas and save on their monthly gas service charge. And that savings is at minimum a $300 per metric ton benefit based on current gas rates. That reduces costs by $300 per metric ton, and the savings would likely be significantly higher in 2030. Those savings make cooktops and dryers much more cost effective to convert. Now, most of the highest cost, the top tier here, most of the highest cost conversions we analyzed were in the commercial and multifamily areas. And the two types of conversion projects we analyzed were very expensive, aside from the rooftop packaged HVAC units. But I will say that we and our consultants did not have the time, funding, or background to do the deeper analysis we'd have liked to do on multifamily and major facilities. And so there may be some creative opportunities to reduce emissions in these segments that we can identify with more study. Now, to achieve the outcomes listed in the previous slides, the community will have to look at a whole range of different strategies. In this report, we suggested a range of low, medium, and high intervention strategies to help the city achieve its 80 by 30 goal. We recommend that we gain further input on these strategies through the community and stakeholder engagement process as we're discussing tonight. But just to give you an example, for building electrification, low intervention policy tools might include outreach efforts or voluntary programs designed to make it easy for early adopters to electrify. Medium intervention actions might include mandates requiring electrification of appliances at end of life, and higher intervention actions might include mandating electrification of appliances by a specific date or imposing carbon pricing on the community. And staff expects that, and by that I mean the community choosing to voluntarily impose carbon pricing on itself. Now, staff expects that high intervention mandatory actions will likely be needed to achieve 80% reductions by 2030, but of course we want to stay on the lower end of this spectrum as much as possible. Now, this slide lists some potential actions we could take in the next 12 to 24 months. We could promote building and transportation emissions reductions by launching voluntary programs that provide incentives, consultations, and technical assistance to promote building and vehicle electrification and alternative commute. Ideally, tools like direct installation services from the city and on-bill financing could make the process even easier for residents and businesses. We could provide additional services to low-income households. We could assist with certain types of business electrification and workplace EV charging. We could also expand availability of alternative transportation modes by promoting e-bikes, e-scooters, on-demand transit, and by expanding the TMA, otherwise known as the Transportation Management Association. And per the council's previous direction, we should also expand our REACH codes to cover non-residential facilities and renovation projects. Now, longer-term strategies to explore include end-of-life mandates to replace gas appliances, greatly expanding bicycle infrastructure, and exploring more impactful policy measures such as carbon pricing or other mandates. Many of these measures would require additional legal and practical analysis, and we need deep community support and voter approval. It would really need to be a community decision to move forward with these. And even so, direct advocacy at the state level for some, if not all, of the medium and high intervention actions may also be necessary. Council may also want to consider adopting a carbon neutrality goal. When our 2016 SCAP goal was adopted, California's greenhouse gas emissions reduction goal was to reduce emissions to 80% below 1990 levels by 2050. But in September 2018, Governor Brown issued an executive order setting the goal of achieving carbon neutrality as soon as possible, by 2045 at the latest, and maintaining net negative emissions once it was achieved. Now, the basic definition of carbon neutrality is achieving net zero emissions for the community. And this means that the amount of greenhouse gas you put into the atmosphere is offset by an equal amount removed from the atmosphere using carbon removal methods like growing new forests or removing carbon from the air and storing it underground. And because carbon removal methods have limited capacity, achieving carbon neutrality requires very steep emissions reductions as well, along the lines of what we're talking about here in the 80% by 2030 SCAP goal. So now, with that, I'll turn the presentation back to Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works, who will continue the discussion on community engagement.
So now that we've reviewed the information we need to share with the community, or at least some of it, we'll return to the 3 proposed engagement focus areas I previewed earlier and what community engagement for the SCAP might look like. So for the technical analysis focus area, we could get community input on the climate action modeling work that was done by staff and AECOM, the climate projections for 2030. It would also be valuable to get feedback on how to break down that analysis into more easily understandable sections to share with the broader community. On policy development for that focus area, we would want community input on those climate policies that we're showing as needed to achieve outcomes for the 80 by 30 goal. And then for near-term programs in that focus area, we'd look for community input on development of proposals for programs to implement essentially now through 2024. So those are the focus areas. Of course, through all of this work, we need to keep council informed of our efforts. So staff's thoughts on potential options there. It could be continuing to bring items like this directly to the city council. Council may wish to create a council ad hoc committee of some sort who could assist staff as the work is underway. Another option could be providing status reports on the SCAP work to the Finance Committee, basically acknowledging the technical analysis and cost analysis that the SCAP elements will require. And then for the next phase of community engagement, there are several options for council to consider listed here. Staff is recommending using the city's boards and commission structure to gain input on specific topic areas most relevant to those boards. That was in the staff report. Stakeholder specific roundtable discussions are another area where we've considered gaining initial input on technical analysis, policy development, near-term programs, essentially by bringing together stakeholders and advocates in specific groups like business groups, people who might be advocates for the different SCAP areas, community and nonprofit groups, and others. As work is further developed in the 3 focus areas, staff could also use community meetings as a venue to continue to engage stakeholder groups and community members on milestones in the work, as well as providing progress updates and getting input. We could use online surveys to gain input. And then part of the plan all along has been summits in distinct topic areas where we could share final draft recommendations before council adoption. And I just add, these options are not mutually exclusive. And with council direction, I think staff would plan to make at least some use of all of them. So next slide. I would just add staff's list of options for community engagement on the last slide. The intent there is to be somewhat flexible and allow work to proceed in multiple areas concurrently at the same time. Council may wish to direct a different approach, one or more than what was on those slides. And it's just important to note that depending on the scope and goals, engagement approach, formality of the engagement approach, staff resources needed may vary, and there could also be potential impacts on schedule. So we're looking forward to the discussion. Depending on the direction received from council tonight, it's possible staff may need to come back after analyzing that direction to confirm actions that would be needed, as noted here. And then our timeline as we see it right now, really dependent upon council's approval of structure for council governance and community engagement. If council approves the community engagement options that were described on previous slides, this shows a general timeline of the staff work ahead. Without going through all of it, you'll see this results in a final draft of the SCAP likely being presented to council in December of this year, with adoption in spring of next year, 2022, along with the CEQA review that would be completed at that time. And lastly, council action requested. I won't read all these words, but basically any discussion and feedback that you would care to give us on the policy tools that were included in the staff report. And then I think most importantly, the direction on stakeholder engagement for the SCAP work that will let us commence with the next step of getting a product to hopefully bring to council by the end of this year. And with that, Mr. Mayor, we'll turn the meeting back to you.
Great, thank you. Thank you to all the staff that presented. Let's go ahead and just open it up to questions and comments. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to ask, when you talked about stakeholder groups, can you give me an idea of the stakeholder groups that you're going to interact with in yours that was on your slide? I forget which one it is, I'm sorry. But who are the stakeholder groups?
There's a number of possibilities we've thought of. I think the list included large businesses, small businesses, residents, realtors, nonprofits, school age groups. Those are just some of them off the top of my head.
And, if I could add to that, Councilmember Koo, I think that is also an important point of discussion for the council, depending on how expansive the council would like this, the formal piece of the engagement to be. I think that would also help give us some guidance on where to focus. There are, in addition to what Director Eggleston mentioned, I think council is aware a number of groups that have really weighed in as advocacy interests.
Yeah, I think as the advocacy, well, okay, questions, I'm so sorry.
You can have comments.
Thanks. I also wanted to say that I think the last time this came around, I also asked about the inclusion of the natural environment, specifically trees, if it's about reduction of the greenhouse gases. I still don't see it in here. So it is something that's concerning to me that is consistently left out. And a lot of it is focused about certain aspects, which does have impacts to people's pocketbooks, as well as to a certain extent, just simply living, right? May I just kind of know why is that not yet included in this sustainability presentations or planning?
Steph may want to elaborate on this. Perhaps just as a point of clarification, Councilmember, we've got the Urban Forest Master Plan as a separate body of work. And I think maybe the question is how that is integrated within the sustainability plan overall and the work ahead. And perhaps if that's the right framing, then Director Eggleston could reply.
Yeah, that framing is helpful. So there is linkage between the Urban Forest Master Plan and the Natural Environment section of the SCAP. I think the reason we haven't included it with some of what we brought to council recently is that so far it's seemed relatively non-controversial and work being proposed with goals kind of in areas that we're already working on. But there definitely is a natural environment goals and key actions that have been defined. While we didn't bring them to you this time, I believe that was included in the study sessions that we held, and maybe it was an action item as well, kind of last spring.
Okay.
We can be happy to share that next time.
Yeah, it would be great for me, because the natural environment is one of my greater advocacy areas. It would be important for me to see the two of them working side by side. And there is huge linkage in terms of reducing greenhouse gas. So I do think, lastly, I did want to ask, with all of this moving forward, has there been, I get a lot of emails from consumers who are trying to install these kind of efficiency and to try to reduce GHG, yet they can't find the contractors who are willing to do it and I'm saying willing, is not so much whether they have time or not, is willing to do it or even know what the process is with the city. Has there been some coordination or getting in sync so that, you know, those who wants to do it and are hankering to get the permit find out that they can't even find a contractor to do this thing for them, to put the new install in for them?
Well, I would take a first crack and just say that this is an area where staff knows improvements are needed. There's been a lot of collaboration recently between planning and development services and utilities departments in particular, trying to come up with solutions and make improvements on that permitting process, which by extension is good for more contractors knowing what to do to work in Palo Alto. The Utilities Advisory Commission just had a discussion, I believe 2 weeks ago, with Planning Development Services and the Utilities Director on this topic.
And one of the stakeholders that you'll be reaching out to have this conversation also would be the contractors, so that at least they're aware and you have their input on where are some of the areas to focus in.
I think that would be a very important stakeholder group.
Thank you. My time is up. Thank you so much.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Thank you. Let's see. First, can you explain what will be the scope of and the necessity for the CEQA analysis?
Christine, maybe I can call on you to speak a little more about that.
Sure. So for CEQA analysis, they would analyze all of the final goals and key actions. Right now, the goals and key actions are draft form. So the final goals and key actions that are in the SCAP draft, that's what AECOM will do the CEQA analysis on. And in order for us—
But why do all of those need CEQA analysis is the nature of my question.
In order for us to have a fully qualified CEQA reviewed SCAP, that is the process, that is the CEQA process that is required per the CEQA
So
Act.
I'm surprised, but open to explanation as to what requires these actions to come under CEQA review.
Maybe I can just jump in. It's the basic definition of CEQA, that these are discretionary actions that the city is contemplating taking that could have a significant impact on the environment. And we can get you some backup information on that, Councilmember Burt, and send it to the whole council. For these purposes, I think because the staff didn't focus on that question, it's not subject to any real controversy or doubt that CEQA needs to be done on a plan that you have an intention to then move forward on and enact.
Okay, thanks. And I'm aware that the joint venture Silicon Valley has recently engaged on an initiative that would look at a very interesting metric on the how to measure the transportation impact. And it's not the sole metric, but a very interesting one, which would be to monitor gasoline sales and to have reduction in gasoline sales be a key metric, because that would capture not only conversion to electric vehicles, but to higher gas efficiency vehicles at the same time, and plug-in hybrids, and really have, in the end, that's the what we're trying to do in the transportation element, is reduce the use of that fossil fuel.
Yes, and I would just perhaps reinforce that, Vice Mayor, that a few of our department heads and myself met recently with the leads on the joint venture initiative, and certainly as one of the metrics that we use in the implementation of the plan, that could certainly fit well.
Okay, and then you didn't talk about the different scopes and how greenhouse gases are measured, but one important greenhouse gas emission that I believe would only be measured in scope 3, so it doesn't show up in our current analysis, is fugitive methane gas release. So methane or natural gas leaks within our community. This is not generation leaks and not transmission leaks, but it's distribution leaks within the city boundaries. Have we had any review of the value and importance of that? I've read recently that there is an increasing concern over that particular emission, and it's being acknowledged as being more significant than was previously understood to be.
Assistant Director Abenshine, I believe, is best suited to respond on that point.
So we've included greenhouse fugitive emissions from within the city's boundaries actually in the greenhouse gas inventory, and actually have included it in the past several inventories as well.
Okay.
So I'll leave it there.
Good, thank you. And lastly, have we looked at some of the emerging best practices, such as Marin County has adopted, and I think the states of New Jersey and New York are adopting, on mandating best practices on low carbon construction materials, with the greatest emphasis on low carbon cement, which is 7% of global emissions is in cement, and there's a great deal of progress that's occurring in those technologies, including companies in our region that are leaders in that field.
And that falls within the scope 3 emissions that you mentioned, Vice Mayor. So it's not considered as being one of the actions that directly reduced the numbers we were talking about tonight. But we did get that information about Marin County's program, particularly on the low carbon concrete. And we're taking a look at that with a view to whether it might be something that we in Palo Alto could include as a future REACH code item potentially.
Great, thanks.
So it could tie in with the SCAP without being something we would quantify directly.
Or that we could quantify even if it's not within our 80-30 under scope 3.
Correct.
Okay, great. I have more questions, but I'll wait till later.
Yeah, and I got so excited to get into the discussion. I forgot to go to the public. Let's go to the public real quick. If we could do 2 minutes of speaker.
Sure, Mayor Du Bois. Any member of the public that wishes to speak on this SCAP item, please raise your hand at this time. You will be given 2 minutes to speak. Our first speaker is John Kelly, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, and then Andrea Gara. John, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois, Vice Mayor Byrd, council members. You may be tempted tonight to set aside or delay the city's 80 by 30 goal based upon what's happened to the city's financial condition in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. I urge you to reaffirm the 80 by 30 goal, to direct city staff to develop an aggressive plan to meet that goal, and to consider a municipal carbon tax. First, the climate-related problems that we confront are worse than ever. Even if we set aside moral considerations and our ethical responsibilities to future generations and people in less developed parts of the world, the costs of global warming caused by droughts, storms, sea level rise, and other factors are not falling, but rising rapidly. In particular, climate-accelerated wildfires burn closer and closer to our doorsteps each year, while smoke and noxious particulates fill local skies more frequently. Our ability both to mitigate and to adapt to anthropogenic global warming is being degraded as our infrastructure, particularly our electrical system, ages and deteriorates. We should act now to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and to adopt aggressive adaptation and resilience measures. For years, the City Council has reaffirmed these goals, and we can take specific actions now, and we should take those actions now because greenhouse gases linger for decades, if not centuries. What we need to do is act quickly and in the short and medium term, do as much as we can. Short-term approaches include creating meaningful subsidies for specific measures such as residential water heater conversions, and to better emphasize and to better detect and control fugitive methane emissions. Optimal medium-term approaches include a municipal carbon tax. Our quick, decisive, and aggressive action will also set a far better example for other communities throughout the world, thereby magnifying the positive impacts of our own work. I urge you not to postpone action, but to do so aggressively now. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Andrea Gara and then Kevin Ma. We will continue to be taking hands until Andrea Gara finishes. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I agree with Mr. Kelly that we cannot afford to act and wait to act, and we must not wait to act. What was very much missing from these suggestions are the two most obvious ways to take cars off the road and transition from a car culture. One is public transit. We used to have electric shuttles. We don't anymore because you all ended that program. Why don't you ask Tesla for electric shuttles, since they are the most valuable company on earth and haven't paid a dime in taxes to Palo Alto. The other way to take cars off roads is to have homes near jobs. We won't have all these commuters if we have homes near jobs. In terms of the ideas that you proposed, please don't spend a year researching them. They're going to fail. First of all, switching to EVs is not going to work because most people can't afford EVs, unless, of course, you get Tesla to give them to everybody. Telecommuting, that's not up to you. That's up to the companies. And you have neither sticks nor carrots because you don't tax these companies. Plus, small businesses rely on the employee base to stay in business. The best way to take cars off the commute, to avoid all these commuters, is one, to put homes near jobs, and two, to have public transit. Upgrading appliances. Oh, I love that idea. As you know, at least half, possibly more than half of our residents rent. So you're going to have to make all of our landlords upgrade our appliances. Please do that. I'm going broke from my utilities bills. I would love it if our landlord upgraded all the appliances. Good luck having that happen, though. I can't even get them to fix the broken dishwasher ever. As to e-bikes and e-scooters, you've got to be kidding me. Are any of you all going to switch to e-bikes and e-scooters? How about when you go grocery shopping? That's why electric shuttles work in every other town. And do we really expect our aging population to hop on an e-bike and an e-scooter? Or what happens if people have a glass of wine with dinner? Please just have public transit and homes near jobs. That will work. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Andrea Gara, to be followed by Kevin Ma, and then Dashelle Leeds. Andrea, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Andrea, you need to unmute from your end.
Sorry.
There you go.
I'm speaking on behalf of 350.org's Palo Alto climate team. First, on a personal note, I wanted to say that about a year ago, our gas hot water heater went out, and we bought a new one. We didn't know that Palo Alto was trying to electrify. We didn't know about the rebate program. Honestly, we didn't even know about the existence of electric hot water heaters. So I'm telling you this story because I know that the people in this room are really well informed about the climate plan, but unfortunately, I think I'm probably closer to the typical citizen. So I'm the poster child for the citizen who's actually very concerned and wants to help, but doesn't know what actions are even available. So we are going to have to work really hard to get the word out. I want to thank staff for pointing out tonight that we need deep community involvement to achieve our goals. We have a lot of great groups in Palo Alto, including 350.org, that want to help. So let's capitalize on that. Let's get all hands on deck, make sure that we have those community roundtables, get all of that creativity and energy, and let everyone get involved in educating people like me who need it and motivating the community. Next, I want to talk about urgency, echoing some of John's comments. Yes, we have been dealing with a devastating pandemic and we're all just coming up for air. But this week we circulated a petition in the community. In a few days' time, we gathered 231 signatures virtually. Environmentalists, scientists, religious groups all told us that they want to keep the focus on climate action. So I'm proud of that. I'm proud of Palo Alto's goals, and I'm proud of our new REACH code. And I hope we continue working as hard as we can, pushing to meet those goals in a timely manner.
Thank you, Andrea. We will no longer be taking speaker hands. Our next speaker is Kevin Ma, to be followed by Dashelle Leeds and then Keith Bennett. Kevin, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Council. My name is Kevin Ma, Renton Ventura neighborhood. I echo the calls of the Common Free Palo Alto to make their climate advisory group, since there seems to be many in our community with the kind of depth and knowledge that can be useful in the implementation and creation of a cap, as well as it provides a nudge to make sure that council, unlike the past 5 years, actually does something about the environment. I believe that for the stakeholder engagement, we do need to basically go neighborhood by neighborhood, because inherently it's very hard for information to get out, especially for such major changes, such as if we're considering a burnout ordinance in the future, that the current mechanisms of outreach seem to be lacking. This might require going neighborhood group by neighborhood group, or more pamphlets in CPAL bills and other communications. I believe that there should be stronger emphasis to make things a bit faster in the timeline. It is unfortunate that the current plan includes basically a bunch of bad measures to give us the idea that there's so much pushback in the community. Berkeley and San Jose has already passed gas infrastructure bill ordinance bans, and they didn't need a ballot measure for that. So why do we need to prepare and delay ourselves on these if they can also be hijacked by gas and oil companies sending in large mailers attacking the system? I believe that we should also be focusing on non-car alternatives to transportation. I understand that our Councilmember Burt is on the VTA board and hopefully can get more funds from them on the Palo Alto side. But that also means investing in our bike plans that a lot of projects have unfortunately been kind of iced due to lack of funds. So I believe that if we have better bike pedestrian infrastructure, we can encourage people to get off their cars, which with the EV adoption would inherently make our transportation much more decarbonized. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Dashelle Leeds, to be followed by Keith Bennett and then Stephen Rosenblum. Dashelle, go ahead. You've got 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Dashelle Leeds. I am the Conservation Assistant for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I'd like to echo the calls of the speakers before me. Please reaffirm your 80 by 30 goal, commit to aggressive action, and do not delay. I think there have been some really great ideas for short-term measures. One I'd like to add on is I really like the idea of providing increased incentives for building electrification. I also think that a climate advisory group would be a really good idea. I also applaud staff's suggestion of expanding the electrification requirements of the REACH code. And maybe one other thing to consider on top of that would be consider transitioning your REACH code requirements into a municipal natural gas prohibition ordinance along the lines of San Jose or Morgan Hill. And I think as opposed to taking ballot measures, I think it would be really better for the city to adopt policies, and as part of that adoption process, have a super robust public stakeholder outreach process. And one other thing I'd like to touch on is that staff mentioned that they didn't have the adequate resources to do a true deep dive on commercial and multifamily electrification retrofits. I think it would be really great for the council to empower the staff and consultants with the ability to do that deep dive, because our whole natural gas pipeline infrastructure grid is basically a climate, health, and cost liability. And the sooner we can get off of that, the better it will be for all of us. And I think it's really important to include commercial buildings, but especially multifamily buildings. These buildings are healthier to live in. So it really becomes an equity issue if our single family homes have these really nice electric buildings, but our larger multifamily buildings are stuck with the old, dirtier, and more expensive gas tech. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dashelle. Our next speaker is Keith Bennett, to be followed by Stephen Rosenblum. and then David Cole. And our final speaker tonight will be Justine Burt. Keith Bennett, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Keith Bennett. I am a member of SAYS Palo Alto's groundwater and also a resident of Palo Alto. In today's presentation on CHG emissions from concrete was not included in the emissions inventory, nor any of the proposals to reduce emissions from this source included. Director Eggleston mentioned that's a tier 3 thing, but I also like to comment that Councilmember Burke's comments about concrete being significant sources of emission is important. Let me give you an example. Underground construction of a single family residence in a high groundwater areas. Large amounts of concrete are used to provide the building weight necessary to avoid buoyancy from groundwater. Much less concrete is required for basements outside of the areas of high groundwater. For a 2,200 square foot basement, 11 feet deep, the concrete needs to weigh approximately 15 million pounds to offset the buoyancy for groundwater up to ground level. This corresponds to 370 cubic meters of concrete or 700 metric tons of CO2 emission. If my calculation is correct, overall this contributes about 1% of the CO2 emissions of all natural gas burned in Palo Alto per year from your numbers, and that's for a single residential basement. I would be happy to talk with anyone to go through the numbers and calculations. CNN Today had a segment on carbon sequestering concrete, so we should look at that as well. I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Our next speaker is Stephen Rosenblum, to be followed by David Cole and then Brett Anderson. Stephen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Steve Rosenblum. I'm a resident of Old Palo Alto. I'd like to thank staff for its report on progress toward our sustainability goals. And it's pretty clear from the report that our main sources of global warming gases are transportation and methane. So I think those are the areas we need to attack aggressively. And it's clear from the report that business as usual is not working, that we're not going to reach the goal by doing that. So, and we've also picked all the low-hanging fruit. So we're left with difficult choices. And from the staff report, there are lots of possible things to do, but I think we need to pursue a carrot and stick approach, not just carrots. And right now, this year, we need to start laying the groundwork for reductions over the next decade. We can't wait till 2-3 years to start doing something, because by the time it's actually in process, it'll be too late to reach the goal. So I just have a few ideas I'd like to just throw out in that direction. One is that we need to reduce vehicle miles traveled. That's pretty clear. We need to have more biking, walking, mass transit, eliminating methane on all commercial buildings. We need to reconsider mobility as a service, which was discussed years ago, as a possible way of reducing vehicle miles traveled. All city vehicles should be battery electric vehicles or hydrogen fuel vehicles with a hydrogen source from electrolytic hydrogen and not from carbonaceous sources. And then we should disincentivize private vehicle traffic on city streets and close some of them to through traffic. I guess I've run out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Our next speaker is David Cole, to be followed by Brett Anderson and then Julia Zeitlin. David, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, council and staff, for the excellent report. Yes, I would encourage council to move as fast as possible with the staff recommendations, and that we're already behind the game here. And even if we do complete all of staff recommendations, we are below our targeted goals. I support all the comments made, especially those from John Kelly and Dashiell leads on what we need to do to accomplish this. If you looked at Appendix D that was sent out earlier, the cheapest way to get reductions is through alternate means of transportation. And I would encourage the council to look at all the other things outside of the SCAP that comes before council. Every dollar you spend either supports or doesn't support efforts to reduce greenhouse gas reductions. In particular, the Arastadero Charleston project has been on the books forever, is a safety issue, is a transportation issue, is a greenhouse gas reduction issue, and could be moved forward, should be moved forward right away along with the redo of the bike pedestrian plan, which is way overdue. These things are the cheapest ways to reduce reductions and may gain us the extra 8% that's missing. And not to forget, every day you make a choice with dollars spent on how we move forward or not with climate reduction. So please move as fast as you can with the current plan that staff put forward, and consider bike ped as the best way to get from here to there and fill in hopefully that missing gap. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Brett Anderson, to be followed by Julia Zietland and then Gail Price. Brett, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
All right. Yes, Brett Anderson. So I'm speaking from Carbon Free Palo Alto's perspective, and also as a resident in Palo Verde neighborhood. We did send a letter in with quite a few comments and recommendations on what to do at this juncture. The report is very in-depth and shows a lot of work on staff's part, outlining what is a pretty big scenario for decarbonizing all of Palo Alto and switching from a gas utility to a single electric utility. The numbers are huge. We hope that's not dissuading council or any of our citizens looking on at this process. We can get there, but there are a lot of assumptions in those kinds of analysis that may or may not play out. What we know today is that from a priority standpoint and a feasibility standpoint, the easiest way to get there on the building side is to replace our gas devices with electric devices at the end of their life. So it's kind of common sense that we need to leverage the ongoing investment that's being put into that and add to that what's needed to retrofit our homes and commercial buildings with the electric wiring that's needed and the devices that are needed to replace those gas devices as they age. The costs are probably a lot lower when we get to volume than what you're seeing in the reports. So I think we should all take these as guesstimates. What we do know is that where there is action to negotiate at volume, the installation of these devices or whole home electrification, for example, what SMUD is doing on the low income segment is to negotiate guaranteed volume installations. And they have cut the cost up to 50% for the installation of these electric devices. So I think once we roll up our sleeves and have concrete proposals from staff, we can make more informed decisions about how quickly we can go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. Our next speaker is Julia Zietland, to be followed by Gail Price and then Saman De Silva. Julia, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Julia Zietland, and I am a 14-year-old climate activist, Palo Alto Youth Council member, and Palo Alto resident. I'd like to express my full support for the SCAP and for bold actions to be implemented right away. The 80 by 30 goal is an amazing and aggressive target that I am completely in support of. However, it is one thing to set this goal and another to achieve it. The urgency of reaching this goal has grown with each passing year. In order to achieve 80 by 30, the city needs to implement mandates and mandatory programs that focus on helping more homes electrify and more people purchase EVs. In addition, as wildfires become increasingly damaging each year and smoke is coming closer and closer to Palo Alto, I encourage the council to add a wildfire preparedness plan within the natural environment section of the SCAP. Along with many other Palo Alto residents, I support the council making large investments in our future now. It is apparent that the climate crisis is becoming more and more threatening each year. If we are going to make these necessary changes, they will have the most impact if implemented immediately. We should not delay action because of the pandemic. If anything, we should take action more aggressively because of it. Let's learn from the pandemic and take collective action now for the sake of my generation and future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Our next speaker is Gail Price, to be followed by Saman De Silva and then Katie Ruth. Gail, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Gail Price, president of Palo Alto Forward. We support and endorse the letter from 350 SV Palo Alto Climate Action Team. Expand electrification opportunities in all land uses and use financial programs and incentives. Incentivize purchases of electric vehicles by expanding storage stations in all sectors, private and public. Increase partnerships with the county and the state to support EV purchases. Better support SCAP goals through various means and utilize community members' expertise to expedite results. They have keen knowledge, commitment, and topic knowledge. Fund more options to improve mobility, enhance transit, expand TDM, and implement the bicycle and pedestrian plan to reduce emissions. Recognize that land use, density, zoning, compact infill housing near jobs and transit are critical for SCAP. This knowledge should inform your votes. Codify the Transform Green Trips calculator. As AECOM states, the net cost of achieving the 80 by 30 goal is about $10 million per year. This level of support is strategic. It provides data and agency to be effective. Your guidance on SCAP is critical, including identifying aggressive funding and measurable actions. Be bold to create a sustainable and healthy future for all of us, including my grown sons, their children, and many speakers, including Julia Zeitland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail. Our next speaker is Saman De Silva, to be followed by Katie Ruth and Justine Burt, and then our final speaker will be Olivia Musil. Saman, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. I thank you for hearing me today. My name is Saman De Silva. I am a 17-year-old junior at Henry M. Gunn High School, and I am the president of our Green Team, our environmental club. I would firstly like to say that I strongly echo the sentiments expressed by Dashiell, Julia, and prior speakers. In my AP US History class, I am being taught about the presidency of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, notorious spender and later notorious deficit spender. What he has taught us is the uncertainty of making big expenditures with the hope that they will provide us with big results. I understand the plight that we face, but I also understand that there is a stronger pull that warrants action on this very day. There is no uncertainty. So I'm here today to urge that you reaffirm our 80 by 30 goal and that you do not let slip the precedent that we must continue to further regarding Palo Alto's environmental progressivism. I've long held pride that in second grade at Nixon Elementary School, we were quicker to get recycling and compost bins than any of my peers around the Bay Area. I hold pride in thinking that federal environmental regulation has relatively little impact on my day-to-day life because we are so far ahead of that curve. And most importantly, I take pride in knowing that I have had a council that cares about my future. You're not passing this proposal for today. You're passing it for me and my future. You're passing it for our students, high school, middle school, and elementary school alike. As such, I echo prior sentiments expressed to further the importance of climate in the council's mind, renew reach codes, and not shy away from increased spending on such a vital topic. In turn, I urge you to reaffirm this proposal for my sake. So when the time comes, I can enter these council meetings in person, and I can rest easy knowing that my future is being secured by my elected officials. Do not let the budget define the value of your youth. Please reaffirm the 80 by 30 goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Saman. Our next speaker is Katie Roof, to be followed by Justine Burt, and our final speaker, Olivia Musil. Katie, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Katie Roof, and I'm a sophomore at Gunn. Growing up in Palo Alto, I was one of the kids who was fortunate enough to have a neighborhood in biking distance of a restaurant and a park. Many of those who I know don't live in an area in Palo Alto where they have the same opportunities. Even my best friend isn't in biking distance to any restaurant. With SCAP, I would like to especially highlight its benefits on the transport side of things. Not only will implementing SCAP increase the number of biking and walking opportunities for my friends and future generations, but will also increase public transport opportunities. In the presentation earlier tonight, I saw that over 60% of our carbon emissions in Palo Alto come from transportation alone, which makes what I've just said particularly important because opening more options will drive people towards more sustainable lifestyles. And as someone who just recently became old enough to get their license, implementing incentives to purchase electric vehicles and charging infrastructures is one incredibly exciting part of SCAP, which I know will further help my generation and others move away from fossil-fueled cars and other vehicles. Aside from these benefits, I want to speak on how my future and how other youth's futures will be impacted by SCAP being passed. With denser housing, more people will live closer to smaller businesses, which means people like me won't have to use transportation as much, and when we do, we'll be incentivized to use more sustainable methods like trains and buses. Since transportation is one of the leading contributors to global warming, as I mentioned earlier, this is especially important to me because the burden of climate change is beginning to fall more heavily on my generation's shoulders. So it is up to us to mitigate it as best as we can. Beyond that, SCAP will also help continue the precedent of the 80 by 30 goal of progressive climate action in Palo Alto by retrofitting buildings and requiring that all new buildings be fully electric. Overall, as a young citizen of Palo Alto, I hope that SCAP will be passed for our futures and for the health of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Our next speaker is Justine Burt, to be followed by our final speaker, Olivia Musil. Justine, go ahead.
Good evening to the mayor and city council. Thanks for the opportunity to give comments. The other day I was biking through Cal Avenue and I noticed a big sign that said gas main replacement 23, March 2021 through April 2022. And I thought, wow, they're replacing the natural gas main. That means we're going to continue to have natural gas for decades into the future. And I didn't get a chance to look up, but I was wondering how much that replacement is going to cost and if it would be perhaps cheaper to just replace water heaters, space heaters, dryers, and cooktops that burn natural gas with electric appliances and equipment. So just food for thought. We're locking in use of natural gas for the next few decades when we could be moving away from it more quickly. And the other quick comment I wanted to give is that we, a few months ago, got an electric bicycle, and it's so much fun. It's so exciting. You just barely touch the pedal and you zip ahead, knowing that 48% of all trips in urban and suburban areas are 3 miles or less. I think there's a huge untapped opportunity to switch people from gas burning vehicles to electric bikes to run their errands, to pick up groceries, to do more of the little around town errands. And that's all I have to share. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Justine. Our final speaker is Olivia Musil. Olivia, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Olivia Musil. I went to school at both JLS and Pali, so I grew up in South Palo Alto as well as Greer Park. I'm 23 and I currently teach in Santa Clara County, which means I can no longer live in Palo Alto due to pricing. However, I still keep up with the activities here. I'm also a member of the Sunrise Movement in Silicon Valley's chapter. When I think about climate change, I really want to reiterate what my why is. I went to elementary school in Santa Rosa. I no longer can go back to the community that I lived in there. The Tubbs fire and the glass fire destroyed my neighborhood. The house I grew up in elementary school no longer exists. My elementary school no longer exists because of climate change. This matter is very important to me. Climate change is the most pressing concern of our generation. It's a race issue, it's a health issue, and it's a class issue. It's a difficult issue, and it's necessary for us to meet the challenge. I'm very curious if the board knows that people in our 20s are really scared of having children because we don't know if we will watch our future children die because of climate change displacement. I really urge the council to prioritizing biking and walking options that connect Palo Altans to multiple cities. I really encourage the board to continue to fund movements towards building high density housing near transit, and this housing needs to be affordable. In summary, people across the state are hurting, people across the county are hurting, and I look to Palo Alto to set an example. So please, the board, can you continue to fight for climate change, continue to prioritize transit, and continue to prioritize housing, because we don't have any time left. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Great, thank you. Let's bring it back to council. I think Councilmember Stone, you had your hand up when we took a break, if you want to go.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first, thank you to all the speakers, especially to all the incredible student speakers who are just engaging in the civic process and especially fighting for your future. So that's just incredible to see. And I also want to give a big thank you to city staff for this really monumental lift in drafting this plan and bringing it before us tonight. I teach U.S. history at both Gunn and Pally, and we just finished our World War II unit. We're now covering the Cold War. And one of our recent discussions in class, we talked about how the invention and proliferation of nuclear weapons created the first ever man-made existential threat. And we're now facing our second man-made existential threat, climate change. Fortunately, the world stepped up to pursue nuclear non-proliferation. And it's now time that we treat the threat of climate change as an equal threat. Now, Palo Alto used to be a leader on this issue, and I think it's really time that we reclaim our role as regional, state, and even national leaders on bold climate change actions. And I'm really eager to work with my colleagues and staff and the community in making that happen. And I'm optimistic that we're moving in the right direction, at least with what staff has presented to us tonight. So thank you. And with that, I have a few, several questions. First one for the city attorney. Seems like there's a lot of legal uncertainty regarding our medium and high intervention strategies. Ms. Stubb, can you talk about some of those anticipated roadblocks? And is there any kind of estimate around legal fees associated with these strategies that's going to increase the total price tag of really the cost to implement this?
So thank you. So I'll start with the second one first. With the work that we've done so far, there will be some legal costs to evaluate and help to chart a strategy and to create the mechanisms to do the various priority projects that will make up this course of action. But we haven't put a specific number on it. And frankly, I think in light of, in relation to the actual costs of building and providing services and purchasing equipment, et cetera, I think that legal fees to design the components of the plan are going to, the council will find them manageable over time, over the time period that we need to do this. My bigger concern with fees really concerns the potential that some of these actions may carry an element of medium or high risk of challenge. And so you heard some public commenters talk about Berkeley's action. Well, Berkeley is in court defending their action. And so we do not know yet with respect to the court system whether the Berkeley will be allowed to go ahead and proceed as it wishes, or whether there'll be some other kind of ruling from the court that presents a major block. So those are my concerns, that court action, of course, can result in in general, speaking very broadly, two types of outcomes that could be adverse. One would be that there could be some compensation that the city's required to pay to people who've been harmed. And the other is that the court can actually stop an action from being taken, and that's called an injunction. And so some of these actions could implicate one or the other type of risk. And so those will be the ones that we'll be working very closely with staff and council to evaluate so that council can decide and make strategic decisions about risks that it wishes to take. And no doubt Palo Alto will take some because the need is so critical. It's important to move forward even in the face of risk, but you want to evaluate and really understand what that risk will look like and what the likelihood of success and against some kind of a challenge will be. So in terms of the specifics of the various types of concerns, they vary pretty widely depending, because this is a collection of very different types of proposed actions. Some are regulatory, some are financial, and there are a series of rules and requirements that we'll need to evaluate. We have begun to do that work, but we have not done a detailed analysis really on, it's an iterative process on any of these, and we'll do that as the additional details and specificity and priorities are set by council and then are worked on by staff. So we will be coming forward to council in the next period of time with some of that initial type of feedback and evaluation, and then that process will continue over the months as the plan becomes more detailed and more concrete.
Great, thanks for clarifying that, and that definitely a lot of question marks and asterisks so really associated with this plan here that's contingent on these legal strategies and the outcome. So thank you, I appreciate it. I see I'm out of my time.
Councilmember Cormack and then Councilmember Tanaka.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I want to thank AECOM and the staff. Usually I have a sense of dismay and sometimes despair when we cover this topic, or I read an article daily on it. But tonight I actually feel like there's some hope because not only is there a path, but there's a dollar figure that is within the realm of possibility. And maybe we haven't figured out yet how to make it work, but I'm pretty confident given the magnitude of the problem and working together that we can do so. So thanks for providing hope when usually there's just despair on this topic. A few questions to start with. We're all fixated on 80 by 30, and I wonder if staff could just talk for a minute. I understand that California set the 80 by 50 goal. I assume it wasn't entirely arbitrary. Was Palo Alto trying to be ambitious? What was the intent by just moving from 2050 to 2030? Before we go marching down trying to achieve this all, I just want to make sure, we all understand where it came from.
Not sure who has the best historical perspective on this. Actually thought it might be Mr. Abenshine.
Lots of people popping up.
Yeah.
So I would be happy to speak to this. So I was less involved with the original adoption of the SCAP, but I think at the time it was viewed as an above and beyond goal. And I think that climate science that's been coming out in the last few years has made it seem like more of the actions that are needed to hold global warming to 1.5 degrees C in conjunction with some other actions we can talk about around carbon neutrality. So I guess I'll stop there.
Okay, so I guess another question would be, is 80 by 30 still the right target? Or should it be 90 by 28? Or, I mean, like, has staff thought at all about that as we're locked into these, magically round numbers?
I think there's a lot of uncertainty around exactly what number is needed to achieve specific outcomes. I think what is clear, no matter how many articles or how much science we look at, is that carbon neutrality is needed before mid-century, and very aggressive emissions reductions are needed in order to achieve carbon neutrality. And 80 by 30 is consistent with some of the pathways that that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has put out for holding global warming to 1.5 degrees C in the last couple of years. That's probably the best statement I can make, not being a climate scientist.
Okay, so you still feel like this is ambitious, needed, aggressive, and achievable, sort of all of those things put together. Okay, super helpful. Other questions? What surprised the staff? Was there anything that surprised our team when you got the results from AECOM? What jumped out at you as something you weren't expecting?
I can speak to one facet of that. Jonathan is closer to it than I am, and he can probably add on. But just the fact that in these different areas for transportation and building electrification, it's kind of like we found that we had to do everything. Whereas I think when we were talking with the council about potential key actions last year, we had this thought in mind, we might come up with all these different pathways and a lot of options. And once we got into the numbers, it's pretty clear that all those reductions need to be made.
Mr. Abendschein, did you want to add something?
Well, yeah, I think Director Eggleston's was one of the biggest things we found. I'll say that these realizations sort of dawned on us gradually because we worked very closely with AECOM in developing the analysis. And I would say that the scale of the operational or the customer savings available from reducing the amount of gas-powered vehicle travel, whether it's through alternative commute or through adopting an e-bike or an e-scooter or an electric vehicle, the scale of those savings was really stunning, I think, and provides a path forward.
Thanks so much. I see my time is about to expire, and I assume we're going to have a couple rounds on this, Mr. Mayor. All right, thank you.
Yep. Councilmember Tanaka.
I just also want to thank staff for your really great work on this and all the speakers that called in, especially the youth, because a lot of what we're talking about tonight is going to affect them the most. So I think that's actually really good that they're getting involved, and I hope they stay involved. So in terms of staff's direction, in terms of having continued conservation, I think that makes sense. That's kind of like the no-brainer. Seems to be something that we're already trying to do the most that we can do. And it seems, according to what staff is saying, that the micromobility push actually has a nice bang for the buck. So definitely want to be supportive of that. I've talked about this many times, but I think we should look at not just incentives for buying electric cars, but also electric bikes, electric skateboards, electric scooters, because as a lot of the speakers said, they're a lot of fun and they take up less energy to produce as well as to use. So I think we should look closely at that. One thing I wanted to ask about, because I know there was a pandemic, so that might cause some delay, but I think there was at one point supposed to be a trial around scooter share, and I don't know if staff could talk about whatever happened to that, because I think we approved it on council.
I don't know that we have the right staff here to follow up on or to respond to that. I believe effectively the pilot was in place, and pandemic, I suspect, was the primary cause for the industry effectively not moving forward at this time.
Okay, well, maybe when time's right, it makes sense to revisit it, because that's kind of nice, because it's also a lot lower cost than trying to own your own. And then one question I had for staff, and I brought this up, I think, during one of the finance meetings, is it's really great that we're looking at renewables like wind and solar. I think those make a lot of sense, and those are getting cheaper and cheaper all the time, especially like offshore wind. But one thing I wanted to just ask is, what about nuclear? Because nuclear, it provides power when the sun doesn't shine, when the wind doesn't blow. Energy storage is still a big time problem. So I realize the cost of it is pretty high, but a lot of other countries have figured it out and been able to get the cost down lower. So I don't know if staff could talk a little bit about that. And I think we need to look at all of the tools in our toolbox when we try to figure out the greenhouse gas problem. And if you look at the number of deaths caused by nuclear is way less than even something like coal. In some countries, it's gone pretty cheap, but this is maybe more of a federal issue than a local issue. But I don't know. Maybe can someone in staff talk about where we are on this?
So we're not currently looking at any nuclear projects. We do continuously look at our electric portfolio and look at opportunities to rebalance it as we need to, and we will need to be looking beyond solar and wind down the line. But whether nuclear will be a part of it depends on a lot of things, and like you said, especially at the federal level and at the state level. I believe, and I hope I'm not misquoting this, but California has a moratorium on any new nuclear until there is a federal storage facility, the one that they keep considering at Yucca Mountain. And so I don't know what the timeline will be for nuclear to be considered in California.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the second thing I wanted to ask about is, I think it's really important that we try to go to cleaner energy sources. But what about, I think what was it last week or the week before, we had a power outage, and we've been having quite a few of them. And how does this, our goal of trying to become more green, is there a way we could kind of tackle both of them, right? We upgrade our infrastructure, make things more efficient, but also solve some of the power outage issues that have been coming up? Because I know I've been hearing a lot about this from the people who've been affected. And also be interested to know whether are these just kind of normal outages, like in terms of these are the rates that people see, everywhere else, and we're just doing better than everywhere else. But there's always power outages, or whether it's worse. It'd be good to know. And I don't know if staff can talk a little bit about where we are on some of this stuff.
Probably, if I might, Councilmember, best just to reference the article that we put out on Medium, basically a report from the Utilities Department, Utilities Director, that explains some context on the current issues and follow-up actions being taken. That said, I think the point you raised regarding the importance of reliability of our electric utility is of critical importance as we move forward with sustainability planning. So I think it really makes the point that planning in and of itself is not going to be sufficient. It does require the day-to-day and night-to-night reliability of the utilities we depend on.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much. So a couple questions. Yeah, $750 million sort of sounds like about the right order of magnitude. Where do we spend that? And then where does the savings come from? So, I mean, if we can save 80% of the expenditure, then maybe we're going to spend $750 million and save $600 million. So what do we spend that on, and what do we save it on?
Yes, Mr. Abendstein, unpack that a bit.
Sure. So most of the spending, and I would have to go to the numbers to break it down specifically, but most of the spending comes from building electrification, and most of the savings comes from electric vehicles and alternative commute. It's the savings from the avoided maintenance and the avoided gasoline for vehicles, and there is savings also associated with avoided natural gas spending. Right now, it is a little bit of a net increase in somebody's bill to electrify, in part because of rates structure. But in the long term, we're expecting that to change as gas rates continue to increase for a variety of reasons, while electric rates for another variety of reasons are likely to stay a little bit more stable.
Well, so I saw that, but I was having some trouble, or I saw some of that in the report, thank you, and I was having trouble unpacking it because, when you talk about spending money on building electrification, I assume what we're talking about is basically going out and buying a lot of heat pump water heaters and space heaters and stoves, which, cost the city money. And then people, when they get an electric car and they save money on maintenance, they save that. So how do we get our $750 million back?
Okay, so yeah, let's unpack that a little bit. The $740 million is the cost. It doesn't talk about who's going to pay the cost. When you start, the cost could be paid entirely by the community. And I'll just say that there's a mistake in the staff report that said that $740 million includes the utility costs. It does not. Utility costs are significantly smaller in the $40 to $120 million range. And we could get into that if we wanted to, but this is the cost of actually buying those heat pump water heaters and putting them in the homes. And so that can be paid for by the people, by the residents and the businesses. It can be, we can look at other ways of financing or funding those. On-bill financing could be a really critical way to finance these. In other words, you tap capital markets for the upfront cost of these improvements and then pay them back over time in part on the bill. You could also look at taxes and incentives. Again, like the city attorney was saying, there are a lot of legal issues that need to be sorted out around that. But those are some of the tools that we would use to figure out for the community, that the community would want to use to figure out who ends up paying what incentives are available. There are a lot of different ways to slice those costs up.
Okay.
That's something we'll need to study in the next couple of years.
I understand. Okay. That wasn't as I didn't quite get that when I read the report. So thank you very much. That's
understood.
Which sort of comes to my next question, if I got any time left here, which goes to legal, which is and you sort of dipped a toe into this already, but to what extent do we have legal latitude to use natural gas pricing as a price signal to try to encourage people to use less of it?
Yeah, that's definitely a challenge area. As you know, Prop 26, we're constrained in terms of how we set our gas and electric rates, and we're also constrained on any kind of cross sharing of revenues and expenses across the different utilities. So it's something that we're looking at very closely with staff.
Yeah, sharing across utilities with the idea of, we charge you a carbon tax on this one, but we rebate it to you on this other one. Is that can we do that?
Well, I'm going to avoid the temptation to say anything definitive tonight, but that is an area of significant challenge that we're aware of.
I was going to say, should I jump in and say, not today? We certainly can't do that today.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, I'll jump in with a few more questions. So Vice Mayor Byrd asked the questions about CEQA. I didn't really understand the answer. So, we have a REACH code today. Which of these programs are we saying needs a CEQA analysis? Yes, which ones don't? And encouraging people to.
Right,
So like
plan needs a CEQA analysis?
So we can't encourage people to buy EVs without a CEQA analysis?
No, I wouldn't say that. Various components of the plan ideas might be able to be adopted under various exceptions to CEQA. But the plan as a whole is intended, it's being designed and it's intended to work together, its component parts towards a unified goal. And that type of planning activity, similar to our comprehensive plan, you do need to do CEQA review on it. And often that will allow you then, when you go to the various sub-elements, to expedite and not necessarily do another full review.
Okay, so I understand that. I just wonder if there's some of the short-term actions that would be clear enough that we could get started without completing the CEQA analysis.
It's
Like some of
possible.
these incentives. I mean, we have some of these, we have programs. I think we're talking about expanding existing programs, you know, that kind of thing.
Right. So we can look at that. It's possible that there are some things that can run in parallel. I mean, there are things that Palo Alto has done already. But in terms of finalizing this plan with an intention to implement it, it does need to go through CEQA review.
Okay. Yeah, it's just like waiting a year to get started on all of this is scary, because I was not as comforted by as Councilmember Cormack was, and that some of these targets to reach this seem pretty aggressive, like 100% conversion of residential housing to gas and to electric. And you know, looking at the handout, table D1, so we expect single family home emissions to go to 0, a modest drop for multifamily. Yet multifamily is 40 to 45% of our housing stock. And you know, I heard the explanation about kind of the cost per reduction and why the focus that way. But I'd like to see it maybe be explicitly listed that we're going to continue to look for options to address multifamily and commercial. And that, again, the plan is built around basically saying those are too expensive right now in some areas, so we're not going to do that. And again, it's just a large chunk that I think we need to come back to. And I do think in some cases in multifamily, whether they're condos or apartments, you know, there may be some economies of scale of, you know, converting buildings over all at once. And then thank you to Councilmember Filseth. I had the same questions about how do we think about these expenses. You know, it said that basically it was a net 10 million a year, but it wasn't clear like who pays and who saves. I do think maybe we want to have a policy that as much as possible, we try to align these programs so that the person making the payment is the person experiencing the savings. So we try to get as much parity there as possible. And again, I understand we may need to invest as a city to spur some of those things, but you know, obviously, I think people are going to want to see the benefit if they're putting up the money. Also, maybe staff could talk to a little bit about this idea of carbon neutrality versus carbon reduction. So I think California has a goal of being carbon neutral by 2045, but the 80% reduction by 2050. I don't think we have a carbon neutral target in Palo Alto, and should we? How should we think about that?
They ask Mr. Eggleston or Evanshine or Ms. Long to comment.
So no, we do not have a carbon neutrality goal for Palo Alto, mostly because when we set our 80 by 30 goal, California did not have its own carbon neutrality goal yet at that time. There are a lot of benefits of having a carbon neutrality goal. One of them is we don't have this issue of changing methodologies and having a harder time comparing to a baseline. As I mentioned, the methodologies have changed since we did our 1990 inventory. So it's hard to do an extremely direct comparison with our previous inventories. A carbon neutrality goal just compares to, you know, the best methodologies at hand of calculating your greenhouse gas emissions, because you're just looking at, you know, the year that you're calculating the inventory from. So it has some benefits along that, but there is, even though it's called a carbon neutrality goal, there is a embedded carbon reduction goal within it, because you still have to decide, you know, of your carbon neutrality goal, you know, how much are you reducing and how much are you offsetting? So there is an implied reduction required, but it's a cleaner goal than comparing to an arbitrary baseline.
Thank you for that. And yeah, my recollection could be wrong, but you know, I think the state of California has changed its goals. I think we set our goal prior to the current state goal, but I think that's maybe one of the reasons we were more aggressive.
Yes, the carbon neutrality. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. That was it.
Yes, the carbon neutrality goal wasn't enacted until 2018.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to a second round. Vice Mayor Burt.
Thanks. Before wading into some more of the specifics of both questions and recommendations, I want to step back and follow up to on some of the comments that Councilmember Stone made, and also some of the speakers, and in particular some of the youth speakers, and also to respond to the question on where did our 80-30 goal come from. So the 80-30 goal was what we first identified in 2015 and adopted in 2016. And at the time, first, even now, we recognize that, or that the science shows, I should say, that an 80-30 reduction will still result in significant global warming. If that was a widespread adoption and achievement, we'd have significant global warming even with that very aggressive program. That's how far we are down the path right now. And 80-30 was the most we could conceive we could achieve. And as we're all seeing, that's a great challenge. So we're stuck between a rock and a hard place, between how challenging this is and what is needed to put even a cap on the amount of global warming that we're going to see. And I want to follow up on something that I think Brad spoke about is I heard a climate leader recently say the one single thing about climate protection plans is there's no one single thing. It's got to be a whole bunch of different initiatives. There may be certain ways that those are unified around transportation and buildings, but it's a whole series of initiatives. We wish we could have some single action that could really take us where we all need to get. So then I want to just kind of reflect on that. It was 20 years ago when we were all starting really down this path in a more aggressive way. We really thought that this was a great existential threat to our grandchildren. And kind of over the last decade, we recognize, and the scientific community has recognized, this is happening faster and more severely than we realized, and it was a threat to our children. You know, last year we had mega fires in our region that are very much a major factor is the climate change. And we were one big wind shift away from them sweeping down our foothills and having the most incredible impact we've ever had on our community. One of the speakers talked about Santa Rosa neighborhoods being wiped out. And that is the threat that we have today. We've had 5 years of mega fires, but we realize now that those fires are not just environmental impacts. When we talk about our canopy, our biggest canopy is in our wildlands, not in our urban area. The urban area matters a great deal, but the bigger canopy is the wildlands. But it's a public health threat, and it's a public safety threat of dire risk. I mean, the risk we have right now from a mega fire is our greatest public safety risk in the near term, barring a huge quake hitting us in an unforeseen way. And so we now have a risk that the scientific community recognizes. It's not just our grandkids and our kids. We have a moral obligation to give them a world that they can live in a way approximating what we've been able to enjoy. But what we have now is, it is a risk today. So I just want to emphasize that we're not just dealing with an environmental problem. It is a present day public safety risk, public health risk, and what the pandemic has shown us, it is a huge economic risk. So just imagine a fire sweeping down out of the foothills and wiping out and coming into our urban wildland boundary of our research park and the boundaries between them, and the incredible impacts that. It's hard to even fathom, but I encourage you to go visit the outskirts of Boulder Creek or Santa Rosa or Paradise, California. And these are not things that are hypotheticals. These are events today in California. The CZU fire from last summer is not put out. It's smoldering right now. I recently read that that the winter rains were so light this year that they didn't put out the smoldering fire. We have already had, Butano Park has already had in April a first fire from last year's fire. We don't need new lightning for this to come up again. That's how significant this is, even in our own backyard. So we thought that sea level rise was the great impact, and it is, in the next decades, remains an incredible risk for us. But we're already in the middle of this. So I just want to make sure that when we're looking at the severity of this crisis, that we say we really don't have a choice. This is an existential threat to mankind and our community. And the pandemic has taught us it is foolish to not do what's necessary to act when we still can. The consequences far exceed the investments that are necessary. So that's my pitch on why we've got to do what we've got to do.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to thank the Vice Mayor for his powerful commentary there, and really the need to act now. It's a personal story. I mean, my wife and I think like most young couples do at some point when they're early on in their marriage, have talked about starting a family and raising children. And one of the things that kind of keep coming up as a impediment to us making that decision, and it's something that no couple should ever have to weigh, is it responsible for us to bring children into this world if we are not capable of leaving them a planet that they can thrive in? God, I mean, I just never thought that would be something that we would have to consider, but it's something that we always do when we have this discussion, and we still haven't made that determination because we truly find that to be an irresponsible decision if we don't feel like we are able to do that. And so that the need to act is just so it's so apparent. It's so in our face. I mean, in the past, I always heard the talking points was, yes, we need to leave a better planet for our grandchildren, our great grandchildren. But as the Vice Mayor just said, these impacts are happening now, and lives are being destroyed now, and lives are going to be continued to be destroyed in the near term and long term. And so I really think there is no greater thing that we can be doing than working on the issue of climate change. So a few more questions. So one, so we've reduced our emissions by 38.2% since 1990, and despite a 23.6% increase in population, those numbers seem to be positive in isolation, but it's difficult to tell in isolation. Do we know how we're comparing to similar cities in some of these gains that we've made?
I can take this one. So every year we report to the CDP, the Climate Disclosure Project, so that we can benchmark our progress against other cities. And every year, since they've been doing it the past 3 years, Palo Alto has always made what's called the A list of cities who are taking aggressive action towards climate change and reducing their emissions above and beyond a certain point. So compared to other cities, we are actually doing quite well. A lot of cities in the Bay Area, their more at like 15 to 20% emissions reductions. So even though 38% might not seem like a lot, it is in the grand scheme of things quite good.
Great, thank you. That's helpful to know. So hopefully, too, we're going to be seeing some significant housing production in Palo Alto over the next decade. Let's say Palo Alto, let's say somehow we meet our RHNA target for the next housing cycle. We build over 6,000 new housing units. Does staff have any sense in how that then impacts our GHG goals? Does that help us? Does it hurt us? It's a nominal difference. Is that a part of the? Is that a kind of a part of our baseline? I know that the baseline seemed to be I think based on the comp plan. So I assume it doesn't include these scenarios. But if staff can talk about that.
Sylvia, is that something you might be able to jump in on?
Yes, thank you. The provision of housing would result in reduced VMT on a per person basis. So for example, there would be fewer super commuters in the Bay Area. So overall for the region, the provision of housing in town, since we tend to have more jobs than houses, would actually result in lower VMT per person.
Great, thank you. Though and because I know, I've seen data, I don't have it in front of me that does show sort of the trend of residents who work in town compared to commuting out of town seems to stay consistent despite population growth or housing production. So is that anticipated to stay the same? I'd imagine the trends would continue in that direction.
I think the way to think about this is really from a regional perspective. So, I mean, over the region, it's better for folks to live closer to where they work. I think that's the simplest way I can say it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that. Just trying to understand how that analysis is playing into our projections of being able to reach these goals.
I also wanted to address the question from Councilmember Stone that all the new housing that you have mentioned will be built to be all electric, so there will be no fossil fuel consumption in these new buildings, but because of the city's energy reach code.
Thank you for that, Christine. And I would also just like to add that land use is probably one section of the analysis where some additional focus might give us some more clarity in that area. It's one of the challenges that we've had is that it's fairly expensive to run the transportation models that are required to model different land use assumptions. And so we probably haven't delved as deeply into that topic as we could. So I'll just say that. And I think I would echo what Sylvia said about the general trends that come from denser housing.
Okay, thank you. I see I'm out of time.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I'll just follow up on the staff answers around infill housing and, the commuting, which looks like it's in remote telecommuting, looks like it's potentially inconclusive. Yes, this is absolutely an area we need some more information on. And I think it might help inform our policy goals differently. So I appreciate hearing more about that. We had a few speakers speak about municipal carbon tax. Would staff like to describe what that might look like, how it might function?
So I will ask the city attorney to jump in wherever you feel is necessary. But I think there are a lot of different ways to implement or to imagine a carbon tax. Let's put it that way. How many ways we could actually implement it is another question. I think the simplest way to look at it is some kind of an increased cost on the use of natural gas. Obviously, there are potential equity implications of that sort of tax for people who need gas for heating and are unable to convert. You have to pair it with incentives to avoid creating those equity impacts. When you look at carbon taxes on vehicles, that's where things get a lot more complicated, both logistically and I think, given that the city is very limited in the kinds of fees it can put on vehicles. But that's the other place that you would look at a carbon tax.
Can we tax, so I know the vice mayor was talking about gasoline stations, sorry, what are those called, gasoline stores? Gas stations, can we tax vehicle fuel in the city?
I'm going to turn to the city attorney on that one.
We haven't looked specifically at that. This carbon tax idea is one of the ones that's really pitched at a pretty high level of generality. And the three little concepts that we've just now surfaced all have different legal issues associated with them. So we'd have to look at that. My gut instinct is that we will find that that's preempted by state and federal law.
I could see how that might be possible. Thanks for that. I guess the thing that is interesting, following up on Councilmember Filsath's question about who pays and who saves. I think that was the mayor's phrasing, but that was where Councilmember Filsath was headed. One of the problems we're trying to solve for here with all of these actions is that the actual cost of the externality is not built into the energy usage. So it's really tempting to fix that, right? And then let the various uses and industries and appliances sort themselves out, because we wouldn't have to go through this level of, frankly, engineering to figure out what needs to be fixed where and what we're allowed to do. So recognizing that there will be challenges, as I think that's one of our favorite words these days. I don't want us to entirely give up on that, because it's a simpler way to implement. And so anyway, I'll just toss that out. Couple other questions. So we discussed scope 3 a little bit. And one of the emails we received today asked us to go, each of us to go and do our own personal household emissions. And one of the things, of course, that's in there is air travel. So I get this comment from people all the time. Okay, great. Palo Alto, people drive electric vehicles and they have enough money perhaps to replace their water heater with an electric one, and then they go get on a plane. So am I right that air travel by Palo Alto residents is not captured in this?
That is correct. Air travel would be considered a scope 3 emission and is captured in a consumption-based inventory, and that is not currently what we do. But there was a study a few years ago that looked that guesstimated the consumption-based inventory for Bay Area cities. And what they found was that while Palo Alto is very good with housing, the air travel is worse than the Bay Area average.
Which intuitively makes sense. So I guess that's just something for us all to think about, even if it isn't captured in the way that we do this, messaging around that, I think probably be helpful. Oh, and I'm out of time. Okay. Next time I want to talk about advocacy at the state level and understand what staff thinks might be the biggest lever that we would need to adjust.
Councilmember Filsath.
Yeah, I wanted to just add a postscript to the discussion about per person DMT versus absolute DMT and so forth, which is that all these RHNA projections are based on the idea of adding lots of population to the Bay Area, and nobody has yet figured out how to add people without adding greenhouse emissions. And our targets are absolute, not per person emissions, because alas, the planet warms on absolute emissions, not per person emissions.
Councilmember Coop.
Thank you. I was just wondering, how does equity fit into all of this? You know, we're talking about racism and, you know, racial inequalities and so forth. How does this fit into this sustainability?
We could give you the short answer or the long one. I just opt for the short answer and suggest that it is a key consideration that as we pick up on specific policies, that they be evaluated in terms of course, unintended social impacts.
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, that's a huge concern, right? I mean, as we're talking about, you know, I believe, was it Mr. Abendschein who said, you know, gas rates will be dropping in the next few years and electric rates will be stabilizing. But stabilizing to where? You know, it's good for us to know where we're going to, at what price we're going to be buying electricity at, and there's more, we know what to expect. But the thing is it going to go to where gas prices is and so forth, you know? So, you know, that is a huge concern. And I do hope that is part of the equation as we're discussing all of this. The other part is, you know, Council Member Stone's question about, say, we do build all these the arena allocations in the next decade or so. I'm sorry, I'm having effects from my second vaccination, and but it also kind of is, for me, it sounds like an assumption, you know, when we're talking about, you know, it's a regional problem and there's going to be less people traveling in. Yet we know that the amount of affordable housing and also the jobs multiplier, where you have for every worker, for every person in the tech field that comes in here to work, there's also so much numbers of lower wage workers that has to come in here. So what we're saying is that we're actually going to build that affordable housing for that affordable group that we keep on missing out on. That's a huge assumption. That's a huge, and history tells us that that doesn't happen. So I do want to put all of that in perspective. Also, I've been reading some of the reports about green buildings, right? I mean, the greenest building would be reusing buildings, not the demolition of one to build one and so forth. So with that said, I just kind of feel like, have we even followed along or measured materials that are being used to develop a building, and also what the carbon emissions and carbon footprints are for the demolition of a building, for that infill building? I think those are also important factors to take into place if we're going to be doing measurements and tracking all of that. Lastly, I do want to say that we also need to kind of like build confidence with our constituents with regards to our electric grid. So let's do that first. You know, I mean, I think there's some milestones to reach before we jump into the heavy. Anyways, thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to make any comments?
I already did. Thank you.
Okay. So I think what's really clear to me is, and we said it before, but there's really no time to waste. These are really steep targets. Again, we're going from 30 to 85% EV ownership, going from people outside of Palo Alto, also increasing, I think, up to 35% from 3%. And then single family homes, you know, being completely electrified. So, I mean, this is really huge changes in behavior. And I continue to have concerns, I think, about having clear responsibility on our city staff. I mean, I know you guys showed a large team of people involved. I think incentives and accountability are going to be really key. And I'd really like to see us get moving in the short term. Again, these questions about CEQA and do we have to wait until spring of 22? I think we need to get some of these programs moving in parallel, this year in 2021, and not wait to have the entire program, reviewed from a CEQA perspective. And again, the big changes, we can branch out and talk about a lot of different areas, but it's primarily about the use of gas, and a lot of this is utility based. I think it's our EV infrastructure and electrification programs. And Councilmember Koo just mentioned it. I think part of that is reliability of our electrical grid and reliability of our electric utility. But then I'd also like to see basically the electric utility, I think, champion a lot of these programs. And, this is an area, I think, even with very tight budgets that we need to invest in. That means, hiring another person in utility whose sole focus is on this, that may be what we need to do. So, getting to the process, if we look at, the packet, the report pages 11 and 12, packet page 256, 257, and staff is really asking us to talk about how we want to get organized, and there's a timeline there. I think what makes sense is some form of stakeholder committee that could include some council members. But again, I think we have a very experienced residential population. There are a lot of experts out there, and I think a lot of this is some technical expertise that we should really, not so much just the advocacy groups, though again, changing behavior is going to require advocacy, but just people that are in green companies, people that have experience rolling out some of these programs. We really do have a lot of expertise here, and I think we got to figure out how we leverage that. And then again, I just think it's really key that we break down these short-term and midterm tasks and figure out what we can go forward with now and what do we have to wait a little bit to get going. I think we really need to leverage our Utilities Advisory Commission. Maybe this should become a primary focus for them as well. And again, this is a huge topic, and we can go down lots of different rat holes. I don't want us to be paralyzed by the scale challenges. Again, I'm not saying we only do a couple of things, but I really think if we keep our focus on gas and take some really tangible steps, and really think about how do you get wholesale changes in behavior, that's going to be huge. And technology will continue to evolve. We will continue to find new solutions. It's unbelievable how many electric airplane companies have gotten funded recently. And so, it may just be that air travel is an issue that takes a few more years to figure out. But let's focus on the things that we think we know how to do, and really figure out how do we get them to scale, because we need to get those initial adopters and those success cases, but then we really need to be ready to scale this out. And so while I'm generally supportive of what staff laid out, I feel like it may be too conservative. I'm still concerned that there's no clear responsibility on staff in terms of having, one or two people who are really accountable for this. And, I'd love to hear from my colleagues again on some concrete steps. This is an action item tonight, and I think we need to decide how we're going to move forward. And that got a lot more hands raised. Vice Mayor Burt.
Thanks. So following up on your comments, first, when we look at the big buckets, 90% of what we have to do is about reducing fossil fuels in transportation and in buildings. That's what it boils down to. A lot of actions needed to do that, but it's about fossil fuel reduction. And so if we're talking about basically electrifying our transportation fleets, personal and public, and electrifying our buildings over time, then that's about our electric utility system. And how do we build that in a way that is prepared for it? First, we've got to make sure that we've got a high reliability system that's robust. And we've recently seen that we have, in all likelihood, underinvested in that in recent years. And we've had a lot of refrain about that our rate increases are so high. I just want to dispel that myth and falsehood. Our residential electric rates are about 40% below PG&E. Put differently, PG&E is about 60% higher than our rates. We aren't even in the same ballpark as PG&E. So if you ask the average resident, how happy would you be with rates 40% below PG&E and an unreliable system versus 30% or 20% below and a highly reliable system? We all know what the answer would be. We expect reliability, and that reliability and expansion of the system is essential for this whole program that we're talking about doing. So I think that we have been underinvesting in this. As the mayor just said, we don't have the bandwidth on staff to really be able to do a lot of this. We can leverage that greatly with this incredible set of resources in our community of domain experts at Stanford, at corporations that their chief sustainability officers, with residents who happen to be national and international leaders in specific aspects of this. We have really incredible resources, and those people will step up for their community on something that really taps in to their expertise. So we can leverage staff resources, but we need to expand staff resources, and we need to invest in the capital and the people in our electric utility to get it back so that we are highly confident that it is very robust and reliable. And I think we recently had a discussion on this at the Finance Committee. We recommended that we refer to the UAC an examination of the reliability and what investments we should make to strengthen that. I think we need to do more than that. I think we need to act on that sooner rather than later. And at a minimum, we need to authorize additional expenditures at our staff to be able to have dedicated resources that are focused on the bulk of this plan. I also agree that we've really got to look in this plan. We can't simply adopt, I don't think, the plan tonight, in part because some of the elements that are out there in 2025 or so are things that the community is not yet sold on. If you tell the community at this point in time that everybody is going to have to, within 4 years, lose their gas ranges, they think that is an unacceptable burden. They don't yet, for the most part, understand that the restaurant industry is starting to convert to induction heating because it is better quality and easier to use and safer for not being burnt on a stove, and safer for avoiding what are really significant public health risks within our homes from breathing the fumes from burning methane. And so we're going to have to do some work before so that the community is going to experience this, they can try it, they can see their neighbors have done it and go forward with that. So we will need to differentiate those things. I also want to bring up that we had a national leading program of Palo Alto Green before we went to 100% carbon neutral electricity. And we had the highest adoption rate in the country, where our residents, over 20% of our residents elected to voluntarily pay a premium on their utility bills to offset the impacts that we then had of carbon impacts from our electricity portfolio. I think that in that period of time, it's been now almost 10 years since we had that program, the willingness of the community who has discretionary spending, which is a high percentage of our community, is much higher than it was then. I think that we could kickstart this program by reenacting a Palo Alto Green program and devoting those resources to a bunch of the things that are here right now that we don't have the financial resources to do. And I think the community would buy in on that. And part of that goes to Councilmember Ku's question of how do we deal with the social equity part of this? So what we don't have is low income folks who could afford to voluntarily pay that premium. I can tell you everybody who owns a Tesla can afford to pay that premium. And that's a lot of people in this town. And they'd be willing to. They're buying that Tesla because it reflects that value structure, that they believe that they should be driving an electric vehicle and they can afford to buy the best one. So I think that we would have a strong support, and a lot of that could be devoted toward how do we help the lower income portion of our community to adopt a bunch of these practices that the rest of us might be able to afford on our own. So I'll leave it at that, but when it comes to it, I'll be able to offer up some specific proposals if others don't do so.
Or we're getting to that time of the night. Councilmember Filseth.
Well, just briefly, I want to thank staff for the report they've done and the work they've done here. And you know, my temptation is to be really specific and direct here, but I think some other folks on council are suggesting that, you know, maybe we ought to continue to be a little bit oblique about this. It's not going to be very oblique, because this isn't very oblique, and the staff report's really clear what has to be done. Okay, it's really clear what has to be done with gas, and it's really clear what has to be done with cars. Okay, so if we're going to do this, then the steps we take to go forward need to be focused on making those things happen, right? And so, I mean, there's a lot of discussion about, you know, we got to show the community we care and so forth, and all that's true, but it's a necessary but not sufficient condition. Okay, staff report is really clear what has to be done. And so if we're going to move forward with this, and if we're serious about it, then we have to organize ourselves to make those. And it's gas and cars. And it's cars in both Palo Alto and non-Palo Alto cars, which adds a level of complexity. But that is what needs to be done.
Councilmember Cormack.
It's actually just gas. It's gas in homes and gas in cars. It's really that simple. We can boil it down a little bit further.
Petrol.
All right. So many things have been brought up. I had other things to cover. I think I want to return to two of the public speakers. One of the public speakers says we picked the low-hanging fruit. So I guess my response is, you know, if we pick the low-hanging fruit, then we need to get a ladder. And we might need a bunch of ladders in this situation. Another public speaker talked about how she wasn't familiar with the impact of having a gas water heater and certainly didn't know how to get an electric one. And I think one of the missing components today, as we talk a lot about details and educating people, and I know Councilmember Ku brought it up, people are having a really hard time doing this, okay? And it's not just getting the water heater, it's upgrading your electrical panel. It's getting somebody to come and do the work, right? It's getting it scheduled in advance. So I think there's work here to do for us that is really meaningful, excuse me. And I think this is an area where we shouldn't do this alone, right? Having some regional alignments on standards and implementation of these basic things in residences is actually going to help us. It's one of the things that people talk about when they come to the UAC. They say, you know, people are doing this other places, whether it's solar or electric water heat pumps. So there's a lot of real work to be done here. And I know staff understands that. I guess I'll just respond to the mayor's suggestion of a stakeholder group, which I did not see listed as one of the options from this staff. And I guess I'll just go through the three options they have in that and share my thoughts. This level of detail from a scientific standpoint and the breadth of it, I think is probably not something the council can manage on a regular basis at this level of detail. I think it's important that it come to us frequently, but I don't think we are going to be able to engage with it at the appropriate level of detail. So I'd like to see it, but I don't think that should be the only thing that happens. I also don't think an ad hoc committee is exactly right. I think it might end up creating, I don't think that that would work as well. Finance committee absolutely should be a participant in this. And the reason is that some of these things will be novel and we're gonna have to figure out how and who pays for them. So I think it's appropriate for some of it to come there. I really like using the city's boards and commissions. You know, one of the things that I mentioned that the prior council didn't have any interest in when we did the ad hoc on boards and commissions was having one on climate, environment, sustainability. It could just be, you know, an SCAP. So whether it's a stakeholder group or an actual board and commission or a blue ribbon committee, I know there'd been one before, but I think the time is now to help us manage this. I guess my concern as I think about the timing that I know the mayor has described as being an issue, and I certainly agree with, is that if we do one where council appoints it, it will take forever with applications and voting and all of that. So in this instance, if we're going to do that, I would trust the city manager to select from the, you know, the list of things that the mayor mentioned, including, yeah. The final thing, I think, talking about bringing the community and people along really has to do with a customer focus. A lot of this is focused from sort of us or numbers, whatever, towards people. But if we can invert that and think about what it's like for a person or a household and move out from there, I think we're going to do a much better job. And that gets at, you know, permitting and explaining things, et cetera. Okay, oh yeah, I have a minute left. I did just want to go back to the advocacy at the state level. Of the things that the staff learned about throughout this process, what's the top one or two couple things that you think we might need to advocate for at the state level to be able to make this happen?
Staff may want to comment on some specific areas, but I actually believe it's premature for us to opine on that. I do believe we need to look at, aside from legislation, there's a whole, call it the layers of the onion related to regulation and what may actually be constitutional limitations on some of the areas that we could act. So again, staff, feel free to chime in if there are any specific areas you think bear council's attention at this point, but otherwise I think that's one that's best left for us to respond to the council in the course of business.
I know I popped up. I just wanted to say that I actually completely agree with you the way you frame that. I don't know that we're ready to lay out specific things yet. It would be good to talk to the city attorney and do some more internal investigations.
Okay, thanks.
I don't see any further hands, so I'm going to go back to Vice Mayor Burt.
Oh, I was slow in lowering mine from before. So is that to attempt to move forward on a motion?
I just saw your hand up.
Okay, well, I think we're probably at the point to try that. I don't know what consensus we're ready for yet. We had basically two recommendations from the council that we should wade in on the page 1 of the report, and then essentially greater detail on some of those on page 11 and 12. I'd first like to, on the process standpoint, I have a real concern about this floating to all of our boards and commissions and standing committees, and everybody dips their toe in it. But nobody really is taking it on full bore. And I think that without having council members at the center of a focus group, helping lead the real experts who we would bring into the fold on this, it's not going to have the focus that it needs. And the council members who would be on that, representing that stakeholder committee, or however we want to describe it, wouldn't be expected to be the domain experts. They're providing the political leadership and the guidance on how to move this forward, and frankly would have the authority from the council to really be pushing on this. And I think that's what it's going to take. So I think that the bulk of the value will come from the community representatives as stakeholders and the domain experts that we bring in from the community. But I would first recommend that we on the number 2 recommendation that the mayor appoint 2 or more council members to lead a community stakeholder group of domain experts and community activists. This is part of a motion. I'm sorry, I should have been more clear. And the second part is the feedback on the policy tools. So I think that the Appendix A is basically the framework, but the further out we go, the less precise we're able to be. And anybody who thinks this is, we've got a clear eye on this target at this point in time hasn't gone through this for a number of years. This is a rapidly evolving field. And so I think that the nearer in actions, we can be clear as specific actions. And then the others, we're going to want to update in the coming months and couple of years as we refine this. And there are going to be evolutions in technologies. I can tell you that when we looked at heat pumps 6 years ago, the conclusion was they just weren't ready, and they weren't economically feasible for the home. It was just a technology that wasn't close to ready. And we have had a rapid evolution in that, and I expect we'll have a lot more. Same thing on energy reliability. When we were looking at storage technologies, of battery and other energy storage technologies just a few years ago, they weren't in the ballpark. So we're going to see some rapid evolution in technologies and what's best. Even in electric vehicles, just as recently as 2 years ago, the timeline in which we expected to have electric vehicles for everyday families was much further out than it is today. So what I would recommend or put in the second part of the motion is that we adopt the policy framework in attachment A with a guidance for staff to pursue the actions that are listed from 2021 through 2024, and for the balance of the actions to return to the council with regular updates and recommendations. And then I have a few additions on the policy framework. So this would be smaller Roman, smaller numerals. I'm sorry, subset of B, I think is the way this belongs. First is an earlier, a plan for an earlier adoption of commercial electrification retrofits, evaluation of sale of gasoline within the city limits as a key metric. Evaluation of a best practice standard for low carbon construction materials. a proposal for a Palo Alto Green equivalent voluntary surcharge program. To fund, I should say, still under D, to fund electrification, or to help fund electrification initiatives. E would be an evaluation of public health and public safety risks and benefits from climate protection. G is within the staff report, but I want to emphasize it, is to move forward with an on-bill financing program for residential building electrification. G is to evaluate a supplemental carbon neutral goal, carbon neutrality goal, I should say. And H is to return with recommended electric utility investments in, I should say, capital and personnel investments required to enhance reliability and staffing resources necessary for the climate action plan. And I'll just add, just comment, I guess I should wait and see if there's a second.
I'll second it.
Okay. On the on-bill financing, I just saw that the New Yorker had a recent article by Bill McKibben, who is the renowned and probably the most important environmental and climate journalist and author in the United States today, and talking about a whole bunch of the necessary next initiatives. And he specifically cited the carbon-free Palo Alto proposal for an on-bill financing initiative. So what that addresses is not only that that's an innovative program with a lot of promise, but it also helps address this issue of what's the impact that we can have. We can have an impact on our climate adaptation, on trying to deal with sea level rise and fire prevention. Well, what about climate change? And when we adopted the carbon neutral electricity program in 2014, it was over a couple years, that was a nationally and internationally significant city event. Cities throughout our region and far beyond then took an approach of, wait a minute, they were able to have carbon neutral electricity at a third lower cost than the competing investor-owned utility. Why can't we do that? And it had a huge ripple impact. And the Paris Climate Accord was built on a whole bunch of initiatives that had occurred in the previous 5 years by the corporate sector and the subnational sectors of cities and states taking the lead on these efforts. And only through those efforts were they able to achieve the international agreement. And that was stated clearly by Secretary General Ban Ki-moon in Paris. And so the impacts that cities like us have, and other cities and our community choice aggregators that are occurring in this region, and which were in part inspired by the achievements that Palo Alto did, it has an incredible orders of magnitude greater impact and really matters. So that's the answer to why these actions have impacts far exceeding our city emissions. So I'm open to any feedback on the motion. It's a best effort at trying to consolidate a number of steps.
So, speak to my second. I think overall, I seconded it because I agree with where you're going here. I think one thing we haven't talked about, and I don't think we have time to go through in detail tonight, is every item in the 20 to 24 range. I wondered if we could soften this language just a little bit. I mean, makes it sound like we're adopting that we should do all of these things as written.
I'm open to language that would capture the combination of we want to move aggressively, but there are some things that need more vetting.
Yeah. So maybe instead of saying guidance to pursue the actions, that we ask staff to initiate actions in the 2021 to 2024 list and return to council as needed. Again, the idea is the closer they are, I think the more definite they are. I don't think tonight we should say that we want everything on this list. One of them was, a non-binding ballot measure. There may be other ways to do some of these things. So just as long as staff understands that what we're saying here is, focus on making some of these short-term things, get them going. The further out they are, the fuzzier it is. And I think that's kind of what you were trying to say as we get out to 2025.
Yes. But with the tone that we want to move aggressively on as much of this list as we can as soon as possible.
Yeah, and so even, I don't know if we need to have it in the motion, but to initiate the act, so my proposal would be to change where it says initiate the actions after 2020, 21, 2024, and return to council as needed, right? Even for those items.
Okay.
So again, what I'm just trying to communicate again is generally, I think a lot of these things make sense. Some of them may be a little more aggressive. You may want to come back and have a policy discussion on them.
Or some we may have to do groundwork. We may have to do A before we can do B.
Yeah, and there may be other options, but as we get out to 2025, 2026, those we have more time to figure out, basically. Again, I really do think I said it in the first round. Just watching as these technologies roll out and considering electrification of commercial and multifamily earlier. I think low carb building materials is a good one. The proposal for Palo Alto Green, it's pretty specific. I mean, I like the idea there. And again, I think if staff takes it as looking at basically ways for voluntary surcharges. Yeah, and so again, I think hopefully I've heard a lot of agreement among council tonight, and I think this motion could be tweaked, but I think generally the message is a good one, and I support this motion. I see our city attorney and our city manager want to weigh in.
Right. Why don't I go ahead first, Molly, if that's okay? And thank you, Mayor. I'd like to perhaps just lend a couple of comments as you're considering this motion. First off, let me just acknowledge and thank the council for your comments tonight. This has really reinforced both the urgency as well as the importance of this issue. And on behalf of staff, I would like to acknowledge the staff's interest and certainly the belief that we need to do our part to advance this program as you've been discussing. So that said, let me note also that I suspect the staff that don't have their cameras on are because I need to pick them up off the floor as they are imagining the work ahead and the significance of the undertakings reflected in what you're discussing. I would note that we've begun to start to talk about a new performance measure for our ability to bring items to the council, and it may be where we bring an action item to not leave with more action items than we bring. And unfortunately, some might interpret this list as creating 8, where we came with 1. I wouldn't see it that way. And if I could suggest that perhaps the part A to the motion, and in fact, the motion overall kind of reflects a bit of a design thinking effort and design thinking perspective that reflects a number of specific elements with an overall approach that would involve additional stakeholders in the decision making going forward. I do believe there's a bit of a chicken and the egg issue with A and B, in that with the stakeholder input, we may decide that some of the items that are listed, well, a couple of thoughts. One is it would be ideal if the stakeholders and subject matter experts identified could help us do or evaluate what's in part B, rather than assume that that would be a staff to do in order to evaluate each of these items, and then to take that body of knowledge into something of a prioritization effort to compare the list of 8 here with what is already on the table for the near-term actions in the framework that staff presented. So again, that could be something of a filtering to determine where to focus immediate attention, and then with perhaps less specificity, looking a little further down the road. So again, a bit of not assuming it's 1, all staff, and then 2, that we could use this stakeholder engagement as a way to identify where the best bang for the effort is, again, in the near term. And then I perhaps we'll leave it to Molly to talk about the specifics of what might be accomplishable tonight versus what might need to come back.
So before proceeding to Molly, I think that proposal is a good one to fold in the role of the stakeholder and domain expert group into filtering B. I'm trying to think of how to word that best. If you have recommendations on the wording, that would be welcome. And maybe while Molly's speaking, you could think about that. Otherwise, I'll take a stab, but I'd be receptive.
And the other thing I would add, and maybe this is part of what you were saying, Ed, is I don't think we really added 8 items. Several of these are already on the attachment A list. And then 8 is really offering more resources to help make it happen, right? But I think it was some emphasis to, like, some of these things are already on there. It's just maybe prioritizing them.
That's right.
So two issues for me, council members, if you're ready for me.
Yeah.
The first one is a process issue around A. If what is intended here is that the 2 council members be able to be very nimble and meet with a variety of people, meet without a lot of notice, then you're going to want to adjust that a little bit, because in order to have an ad hoc committee that isn't required to follow all of the noticing and agenda procedures of the Brown Act, it needs to just be council members. So what I would suggest there is that you would say council members form an ad hoc to lead this effort and meet with domain experts and community activists as needed to advance their work, type of thing. And so the 2 council members can meet with whomever is appropriate, but do that in a nimble and informal way. Or you might intend that you want a Brown Act body, in which case you can go ahead and appoint a body that includes a couple council members and additional stakeholders. But if you do that, then you will, when a majority of that group meets, you will need to notice it in advance and have an agenda and stick to the agenda. Second thing is, I'm a little concerned that the way the item was noticed tonight does not inform the public that there was a plan that would be adopted. And of course, that's not what you're intending. You're intending to endorse further evaluation of a set of issues, and then to also supplement that set. But I think the language of the motion could be adjusted a little bit. Looking back at the title of the item tonight, it is to receive an update report, provide feedback on policy tools, and direction to staff to implement an engagement strategy. So I think you're going to want to adjust some of the language of the motion to stick within the boundaries of that noticed item. And that should be, process is going to take very many meetings before we're actually spending money and doing things. Tom?
Yeah, just to clarify though, that I guess what was B was really related to number 1 of the staff motion, which was feedback on policy tools that would be implemented in attachment A. Right. So I'm just trying to understand where you were seeing a difference. I guess maybe just say that this would come back as a revised sustainability and climate action plan.
Well, is adopt the problem? Is that what really is the crux of the issue, as opposed to support
further evaluation and study or something like that? Yes. Yeah. So I see, Tom, you're looking at the language under recommendation, and the key touchstone here for Brown Act purposes is what's in the title. So the recommendation actually includes a reference.
This is feedback on the policy tools.
If we change the word adopt to support, does that cover a lot of that concern?
Let me take a look. It's toggling back and forth between screens.
Under B, the very first word.
Maybe prioritize or?
Well, we're supporting the policy framework that's there, along with these emphasized, either emphasized elements or additional elements.
I think support the policy framework is better, Councilmember Burt.
Okay.
And there are things that will be needed before you're not actually asking the staff to take steps to implement those items. There's a lot of policy, legal, financial work to be done that needs to be funding. In some cases, there needs to be CEQA review. So you're really supporting the policy framework and then asking for additional work and to come back to council.
Okay, I think does that one word change accomplish that well enough?
I can live with it.
Okay.
The sentence is a little strange. Okay, she's fixing it now. A guidance to ask staff. I'm not quite sure what.
Let's see.
Oh,
attachment A.
Maybe delete with guidance to and replace that with and.
Well, and you're not asking staff to initiate the actions. You're asking staff to further develop and return to council.
Okay.
Right. So, and ask staff, right? And then there was some language about the 20. Well, we lost the language about the year ranges, but that's
because attachment A has a lot more material in it.
And then
instead of to, is it and ask staff, right? Just after attachment, yeah.
With an emphasis maybe on 2021 to 2024, or do you think it's okay as is?
Who are you asking, Mayor?
I'm asking you.
I'm good either way.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
And then
I just don't want it implied that we've already basically supported everything in that attachment A in the timing and all the mandatory elements at this time. Yeah. Yeah.
And then,
yeah.
That's critical. Those ideas are not ready to be adopted. They're not ready from a financial standpoint, from a legal standpoint. They're in various states of readiness. So we really do need to scrub this and come back to council.
let's finish this motion so that other council members can comment. So I could go either way with the Brown Acted Committee. Vice Mayor Burt, what did you intend?
Well, I think the informality is valuable. It doesn't mean we can't hold public meetings just because they're not legally required to have a Brown Act. So I think that that's probably the best framework, but to make it within that I want to make sure there's language there that it's not just that this ad hoc committee would be occasionally asking folks that instead that there would be created an advisory group and to advise the committee, and that committee then subsequently advise the council. Molly, is there a way to capture that in a way that you're comfortable with?
So let me ask a clarifying question. Are you asking that there be an advisory committee of citizens and stakeholders set up, and separately an ad hoc council committee, and council could meet with that advisory committee? In that case,
that the advisory committee would advise the ad hoc committee, and they would together make recommendations to the council. But the advisory committee would go through the ad hoc to do so. And for that matter, I would imagine that advisory committee could be available as a resource to boards and commissions who might review this too. What I want to do is harness some of the incredible resources that we have at Stanford as community experts, as citizen activists. And so how do we really take advantage of that and build that in into this whole process in a substantive way that adds their resources and not just their opinions?
right. So I leave it to you to figure out what's the best way to do that, but I'll just tell you what the legal implications are. If the council creates a committee, a body of outside experts, that body is going to be a Brown Act body. If the council creates an ad hoc committee of just 2 council members, no outside people, and empowers those council members to consult with small groups, individuals as they see fit, as they go about their work, then those meetings do not have to be noticed. They can be, as you point out, but they don't have to be.
All right. So if we still describe it informally as your second your alternative was there, then it sounds like we can still accomplish what we want to do, is bring in those resources, but they're not a formal committee. Correct?
If you just empower the ad hoc folks to go about their work and consult with experts, they can consult with the same experts repeatedly or different groups, then that does not have to be subject to the Brown Act. But if there's a citizen stakeholder group with a particular membership that is set up by council, then that is a Brown Act.
Okay, so then rather than to lead a community stakeholder group to engage with community stakeholders and domain experts.
Yep.
And community activists.
I think you want to say what the council member ad hoc is. So maybe it's a council member ad hoc sustainability committee that would engage with stakeholders, domain experts.
I would call it climate action committee, because sustainability is broader and this is focused.
Yes.
Okay, let's hear from some other members of council. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the Vice Mayor for making this motion. I'm wondering if the maker and the seconder would be amenable to adding, and I guess this would likely go under B number 9. Evaluate income qualified incentives to support low income community members. I know it's addressed in the report, touched on a little bit in attachment A, but just to double down on our commitment to ensuring equity is achieved through this process.
I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, I am too.
Great, thank you. That's it. That's it for me. I support this motion. I think we're moving in the right direction, and it balances the need for further study, but also really reconfirming our commitment to addressing this issue and addressing it as expeditiously as possible. So thank you again to the mayor and the vice mayor.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. That took a long time on A. Let me test my understanding. The mayor will pick 2 of us, and those people will go off and talk with others. And how would we hear back? And how would the people in Part A review Part B and Attachment A from the report?
So first, it's 2 or more council members, so it'd be up to the mayor and the interest level of council members. And the ad hoc committee would seek the input of different community stakeholders and domain experts, community activists. They could do it as groups, which I expect that would occur. And it might be that you take one portion of this and have 4 domain experts who have expertise in the finance part or something like that. And that would be one meeting discussion and follow up, or however that might work.
That all makes sense. The part that's not clear to me is how that group or the ad hoc then reviews the parts in B and the full part in A, because early in your development of the motion, that's what you were talking about.
I think you're asking what is the output, right? What is the output of the ad hoc?
Yeah, what is their role?
Yeah.
Is it listening or is it something more?
It would be to gather that work and input from those various stakeholders and return it to the council with recommendations.
Well, to return it to work with staff to refine the climate action plan and return that to council?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be certainly in collaboration with staff throughout the process. So if there's a better way to capture that, I'm receptive to doing so.
We've been at this for a while without a break, and it's taken a variety of forms. So I don't feel like this is very clear.
We'll make a recommendation.
I'm just telling you at this point, after this many hours, I'm trying to track where you are and thinking about all the different ways that people have done this before, and this is a completely different way. So I'm just trying to flow it out.
We're not so completely different. When we had the rail committee early on in the early 2000s, this is essentially how we function. We had a ad hoc committee of the council, and we had a group of community stakeholders and experts that we utilized on a regular basis to vet issues, and they very much were strong basis for the recommendations that the committee made to the council.
So again, I think we should just say what the output of this ad hoc is. And I mean, part of this is addressing staff's requests for feedback on stakeholder engagement.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I just would be more comfortable with a standing committee, right? And then go ahead and put some council members on it. I don't see why we should do this in a more informal way when it's so important. We could use an XCAP style method, right? So I'm going to leave that for a moment and just move to B.
I'll just say that ad hoc committees, we can start with an ad hoc. There can always be a decision whether the council would then convert that to a standing committee next year. But the simpler way is to initiate as an ad hoc. It doesn't have the Brown Act requirements as an ad hoc committee.
And I apologize, I said committee, I meant commission. That's what I meant.
Oh.
Okay, so So 1, 2, I don't know about 3, 4, surcharge on what? Surcharge on gas or surcharge on what exactly would the surcharge be on in B4?
I'm sorry. The concept was on electric and gas utilities. I'm sorry. So that language should probably be added.
Okay, so power. Okay. Evaluation of public health and public safety risk and benefits from climate protection. That's not, can I understand why that would be there? Do we need more?
Yeah, because I think that is an under-recognized climate impact that hasn't really been part of our staff analysis. I don't think we don't have the personnel on staff to really do that, but we have experts who certainly can do that.
And you're specifically focused on indoor air quality. Is that what you mean by public health? And then wildfires? Is that what you mean by public safety?
No.
Okay, so.
I mean, you don't have to be indoors to breathe smoke, for instance.
I understand, but it's.
Yeah. So
it's around air quality. It's around air quality.
Understood it. I'm not clear on your question.
That seems like a really big study, and I just want to understand what we would do with it.
Well, if you have flooding, that is a public safety risk. If you have a fire sweeping down from the hills, that is a severe public safety risk. These are dimensions of climate impacts that are really important beyond just talking about the environmental changes.
Okay, and does staff imagine you would need a consultant to do this work? Is this something that other municipalities have done?
I'm not aware of this type of specific work being done by other municipalities. I think it would depend on the level of detail and precision that was wanted for the analysis. If it was generally to evaluate and try to understand where there are public health and risk and benefits and tie that into the way we described the program, that could probably be done at the staff level.
Well, and I think that that this is not a staff function. The public health impacts of climate change are not within staff expertise, but we have experts in our community. We have in our community or adjacent community, one of the co-authors of one of the first serious books on the subject of environmental, the public health impacts of climate change. We just had a speaker at 350.org who is the president of the Physicians for Social Responsibility, whose primary focus is on the health impacts of climate change. There are real experts emerging in this field, and many of them are neighbors of ours. And that's the sort of expertise we're able to draw from that can't possibly come from staff, doesn't exist with AECOM, but does exist in our greater community.
I can imagine that would be a lot of work. Okay. Yes on 6. I really think 8. I think it's actually just at the core of making all of this work. It's sort of just, I think it's one of the most important things. As I think about where our staff is spread out across, and they've really done an excellent job of working together, but figuring out how to implement this, I'm sure, is going to require picking some of our staff up off their virtual floors, as the city manager referenced earlier. One thing that is missing that perhaps the maker and seconder would consider including was the discussion we had about land use. So I guess this would be a 10. It pains me to add a B10 if the maker and seconder will continue it. But evaluate land use and zoning changes that would reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah, that would be more with the planning department, I would think. Although it would have to have a carbon filter. Yes, I'm interested that after critiquing the other ones for their length, we've added a 10.
Well,
and
my
everybody
prior
has their
strategy of
interest.
the past few weeks of just voting against it isn't working that well, so I'll just add
Mhm.
mine in.
Okay.
And are the maker and seconder willing to include that?
So
yeah,
well,
go ahead.
Well, I was looking at attachment A. I mean, we had these three big categories, right? Electric vehicles, mobility, and buildings. And it's not really on the list, even in the outer years. So
Exactly.
what are you envisioning this would be?
I'm envisioning this would be some of the things that were embedded in staff responses about reducing VMT, right? So I want to understand the connection between that and the numbers that they have in here, as well as commute travel. There were two separate things listed on the major outcomes.
So I'm good with it, and I actually, the more I think about it, I think that it could all there would be a planning staff technical support, but I think that that we could also draw on other experts to contribute to that. So I'm okay with that.
Okay, I'll accept it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah. Question. So I spoke about the idea of providing incentives for people to purchase or use micromobility vehicles versus just only for cars. Does this motion, or is the work you guys are doing already kind of capturing that, or what's the state of that right now?
Yeah, I would say in B4 that is potentially one of the initiatives, as well as addressed in B9. And so I think that those are the sorts of outcomes. I think that is a good concept, and I've also favored it. And so I think that is one of several different ways in which we could fulfill B4 and B9.
And it's also part of attachment A. I mean, it's on the work list.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to predetermine this specific measures, but I agree with you that that's one that certainly should be considered and is a good idea.
That's fine. Thank you.
Councilmember Koo.
For B3, is this also addressing construction and demolition?
Well, it's not written in a way that describes demolition. We actually, we have a pretty strong demolition recycling program that is pretty cutting edge, and a lot of folks don't know, and it's not cheap to implement either. So I think this is on top of the existing program for demolition recycling that we have. It's for new materials. But as I think about what you're saying, in a way, that also is part of B10. That when we look at land use and zoning changes, maybe we should say land use, zoning, and development changes, and that looks objectively at the carbon impacts and the embedded carbon of new construction and replacement that may be zero emission construction versus existing buildings. And it would not attempt to get into the other philosophical discussions, but look just at the greenhouse gas implications of that.
I would accept that change.
Councilmember Cormack is adding the word development to 9. Is that
That's fine.
good with you? Okay.
10, yes.
Excuse me, 10. Is that good? Does that seem to capture it, Councilmember Koo?
Yes, yes. I just want to make sure that it is clear to staff. That's what we're trying to capture and to track and monitor also, so that we can, we're sure that we're comparing it. And I guess there's a distinction between recycling the deconstructed materials, but then so that's part of the greenhouse gas, but then there's the other part where it goes into the landfill, things like concrete and steel and so forth. So
well, that's the recycling. I mean, when you look at the recycling and the net impact of development with those materials, that's kind of looking at the kind of the carbon life cycle of development.
So it'll be everything that is involved with the demolition and the construction. Okay, thank you. Now, I don't mean to add any more to it, but I was wondering if you'd also consider that we talked about this earlier with regards to the urban forest, and staff had indicated they would be willing to link it to the to SCAP study. Can we kind of capture it in here that is part of the plan? And I do realize that when the vice mayor spoke earlier, you know, the majority of the use of the clean air production does come from where where the forest is very dense. However, I think it's also important to have distributed, so in case they're destroyed by fire or whatnot, we do have our own stash of trees here that we continuously.
Well, I don't think it's either or. And as I think the staff response was that we already have our urban forest master plan, and that's a very strong plan. I'm not sure that there's a need to fold that into this motion, because I'm not sure what would be prospectively different. And I would encourage us to, if we think that there's any strengthening to the urban forest master plan, then we just go do that. If we have to do that.
Okay, I definitely think so. I was just hoping that this would be a lot more front and center for all of us to be seeing all of this sustainability going hand in hand. In that case, I'm really debating this, but I would like to take it to unfriendly then. And so I'd like to make a substitute.
Amendment. It's an amendment.
Amendment, I'm sorry, amendment to have the urban forestry included into the SCAP. Integrated into the SCAP. It's a better word, I think. So give it a try if I get a second.
I'm not hearing. Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want to speak any further?
No, thank you.
Okay.
I'll just say that, let me, if I might interject it for the sake of expediency, I don't see a harm in doing that. I don't think it's a new action. Does staff have any comment? Maybe we can just integrate in the motion.
I think it's something we're already doing.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, it wasn't part of what we brought forward today, but natural
it doesn't require new action, but we can bring it in by reference basically and include it within the
it does no harm.
Okay. So then why don't we go ahead? We'll do a B11, if that's all right, Councilmember Koo, and simply say to, as you had, yeah, we can use that language. Although I don't know that that's calling it out. It's not a material change to our actions, but it's okay to identify it.
I appreciate that. And I just want to say thank you to Councilmember Stone for supporting for seconding, but thank you for accepting this.
If I could comment, Vice Mayor, Council members. just I think this may not be the best example to make this observation on, but I'll do it nonetheless. I do believe, as has just been discussed, calling it out is incrementally, or perhaps in and of itself, not a huge change. I do think it is somewhat symptomatic of what is a big list. And while we've talked some about mitigating the expectations for evaluation of each of these items, there will still be significant resources required in order to ultimately do the documentation that we're talking about, but along the way, organize the communication and the kind of interaction that will happen among stakeholders. Again, I'm not arguing against it. I am calling attention to the significant effort that will be required from staff in order to implement this action. I just want to.
You mean the totality of the actions or the final one?
Well, I think it's all of
the I think the totality is more true. Number 11, I don't think does. It's by reference.
Exactly. So incrementally, not a huge change, but again, cumulatively, this is a significant effort. And again, trying to parse out the difference between the evaluation and again, the ability to bring in community subject matter experts in order to help the evaluation, totally on board. Translating what are likely multitudes of independent evaluations into a common form that both the ad hoc will have and then the council and the community at large will have to discuss and then make ultimately some prioritization decisions on, because at the end of the day, virtually everything we're talking about will require staff bandwidth in order to figure out how to implement and then bring that back to the council for action in order to put into motion.
Well, hopefully, ultimately, numerals 4 and 8 will be adding resources to help accomplish those things. So I understand the question is really ultimately, are these important things to have in our climate action plan? And if we're saying that we need to really have a strong plan, then if these are not important elements, then we should strike them. If there are important elements, we should include them, and we'll figure out how to do
it. And my only point to that is that the figuring out how to do it piece may come in the front end as you define, and we in implementing the council's direction help the ad hoc assess how to involve the stakeholders and then create that documentation that will be required for the council as a whole to make decisions among in making choices among what's on the list.
And I'm not assuming this is going to happen overnight.
All right, let's go to Councilmember Felseth and let's vote. We're behind schedule.
Well, actually, sort of my sort of looking at this is kind of a little bit where the city manager is, which is as I look at this, so that makes a lot of sense to me. Okay. Chances are very good that we're going to be, discussing some very strong medicine with the community. And so it makes sense to have the community involved. So that makes a lot of sense to me because the goal of this is to, how do we get to 80 by 30, right? B, I think the vice mayor said it right. There's a lot of good stuff in here. The challenge is we'll run out of staff bandwidth before we run out of good stuff to use it on. And so, it does sort of go a lot of different places. And so what's going through my mind is how do we make sure that we don't suck up, basically everything that staff can do and then some? Because we put a lot of different stuff in here. So how do we make sure that we get that balance right?
Well, and that goes back to the relationship of A and B. We've really said that we want to outsource as much of this as possible to domain experts in our community. That's the intention.
I wonder. Well, let me ask this. So
go ahead.
How's the ad hoc going to relate to the council, to the full council on this?
Reporting back it'd be similar to actually like what we had back in the early 2010s with the rail committee. The ad hoc reported back to the council, or what then became the rail committee, started as an ad hoc, on a periodic basis, really when there was substantive progress or substantive questions that the committee had to ask the council for authorization or guidance on, or endorsement on. And
well, so how about if that were part of this motion too? I mean, how often do you think that ad hoc ought to send a message, send a memo back to council with an update on where they are? You think once a month or every couple months?
Yeah, I don't know whether it's best to put a chronology on it or basically a guidance, but either one of those. No, I don't think monthly. But yeah, some framework for that to be clear that it would be periodically to return to the council to seek guidance or authorization or support.
So how about if that were actually a friendly amendment?
Yeah, that's what I'm
12.
describing up on A. So we can add maybe a new sentence that the ad hoc committee would periodically return to the council.
Periodically report back to council. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you do have a lot of stuff in here. I mean, an evaluation of public health and public safety risk and benefits from climate protection. I think, how much value, how much new information are we going to spade up that's sort of not already known in the world? I mean, it's not that it's bad stuff to do. It's just, to the extent that it doesn't add staff bandwidth, great. Right. But I think, we are sort of in an era of constraints.
Well, but we have to the extent that there is some additional staff bandwidth needed, numerals 4 and 8, expand that.
It doesn't have any new recs. Hope that's going to get built into the budgeting process.
Well, vote for it when it comes to us.
Okay. So everybody's had a chance to speak. I'd rather just go to a vote rather than go through another round. Councilmember Taki, you had a chance to speak on this round already.
I did for about 15 seconds, so I didn't use up too much time there. I've just been thinking about what the city manager and Councilmember Phillips have been saying, and I do realize that, I mean, there's a lot that we want to get done, and I think probably all the things on here are fairly worthy, but doing a few things really well usually is a better strategy than trying to do a lot of things very poorly or under-resourced. So I guess I want to just get, I mean, the city manager actually spoke on this thing twice, which, I mean, he's pushing back on it twice already on his concern about being able to do all of this with the resources that we have. I mean, and I know some of these are much bigger than others, but what do you think is doable?
That's a question for me.
Yeah.
Well, certainly, I think the elements of establishing an ad hoc and then putting into motion stakeholder outreach that would help us at least identify where we do have subject matter expertise that would like to engage on I through XI would be a starting point, and assess where the gaps are, because again, that may be where additional resources and timelines get dragged out.
Okay. So what would help you on this in terms of, I mean, would it help? Because I don't think these are in priority order. This is kind of like a laundry list of stuff. Would it help to prioritize and you guys best efforts from the top to the bottom, or I mean, what?
If I might add, I think prioritization will be part of that process, as opposed to us being able to necessarily set which things to prioritize tonight.
I agree with that. And so recognizing, the number of items that are on this list, there's some form of read back. I think that we need to give the ad hoc and or the council as a whole as to, again, where the significant effort would be involved, and again, where ideally where we have community interest to bring some existing evaluation or what have you to the discussion. I think it's basically an incremental step rather than being able to tell you what is ultimately doable with these individual items.
So would it help if on B there was that read back concept, so that maybe staff could say, well, here's what we think it would take to do this stuff, and then we could figure out the priority at that time, or what would help?
Well, I think to the extent that it's clear that this is the start of a process, that would be very helpful. And again, I think we, however you'd like to articulate that in the motion, I do think that's certainly what has been stated as the intent. And the key may be for our ability to respond with some sense of the resources required to support this going forward, and in what pace.
Because I've learned the hard way, just telling someone to do more without giving them more resources usually doesn't actually help a whole lot. So I'm just trying to think of like, so do you think this is something you guys could execute on, A and B, or do you feel like it's something we need to modify? I guess I'm not getting a clear answer here.
Well, Councilmember Tanaka, as I've said a couple of times, we have two elements in here to add resources.
I know, but
the third element
also having
is
a very tough budget season.
And the third element is that under A, that's a leveraging resource. So that's adding resources that aren't directly here. The resources that are in 4 and 8 would not necessarily be, in all likelihood, would not be from general fund. They would be for the utility that we're expanding and needing to add the reliability on of the electric and the gas utilities, that they would be providing those resources. And I hope you'll support that when it comes back to the council.
Well, and perhaps I should ask staff to chime in, given the prior experience with Palo Alto Green, just in terms of the steps that would be involved with that. I will stick my neck out and suggest that maybe at least 6 to 9 months, even if it were ready to go for us to put something like that into place.
Yeah, I think that's entirely reasonable, but I don't want to get into tonight to taking each one of these and try to flush out the recommendations that would come about in the coming months. That's what some of the work is. We already said that we're going to look at prioritizing them, and this is going to go through steps and identifying more what's involved. If we try to tonight to define each of those things, we got many hours to go and we still won't get there.
Okay, well, I'm trying to help here, but I don't know how, right? So unless I get a clear answer, what would you recommend changing of B? I don't know.
Well, again, with the understanding that we're in all likelihood several months, if not longer, for most of these items or many of these items to come to a point of being ready for implementation. I think this is the type of process that we should be undertaking. So I'm fine with proceeding. Again, let staff chime in if they see it otherwise. But with that understanding, I think that we'll be able to work with this.
Okay.
Okay, let's take a vote on this, and then we're going to take a break. So starting with Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I'm a yes, and Councilmember Filseth. Is Councilmember Filseth frozen? Oh, no.
Sorry, I was still on mute. Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you. That passed on a 7-0 vote. We were ahead of schedule. Now we're an hour behind schedule, but let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back for our last item at 9:55. Okay, I think we're back. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm still waiting for Greg and Greer, but why don't we go ahead and get started on item number 12, which is a resolution to extend the street closures and discuss the parklet program.
Gave me a double take. I think it's item number 8, but that's it. Assistant Director of Planning Development Services. I thought, geez, where did I lose a couple of items here?
Thank you. Item number 8.
Ms. Turner, please, or Tanner, excuse me, Ms. Tanner, give us a staff report. Uh-oh, looks like we lost her. Oh my, this is a night for technical challenges. All right. You know you're in trouble if I have to give the presentation. If not, let's see, let me bring it up just in case. Aha. Ms. Tanner is back.
Hello.
How's your audio and visual?
Yes, it was, I could see your mouths moving, but I couldn't hear any sound. So now that's fixed. So that's good.
All right, you able to bring up the presentation?
Yes, let's test that. Is that visible for everyone?
It is, good to go.
Okay, great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. It's good to be with you tonight. Rachel Tanner, Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services. I'm also supported on this project by Brad Eggleston from Public Works and Kara Apple from the City Manager's Office. So tonight we'll be talking about a proposed resolution to extend the street closure authority and also get direction regarding the parklet program. So the purpose of tonight can be boiled down to a couple questions just to try to focus our conversation. With the Uplift Local Streets program, which is where we have portions of University and also Ramona, as well as California Avenue closed to traffic. The primary question is, whether or not the authority to close those streets should be extended beyond May 31st. And if it should be extended, when should it be extended to? Staff recommend extending that closure program to September 7th, 2021. So that's just after Labor Day. And then again, where will the closures be extended on University Avenue and California Avenue both, or just one of the streets? The second program is our temporary parklet program. The primary question there is whether or not that program should be extended beyond September 7th, 2021, which is the current end date for that program, or if it should end. And then whether or not a permanent parklet program should be developed. So we'll first talk a little bit about the reopening status, the Uplift Local Streets program, and then the temporary parklet program. So for our reopening status, the governor established a color-coded risk level system, which has 4 colors. Currently, Santa Clara County is in the moderate risk level, which is orange. There are some indoor businesses that can open with modifications, and some that still have to. I think everything can open inside, even at some level, but some things are still not allowed. On June 15th, California may fully reopen if 2 criteria are met. The vaccine supply is sufficient to serve all who wish to be inoculated, and that 2, the hospitalization rates remain low and stable. So just to kind of give a sense of how these tiers impact different industries, here's a snapshot for indoor dining, indoor retail, and gyms, what can happen under the different tiers. So if you look at the orange tier with moderate spread of coronavirus, you can see that indoor dining is open at 50% capacity, retail is open indoors. There are some modifications, but there's no capacity limitations, and gyms can open indoor 25% capacity. And you'll notice for restaurants in particular, when or if we do go to the yellow tier, the capacity does not increase for restaurants. It stays at 50%. It does increase for gyms, and saunas and steam rooms can open. So the local response to the coronavirus pandemic has included a number of actions by the City Council, including a resolution and temporary ordinance to create flexibility for our community. This ordinance and resolution help to establish a temporary parklet program, outdoor dining, both in public areas like the closed streets, but also in private parking lots, allowed for outdoor retail and activities in, again, private and public parking lots. For the parklets, sidewalk and street dining, we've seen 34 permits that are issued or pending for platform or at-grade parklets, 63 encroachment permits for sidewalks, and 30 run encroachment permits. So we've seen a pretty good response and pretty enthusiastic uptake of the outdoor dining programs that we have, and including a couple retailers who have applied for permits as well. So to go a little bit deeper into the Uplift Local Streets program, I want to start off with just reminding us of where this program is taking place. So you can see in the yellow, the outline of where the city manager has the authority to close the streets. So those are all those yellow streets. So basically on University from High Street up to Cowper, and then one block going towards both Lytton and then towards Hamilton. In the red, you can see the areas that are actually closed to traffic right now. And I should note that the cross streets, you can cross at those areas. So you can cross at Bryant, for example, and cross University, but you can't turn left or right. And you'll also see a small section of University or Ramona Street, excuse me, that is closed, kind of near the intersection of Hamilton and Ramona. This is the same map of California Avenue. So again, you can see from El Camino Real to the Cal Ave station is where the authority for the closure is, but the closure is actually between El Camino Real up to Birch Street. So that's the area that is closed. So the staff recommendation is to extend the program to September 7th due to the need for flexibility as the coronavirus continues to be a threat. The county is targeting 85% of residents to be vaccinated by August 1st, which we hope we make and we make good strides towards, but it just demonstrates that we still have a ways to go before we reach herd immunity. And of course, we have a lot of uncertainty with what that will look like. And there's also strong local preferences for these programs. I want to also just note that what we're recommending that the city council take up today is a resolution that authorizes the city manager to close these streets to vehicular traffic as shown in the maps. And this authority, remember, expires on the 31st. So even if, let's say the authority is extended, but we find that as the summer goes on, there's no need for this, the city manager can open the streets back up to traffic. Let's say we get to June 15th and the governor's wishes come true and we can reduce some of our protocols, then maybe it would be appropriate to end the program at that time. But again, without that authorization, the flexibility ends and the program will end on May 31st, 2021. So this slide shows the responses from an online survey we were able to conduct. So of course, with any online survey, only those who want to take the survey take it. And so this just shows the responses from those respondents regarding whether or not they wanted to see the Uplift Local Streets program continued. So overall, the survey, if you look in the right-hand column, the survey had about 1,147 responses. Of those, about 1,099 wanted to extend the closure on California Avenue and 48 wanted it to expire. And about 1,107 wanted to extend it on University Avenue. We also received email correspondence, quite a number of email correspondence, 286 who supported the extension of the closure and 2 who supported this expiring. So you can kind of see that broken down in percentages on the left side, California Avenue, Uplift Local Street, 96% wanting to extend, and for University Avenue, 97% wanting to extend that program. There's a couple approaches that the City Council may consider this evening. You may think about allowing the closure to expire on May 31st. You may extend it to a date certain, which could be September 7th or another date. The council could also decide to extend the closure to the sooner, kind of a sooner of date. So it could be, for example, to the sooner of either September 7th or when the local state of emergency ends. So that would be a way to have a trigger that isn't just a date, but is really set to the end of the emergency. You could also extend the closure on California Avenue, for example, while allowing the University Avenue program to expire. So that just could be essentially just treating the different streets differently. So I'm going to move on now to our temporary parklet program. The temporary parklet program allowed a lot of construction of parklets, particularly in downtown, though not exclusively. There are some businesses and restaurants in the California Avenue area, not necessarily on California Avenue in the closed portion, that have constructed parklets as well. they're not allowed on the closed portion of California Avenue. The parklet permits expire on September 7th, 2021, and the parklets must be removed by that date. So parklets present a number of challenges as well as opportunities. They can be opportunities for expanded outdoor dining, which is especially important for restaurants with limited indoor capacity. We understand that even though the vaccination rate is picking up really quickly here in California and in Santa Clara County, that many diners still express hesitancy about eating indoors and prefer to dine outdoors. Parklets can also enhance the pedestrian environment by having more area for pedestrian activities instead of for cars. However, the current parklet designs were put up in response to an emergency. And so there may need to be some pretty significant remodeling to some of the existing parklets to make sure that they're more durable, to deal with some flooding issues that may occur, and just any conflicts as well with any neighboring businesses. Also, some patrons and business owners prefer proximate car parking space versus dining space. And so it may be needing to work with neighboring businesses together to understand what the balance of parklets and car parking space can be. It can also be a source of conflict between neighbors. And so one of the items we want to make sure happens is that even if the program is extended, that by September 7th, that afterwards, if there are conflicts between, let's say, two restaurants that are located next to each other and one now wants a parklet, that would need to be worked out so that both can have parklets that are available to them and permitted after September 7th. Or if a restaurant has built and now there's a new neighboring business there that they're having conflict with, we want to work that out even going forward, even with an extension of the temporary program. And lastly, a gap may occur between development of a permanent parklet and the expiration of the temporary program. So if council does want staff to work with the council to prepare a permanent parklet program, that may take some time. I would estimate it would probably be, the rest of this year to into next year to actually develop that program, have the environmental review done on it, and to be able to offer permits and review services for a permanent parklet program. So a gap could occur between the temporary program ending and that program being ready. The gap could also occur because both the parklet program and the Uplift Local Streets program are predicated on the existence of a public health emergency. So if that emergency ends, which we do hope it does, that we may need to come back to council to have resolutions that are from a different basis, both for the parklet program, but also for the Uplift Local Streets program. So that's not something to prevent council from taking action tonight, just something to keep in mind that as the world continues to change, we may need to change the way that these programs are structured. Some approaches to thinking about the parklet program could be to allow the temporary parklet program to expire on September 7th, 2021, to extend the temporary program. A date could be added to the resolution to have that. And again, related to what I was just saying, it's based on the state of emergency, and so we may need to revise that in the future. Staff, and then the council could also direct staff to develop a permanent parklet program. This program could be reviewed by advisory bodies or committees, would have environmental review, and ultimately would be part of an ordinance that would be brought before the city council to be adopted. So just a little bit about the survey responses to the parklet preferences. So again, similar number of responses, over 1,000 responses. 97% would like to see the temporary parklet program be extended, and 3% would like to see it expire. And regarding development of a permanent parklet program, 94% would like to see the city develop a permanent parklet program, and 6% would like to see that expire. We also received email correspondence on this topic with 34 persons writing in support of extending the extending the parklet program. So that's the bulk of the presentation. I just want to leave with this closing slide to have the questions that we would like to discuss and hear from the council on, being again, whether or not to continue to have the authority to close those streets for the Uplift Local Streets program, and then for the temporary parklet program, really two questions. One, should the program that we have now be extended or expire? And shall a permanent parklet program be developed? If council does want us to develop a permanent parklet program, our idea is not to develop that tonight, but to come back to council at a future date to discuss more details about what would be in that program and to discuss the parameters of it. But if we know this evening that we do want to move in that direction, then we can begin to coordinate the staff resources for that. So that is the conclusion of my presentation, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you for that. Let's go to the public and see if there are any public comments.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We have 5 speakers so far. We'll go with 2 minutes, Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, please.
Our first speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by John McDowell and then Jessica Roth. And we will no longer take hands after Ms. Eisenberg finishes her talk. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say that if any landlords speak after me, I think it's only fair that they identify themselves as landlords and not as their tenants, which are the small businesses. Excuse me, sorry, the small businesses. Anyway, I saw this item, this agenda item, and it said about economic recovery, and yet this still, for the whole year and almost a half now that we've been having this lockdown and this terrible pandemic, this is really, and some marketing is pretty much all that you all have done for the small businesses. And I think that might be due to the fact that our city is missing an extraordinarily essential role, and that is community development. Nothing against the city manager, but I think it's just too many hats. We need somebody from the city, for the city, like there used to be, since of course there used to be an Office of Community Development, to really serve this role here and speak up on behalf of our small businesses who are suffering, and it's only getting worse, not better. When you think about whether or not you should extend this parklet and closed streets program, I think the only question to ask is that, are the small businesses suffering? And clearly the answer is yes. Also, I mean, I really hope for a little more creativity. I know that we don't have the Office of Community Development, but all you have to do is Google what are cities doing for small businesses during the pandemic, and you see just tons of things that we could be doing. 0 low interest loans, emergency relief funds, emergency taxes of big business to help small business, public-private partnership funds, deferral of business taxes. Oh, we don't have those. Moratorium on commercial evictions, that would be nice. Employee retention programs, suspended rentals, all of those are from the city level, not just the state and the federal level. We could be doing more, and I urge you to. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is John McDowell, to be followed by Jessica Roth and then Michael Stone. John, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
John, go ahead. You've got 2 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. So like Rebecca just did a great job representing the small business perspective, being very supportive of the programs that have been put in place. I just wanted to take a second to represent the resident perspective that I think is super important to consider. And I think you saw it reflected very heavily in the surveys that the city did a great job pulling together. This is a incredibly widespread set of public support that you're seeing for this issue. And I think that it's something that very deeply with everyone here, that this is bringing life back to Palo Alto. It helps our small businesses. It also gives us an opportunity to take our families out, to meet with other people that there's been so many more chance meetings and opportunities to interact in a socially distanced fashion on the street. And I think that what concerns me as I hear about how the city talks about this, and as I've heard about the program discussed, is that it is so tied to the emergency that I worry that we're missing an opportunity here to really think about the long-term future of this program and how it might benefit the city in the long term. And you heard the city staff talk about how it's going to take all year to come up with a parklet program. I really hope that the council can encourage the city staff to begin thinking about what is right for the city in the long term? What can we build off of the best of this program? And I believe that may be closing down parts of University Avenue and California Avenue to become pedestrian-focused spaces. It fits in with the climate plan of reducing car access that you guys were discussing earlier. And it frankly has phenomenally widespread support of people across Palo Alto, including residents that live near both the locations that would be most impacted, like myself. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Michael Stone, to be followed by Charlie Wiedens, and then Boaz Moore. Our final speaker this evening will be Rob Fisher. Michael, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Michael, you need to unmute from your end. There you go. You have 2 minutes.
Sorry. Mike Stone from Molly Stone's Market. Good evening, City Council. This is the first time I've addressed the City Council in 31 years. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but just for the record, Greer's not related to me. Anyhow, we're in support of parklets, but not in favor of closing California Street. And the reason is that our business, since the city started closing the street, our business is down 20%, which is a significant drop in sales. We're the only large supermarket on California Avenue and the only large supermarket, on University, but it's our main artery to our store. We need direct access to the store to survive. Sunday is our busiest day in most of our other stores, and it's the slowest day in Palo Alto because of the farmers market. I'm not suggesting to close the farmers market, but that's the reality of sales. We're a vital business to the community, and I ask you, don't extend the street closure on California. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is Charlie Wiedens, to be followed by Boaz Moore, and then Steve Sinchek. Charlie, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. The Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce has been supporting all businesses throughout this past year of the pandemic. We have provided continuous resources to the Palo Alto businesses, including information on the PPP and SBA loans, webinars from how to reopen safely to the better use of social media. We have partnered to support and communicate initiatives such as our own Takeout Tuesday program, the city's Uplift Local program, Restaurant Rescue, the Restaurant Relief Program, and many more. We are looking forward to the expected beginning of economic recovery as more employers begin to open, and we'll begin to see employees visiting our restaurants and retailers again during the day for meals and shopping. As you discuss the future of University Avenue tonight, we ask that you carefully and thoughtfully consider all aspects of the implications to the continued closure of University Avenue. We all agree that Uplift Local Streets program currently in place has been successful in creating a safe environment that encourages many to visit and eat outdoors in a safe environment. However, while the closure supports the restaurants, it does not necessarily support the success of all businesses on University Avenue and the side streets where retailers rely on drive-by shoppers to visit their stores. We ask that you consider built-in checkpoints where you can continue to evaluate the University Avenue decision process. Some key questions to begin considering: what will be the effect of office workers coming back into Palo Alto and the increased traffic? With University Avenue closed and increased traffic to the downtown area, where will traffic go? The traffic will be forced to Lytton, Hamilton, and surrounding residential streets, putting a real stress on all aspects of getting around. The staff report points to two important thoughts. A premature reopening will have health impacts and diminish the viability of local businesses. Likewise, continued closure may threaten the viability of businesses who rely on vehicular access. With this in mind, we ask that you be thoughtful and consider all aspects of the University Avenue closure and opening and the impact on all businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Our next speaker is Bose Moore, to be followed by Steve Sinchek and then Rob Fisher. Bose, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you very much. First of all, I wanted to thank the council and the city staff for this program. It has helped a lot of us. I'm talking as a resident with kids in all 3 levels of school here. These programs to close some of the streets and enable the parklets have helped us a lot to cope with the pandemic. COVID has created a lot of damage in the economy, a lot of damage to people's well-being, and these programs are a much needed relief for all of us. In fact, as I was talking to neighbors and friends and people in the community, I hear nothing but requests to not only extend the program, but make as many of them permanent. Cities should belong to citizens and residents, not to cars. Yes, there is work to be done to figure out where do cars go and where do people park. But the more the city allocate resources for people to walk around the city, the better we all are. This is good for businesses and this is good for residents. It has proven all over the world that streets that enable more walking in them would benefit businesses. And we as residents need that definitely now during the pandemic, but hopefully also as a method that we can develop the plan for afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Sinchek, to be followed by Rob Fisher. And our final speaker is Jessica Roth. Steve, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Steve, you need to unmute from your end. There you go.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Yes, I own a couple of restaurants in Palo Alto, Local Union on University and Old Pro on Ramona, and Old Pro for 27 years. I want to thank the city staff and all the hard work since the beginning of the pandemic to create a healthy and extensive dialogue to close, open, and close the streets again. They worked with us well over a year now. And again, thank you for helping us through such a tough year. You know, the irony is not lost on what we're discussing after a couple hours of climate change with the city, that basically we're trying to put cars back on the street and take people off the street on University and California Avenue. It also affects us in several different ways. For me personally, it's staffing. Given the state mandated spacing and limitations, opening the streets cuts down our seats to well below pre-pandemic levels. Right now, we're fully staffed at Local Union because of the streets are closed, and Old Pro is about half staffed and growing. Opening streets loses jobs. These jobs affect lower income people that have already been laid off 2 to 3 times this past year, some of them with no government assistance. Palo Alto has always been progressive in helping lower income people with the great minimum wage that we have, and this is just going to hurt them. Safety wise, it's just simply safer outside. People want to be outside. They love dining outside, and overall it's safe, as I'd mentioned. And finally, it's what the community wants. So I'd really prefer, and many restaurants and guests in the city and citizens would prefer, to have the streets closed and the parklets extended for as long as possible. Thanks again for your time and efforts on all this.
Thank you, Steve. Our next speaker is Rob Fisher, to be followed by our final speaker, Jessica Roth. Rob, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Rob Fisher. Thank you for hosting this tonight. I'm the owner of the Palo Alto Creamery. This is a restaurant that has been in existence for 98 years. The street closures have been very hard for us. We're on a side street. It's really impacted the traffic on the other streets around us. And I think what's going to happen when we get schools back in, offices back in, you're going to be pushing traffic into the residential areas. And I don't think that's a good idea, especially with the amount of children we have in there. You're going to have police cars and ambulances and fire trucks trying to get to emergency places where they should be using our downtown streets to get to them, but they can't because we're closing them. The creameries have been a place where people have come after proms, after weddings, after any type of celebration. It's been here for generations, and there are generations of people who come in. We have grandparents, parents, and grandchildren all coming at the same time still. And it would be a shame for that restaurant to close, but without the streets being open, it's been very, very difficult for us to stay in business. And I think that the city really should take a second look at extending this and keep with the parklet program. I think that's a good thing for everybody. It levels the playing field and gives everyone an opportunity. When you close the streets and you let one or two restaurants have the entire street and everybody else is kind of hung out to dry, and we all need to make a living, and it's really important that they reconsider this extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Our final speaker is Jessica Roth. Jessica, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead, Jessica.
Hello?
Hi, go ahead. You have 2.
Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. Council and staff, thank you for your time tonight. My name is Jessica Roth. I am a resident, a fourth-generation Palo Alto business owner, and a longtime California Avenue advocate. I understand the importance and benefits of keeping California Avenue closed right now. However, for a business like mine, it has not been helpful. I feel if we are going to keep the streets closed, we should do whatever possible to help support the businesses it doesn't benefit. I will stand behind the closure because it's what's best for the California Avenue community at this time, but I would like to see a few changes made. I would like to try to make the streets landscaping cleaner, clearer, and overall prettier. This will help the exposure to our stores and make the street a more desirable area to visit. I would like to get the foot traffic to the sidewalks and off of the middle of the street. This is the key to the survival of my business. Please make the street a no biking zone. Supply ample walk your bike signs. This is a serious safety issue. And please have ample wayfinding signs to our parking structures so people can get off onto the street easily. We are at a crucial point in time that will shape the future of Cal Ave for decades. We have so many vacancies and need to start thinking about what happens after the street opens up and the pandemic is over. I believe we can build a beautiful destination for art lovers and foodies, attracting people from all over the Bay Area. California Avenue has a rich history in the arts. Palo Alto Art Department has granted us with so many amazing displays, and the restaurants on Cal Ave are superior to any other downtown. Let's embrace the California Avenue area. I think we can make a few changes that would be beneficial to the retailers, support the restaurants' needs, and give the community the vibe they desire. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Mayor Du Bois, that was our final speaker.
Great, let's bring it back to council. Questions, comments, motions? Councilmember Filseth.
So one question to start off with for staff. The surveys you did, do you know if those are all Palo Alto residents? And the reason I ask is, we got a ton of emails, hundreds this last week. And, I think an awful lot of those are not from Palo Alto. One of them was in Russian. Right? So your surveys, are they representative of Palo Alto?
So we didn't ask folks for their address. Of course, somebody could have made it up even if we did.
Right.
We did ask people if they were community members, if they were a business owner, or if they were a building owner. The majority of the respondents, I think over 1,000 were identified as community members.
Yeah.
clearly
I'm not
folks
sure
who
how
don't live
big a
here could have taken them, but we can't control that, unfortunately.
Not sure. I'm not sure it makes that big a difference anyway, but just out of curiosity. I thought one of the speakers had a good point, which is, you know, as if we stick with these things as the pandemic goes away, hopefully, everybody touch wood, then, you know, what we're really talking about is not an uplift program, but it's a long-term outdoor dining strategy in the downtown and Cal Ave cores. And so I thought that was, you know, the staff's notion of maybe we ought to go take a long-term look at this. You know, that might be a useful direction to go if we decide we want to go that way. And then finally, it was nice to hear the gentleman from Molly Stone's. I read his letter too, and Molly Stone's is really important. I mean, you can make an argument that that's the most important business in the whole Cal Ave corridor at this point in time. So I think whatever we do, I think we need to. I mean, the city's adventures with grocery stores in that area, have been mixed, right? And you got one that lots and lots of people depend on. So I think we need to take that one really seriously as we figure out what we're going to do here. So, thanks.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Following up on the grocery store question, does staff know how Country Sun is done? It's also a grocery store on California Avenue. We received any information from them about changes in their revenue?
I will toss that to Miss Apple if she is in really close contact with a lot of our businesses. Certainly if they have any issues. I'm not sure if we've heard from Country Sun recently.
I haven't heard specifically on their revenue, but they have been supportive of the street closures, and in fact, really were cooperative in allowing the farmers market to set up along their sidewall where they have some artwork there. So they've been very good to work with, but I don't know specifically about their revenues. Haven't heard any complaints.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. I wonder if someone could refresh my memory about when our local proclamation of emergency will end. What are the conditions for that? Is that tied to the governor's, or that I just don't recall? It seems like a year ago or more.
I believe it is an independent city action, and so could be rescinded at any time by proclamation. The city attorney, myself, and our director of emergency services are making an inventory of the things that would need to be unwound related to rescission of the local proclamation.
Okay, thanks for that. I thought it was an interesting point that one of the speakers made about the where people should be walking on California Avenue. Is that something staff has thought about, like having people walk along the sidewalks? And then, I don't know, could bikes use the middle? Is that a good idea or a bad idea? What have you learned in terms of circulation on California Avenue?
Certainly, it's a topic that's come up a bit, and staff have spent some time thinking about different iterations of what could happen and kind of walking through what that would look like. One of our concerns right now is that California Avenue, when it's popular, it's very popular. And so to have folks go on the sidewalk, especially for those who know that there was a middle aisle, could seem like a move in the wrong direction in terms of those who are concerned about health. And so we do have concerns about having folks walk fairly close together at this point in time if they were all to walk on the sidewalk. So that is a concern. And the other concern is the aisle does leave a little bit of room for emergency vehicles or first responders if they needed to quickly get down the street, whether on foot or in a vehicle. And we have made efforts, and we understand our sign making machine is broken, but we had planned to and do plan to ask bikes to walk down the center, because it is, again, very popular when it's popular, and it can be a little hazardous for bike riding and pedestrians.
Yeah, understandably. Okay. It sounded like if we develop a permanent parklet program, there might be a gap where there aren't parklets, or is it that we would need to come up with a different rationale for the temporary program until the permanent one was in place? Which was it?
Could be both. So I think we've all learned uncertainty is like the middle name of this pandemic. And so, if let's take a positive view, if the pandemic and local emergency end sooner, then we may need a stopgap resolution even for the temporary parklet program. Certainly, if the permanent parklet program takes as long as I am projecting, it's likely we may at some point need a stopgap if we don't want the existing parklets to be removed in the interim time.
Okay, so yes, well, I'm not sure we should, say on TV what some of the names for the pandemic might be. So we'll stick with uncertainty. That's fine. I'll just say with respect to whether or not the people who send us emails live in Palo Alto or don't. I mean, we really rely on visitors to fund things at the margin, whether it's our restaurants or our sales tax or our hotels. So if we have people who come routinely or who have come and participated in the survey because of that, I'm glad they came, and I think that their vote should count. When we get around to motions, I'll definitely be looking to extend things, and we also got some suggestions about making them go a little bit further. So I'm open to dates extending beyond September.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with Councilmember Cormack. I think extending the street closures and parklet program at this time makes the most sense. I know there's a tendency that I think it's nice to see optimism, and I know there's a tendency of people thinking that we are coming out of this pandemic and trends are looking good, but the fact is we're not there yet. And these programs, especially through the summer months, are not only going to be able to help keep our community safer, but also to be able to continue to encourage people to go out and eat at restaurants and hopefully shop at stores. I've talked to several friends. I have a very good friend in San Jose who loves now that Palo Alto has this program and is coming up here frequently. She was just in downtown yesterday eating at Nola's and texted me saying this is such a great thing that the city is doing, and that they're really appreciating it. And I think it's clear that the community loves it, given the incredible amount of advocacy that we saw over the last week and a half with emails. I definitely appreciate and understand the concern of several of the speakers and the business owners, and I am hopeful that we can find a way to be able to address some of those concerns. But when we're trying to balance this economic recovery with the continued need for public safety, extending the street closure and the parklet program just seems to make sense at this point. I have a couple questions. One, for the city manager, how are you deciding which streets to close within the blocks that you're authorized to close?
Well, to this point, let me put it the other way. I think we're at a fairly stable point in that the experimentation that happened really before the holidays, and quite frankly validated post-holidays in terms of what would go back. That was largely done in consultation with the adjacent businesses in order to assess what their interests were and priorities and the level of consensus that existed among the businesses on any given block. There were, specific to downtown, where there was more, I think, a variety of perspectives. There were a number of options that were put forward, and recognizing, again, the range of different opinions, that the current configuration appeared to gain the greatest level of consensus support.
Okay, thank you. And I understand that. So if trying to understand kind of like your authority to end these programs before the sunset date, you, under at least the staff proposal, city manager retains the authority to end the street closure before its sunset date, but not the parklet program, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just one last thing. I'm sorry, I neglected to note that while I was explicit in the involvement of the businesses on the blocks, I should note that we did receive significant community input. So from residents, general public of interest through a variety of forms. So we did prior surveys in addition to the most recent one as well.
Okay, thank you. And when is the anticipated groundbreaking on the public safety building?
Well, there's, all right, go ahead, Mr. Eggleston.
There is some work already happening that has to do with utilities relocation. The lot where the public safety building is being built is actually now closed to the public. Kind of full scale excavation work, I think we're expecting towards the end of May, maybe early June.
So, and I mean, I guess in your opinion, will we be, if we extend California street closure through September, do we reach the point in the public safety building construction where it is going to create such a mess in the California Avenue district that if people can't drive down California Avenue and they don't want to go along the some of the side streets? I mean, I'm concerned about when we're adding all of this up.
I think the access there will still work pretty well. Birch Street will be open, as well as Jacaranda Lane, kind of on the periphery of the site. So access will still be good.
Okay, great, thank you. And one more, and just one quick question on just a clarification, and it was addressed a little bit in the slides, but on page 297 of the staff report, it states that there are 32 encroachment permits for parklets have been issued. Well, then below it provides additional information on encroachment permits far above 32. The report states that 32 at-grade and platform parklet permits, 63 sidewalk encroachment permits, and 31 street encroachment permits. Are those additional permit applications that have been received but not yet permitted? Can staff kind of explain the discrepancy in those numbers?
Certainly. So the parklet program, I think we know what that is. The parklet includes could be a platform or could be at grade, which would be on the surface of the roadway. But if someone is, let's say, just placing tables and chairs in the street, that also is an encroachment permit. But then let's say they're actually doing it on the sidewalk, that's another permit. And so these kind of reflect the different areas that restaurants or retailers may be using. And so that's why there's the different number of permits.
Okay, so the different number of permits in the report shows the number of permits that have been issued.
Certainly, and for those different types of locations.
Great, thanks for that clarification. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. So a few things. First, I want to touch on Cal Ave and the concerns that Molly Stones has, and I think overall the closures have been really beneficial, and as others have mentioned, I've heard from restaurateurs there that while they've had lost a lot of local traffic, especially from the indoor dining, they have people coming from throughout the Bay Area to experience a pedestrian fair. But Molly Stones is at the end of the street. Why is a grocery store at the end of the street? It goes back to when I think it was a Purity store before it was a co-op market. I had the pleasure of working there in the early 70s when it was a co-op market, so I know it inside and out. But it's on a dead end street now, but that street used to cross the tracks before Oregon Expressway, and that market predated. So it's always had that difficult location, and it's been a treasured institution in that neighborhood, and is clearly struggling right now. I think it was also compounded by the reopening of the College Terrace market. But we need to figure out how we can help them if we're not talking about reopening the street, which I think would be their preference. They don't have signage on El Camino, and many of their customers would customarily go down Cal Ave. Cambridge and Sheridan, especially Cambridge, are real easy to traverse, but you gotta really be reminded that store's there. So I really wonder whether there's some ways that we need to help promote from El Camino with some signage for them and perhaps some other stores that are adversely impacted by the very thing that helps maybe most of the retailers there. I've spoken with members of the ARB about really how do we make this outdoor dining, these parquettes and other elements better design and more appealing and having a longer term element. And they are very interested in taking on this task. I had previously last year spoken with folks connected with the county chapter of the American Institute of Architects, and they were open to this. And so I think there are resources that we could leverage that could really provide free, valuable design services for this that would be beneficial. And I think we ought to consider that. One of the things that the mayor and I had both talked about is, and I think others have been interested in, is the value of outdoor music and maybe even other performance and maybe pop-up art, but in particular, a couple of small stages at either end of both the university and CalAV districts. My wife and I ran into an incredible jazz band at Lytton Plaza a week or so ago, and we just happened upon it. But we didn't, if we knew when these acts were going to be there and that they were there on a regular basis, we and people from outside the area, I think, would be much more prone to come to these districts. And so other than just street closures, there's some real things we could do to make them just a great dynamic experience. And I think the music's number one, but I think things like pop-up art and things like that are right there. And, you know, we have lacked a lot of what had been our cultural richness with performing arts and visual arts that we used to have in this community. And with the gentrification, it had gone by the wayside a lot, and this is an opportunity to help resurrect it. I also want to bring up this issue of the biking on both streets. And I've had concern of speeding bikes and electric bikes as the design that the city has put has channeled everybody down the middle. And then when restaurants have moved their outdoor space, encroaching beyond what is probably the allowed zone right into the walking and biking lane. So I think we need signage right away on a strict speed limit on bikes if we're going to continue to allow them. I do think we for the most part probably should continue to allow them. I will say that on University, I'm really concerned if you come on Cowper heading north and turn left on University westbound, the only way to go is into one-way oncoming traffic right now. I don't get it. I brought this up already. This is a problem, a serious problem that needs to be fixed right away. So I'd really request that that get taken on. So those are my main concerns, but I would really like to include in our direction tonight to move forward with short-term music stands that we could, they may not even need to have electricity to them. I mean, maybe we want to just allow acoustic, but let's get some a real entertainment draw to these areas.
Councilmember Ku.
When the pandemic came about and businesses were shutting down and when they were given a chance to reopen, I was very supportive of that. And I know a lot of the other retailers and other smaller businesses were also very supportive of each other, and whomever could open up first or whomever could open to have business, they were very supportive. I actually attended most of the Uplift Local meetings with on the two different in the two different areas. Being the California Avenue District's liaison, I attended most of the California Avenue Uplift meetings. And I have to say, the retailers were absolutely supportive, even though their own stores couldn't be open. And I think it's only fair now that they are allowed to be open, that they're given the opportunity to succeed as well. So it distresses me when I see that a lot of emphasis is being put into restaurants only, and they are given so much leeway. The least that we could do is to ensure fairness and to ensure visibility for these businesses, and ensure that the access is easy to get to. It's very little for them to ask to be able to have the sidewalks cleared. I was at the Sunday farmers market, and I realized that that's a busier time, but there are restaurants that have their tables on the sidewalk, and they're basically the pathway becomes a one-person pathway because servers are standing there and in that pathway, so that it narrows that pathway completely. So pedestrians are basically having a hard time getting past there. So there has to be better planning around that, so that other businesses are not being left behind. I know that a lot of people are very happy with dining at these outdoor places, and it's easy to say, oh, I love dining over there, so let's keep it forever. But as council members, we have a lot more considerations to put into this. There's the part about fairness for business, but then there's also the other side, which is how without any information about how is the traffic going to be redirected, what is the plan there? How do I even decide anything on it? I mean, how do I even decide? I talked about fairness for other businesses. And, I just heard that there's a lot of traffic that actually comes in from out of town to utilize the restaurants and to dine at the restaurant. That's a great thing. I hope we're counting VMT on that too, right? So basically, we need more information, but more than that, the community, the residents need more information so that they can support this whole effort, if whichever direction council decides to go in. The other thing is, I also attended the Uplift community meetings, which are mostly for, I think, invitations to the residents. I cannot say that that was well attended and that residents are actually fully informed and are participating in the discussions. So I would question whether they are part of this entire discussion. They are a major stakeholder in all of this. And so I really feel that they are left out of the conversation. So I hope there's a lot more effort that goes into this, whichever way we go. I am still very supportive of continuing the temporary street closures as well as the parklet. I cannot say, and I would not even encourage any permanency right now. That's it from me right now.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So I wanted to thank staff and all the members of the public that called in. I think there's been some really good things that's happened from these street closures and also some challenges. And it's a hard problem because the streets weren't necessarily designed like this, and people didn't pick or didn't lease the spaces that they're in based on what's been happening. So there's a lot of kind of dislocations and challenges, but there's also been some really big successes. I think had we not done the street closures, not had a parklets, even more businesses would be failing and having a really hard time. So I think we have to kind of look at this from the greatest good. And so I think the parklets seem to make a lot of sense. That seems kind of fairly uniform, although I think there's still some people who can't get parklets for whatever reason. And then I think there's also issues with, I guess what the staff report was saying in terms of whoever has a park should probably be renting the space that's right in front of, or the parklet should be only for the space that they're actually renting out an adjacent space, just to be fair. So that to me seems to make a lot more sense. Yeah, so I think the temporary street closure still makes a lot of sense given that it's COVID. But I do wonder, how do we make this work better, and whether we should take the time from now to when this is not going to be temporary. So I think the staff is proposing September, and think about like how do we. So we're kind of a unique time right now where we can think about bigger things, and if so, how do we? Does it make sense to do exactly what we had before, or is it possible to do it better than what we had before? And I think the thing is that, and I don't know if staff has stats, but it seems like there's a lot of this has gone under, but I don't know if staff has been keeping track of this since the pandemic started, since we did this closure. Does the staff have any stats on this? I don't know.
So go ahead.
I believe we have only anecdotal information, nothing that you might call systematic or statistical.
Okay, I think because like I got my second COVID shot, and I feel for Councilmember Koo because I felt terrible after my second shot. And but anyways, I do think it was important for us to start gathering this kind of data and figuring out what happened, right? Because certainly some places have done extremely well, some have not, and so I think we need to think about this and how do we try to do it better than what it is now, and perhaps what it was before. So I realize that also takes resources, right? And so I think maybe that's something that we have to kind of discuss tonight. And this is part of my reluctance when I was thinking about the last item was I do think this is a really it's something which we have to probably start working on now, because I think you have to know what the plan is and how do we make all this stuff happen. So I think we probably do have data, maybe we haven't compiled it, but it's pretty easy to see all the signs, for these signs on the street, both California Avenue and University Avenue. I don't necessarily have the solution, but I do know that there's a segment of the population that's extremely happy with the street closure, and there's some that have been just devastated because of the street closure. And so it's kind of like, how do you make this a win-win for everyone? That's hard, and I don't know if there is a win-win solution. Because if there was one, I would be telling you what it is right now. So one thing I can say about California Avenue is that one seems to be much more of a success in terms of the street closures, more of a win-win for more people, I think. One thing about the farmers market though is what I don't understand is, why don't we have the booth back to back? And I understand, the emergency vehicles, but these are tents. If push comes to shove, the trucks could just push them over. And so I think that what Jessica talked about earlier, I heard from for years, even before the pandemic, and I think we should actually move it towards that not that we have to stay on the sidewalk, but that all of the booths are back to back, and then the front faces the businesses. So rather than having everything in the center, to me that seems to make a lot more sense than what's currently going on. So I think that to me is like one that I kind of a more seems to make a lot more sense than what we're doing right now. So I'd kind of encourage that. I think the other thing that we should think about is whether we could also make this more of a win-win. I talked about this before, and we couldn't do it kind of on the fly because we never really had time. But maybe now is the time for us to start thinking about this. Is one-way traffic. So it's not necessarily completely closed, but it gives more space in the street than we had before. So maybe that's something else that we could think about in terms of a solution. But I think we should fund a more thoughtful plan of what do we do post-pandemic. I think we have kind of like a temporary solution, but how do we get past this? So I think we should, both for University Avenue and California Avenue, I think we need to have kind of a streetscape plan and once everything actually starts really opening.
If I may, Councilmember Tanaka, just to respond to a couple of your comments. With the farmers market in particular, Ms. Apple did do quite a bit of outreach with the merchants and the farmers market vendors to come up with the footprint that we have now. We've heard it's working really well from the vendors and is also from the restaurants and other shops that are there. So the layout is pretty successful, but we can certainly take your comments back to the market, especially as they add more vendors for the summertime, and they may have to do some reconfiguration of some seasonal vendors that will be added. Ms. Apple, did you want to add anything about the farmers market layout?
I think she's frozen, but
maybe frozen. Okay.
I can't tell you. Although Jessica called in about, I've heard it from so many people, not just her, about like why are the back of the booths towards the restaurant? So it's not the first time, and she's not the only one.
Certainly. Sorry, Kara, did you want to add something about the booths?
Sure. Yeah, my computer froze. So they still have social distancing requirements with the booths, and another concern with the direction the booths face is the lines that would queue up on the sidewalk in front of other restaurants and stores. That was one of the concerns.
I think those lines, those businesses would look at them as potential clients. So it's actually for retail, you want people lingering in front of your windows. It's actually a good thing. So I don't know. I think if you talk to most retailers, they would be like, or even restaurants, because they could give samples, they could give menus. I mean, I don't know. I think retail restaurants, they want the traffic, they want the pedestrian traffic, they want the line. So pushing them towards those shops should help them, not hurt them.
Great. We can certainly take that, especially under consideration as or when the social distancing requirements change, especially since the farmers market is longstanding and, hopefully will continue to be there after the pandemic ends. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to jump in. So do we have any traffic forecasts or traffic flow information? Like what we expect to happen as kind of, things pick up?
So we were not able to get traffic counts done for this report. We do have a vendor, I believe, that offers transportation that can do traffic counts, and I believe is planning to do a traffic count. So we do know that even last year, the traffic on Lytton and Hamilton had kind of increased to around the pandemic or pre-pandemic levels. And so we know a lot of folks were still making trips, even if it may not be the peak hour trips may have reduced. So we definitely, as the pandemic kind of goes down and more people are driving, we want to get those counts again.
Yeah, so I'm really concerned that we're talking about, prolonging closures, with no real traffic information tonight. And I think the point is made a couple of times. The surveys, they're qualitative, they're self-selected samples. They're not statistically representative, but again, the people that were responding obviously like what we've been doing. I'd really like to see more of a census of the businesses, both downtown and Cal Ave. Again, my sense is we've been talking to the people that have been showing up in the meetings, and again, the first time we've heard from Molly Stone's, which is a really important business. There's a lot of other retailers that I haven't seen in meetings, but, I know they're on the streets. And I really wasn't clear on the answer about ending the local emergency. I'm hoping we can maybe tie that to the end of the tiers. I mean, is that something that would about coming in kind of the June 15th timeframe?
I don't know, quite frankly, all the particulars of it, but that certainly could be the target that we could work from. Okay.
Yeah, I had the same question. I just wasn't clear in the answer. So I wanted to, again, offer a little bit of a counter viewpoint. I do think there's a chance the recovery is going to come at us quicker than we imagine. And, I think the governor's reopening of the state and the ending of the tiers, yeah, it's targeted for June 15th. If it happens, I think businesses are going to try to get back to normal. I think hotels are expecting businesses to come back. They've been rehiring cleaning staff and that kind of thing. Even hearing like Live Nation is going to resume concerts at Shoreline and large sporting events. I just think, and then again, just seeing the traffic start to build up on 101 again. I just want to caution us on being too cautious. So I think we should take the June 15th date pretty seriously. And at a minimum, I think we should tie some of these decisions to the removal of tiers. I think the idea of, whichever happens sooner, whatever date we pick, or kind of the removal of tiers, I think that's going to be prudent.
If I might, Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
sorry, just to make one clarification, and Molly or others may correct me if necessary. I do believe that if you tied the removal of the local proclamation to June 15th as an example, that our authority to close the street goes away at that time.
Okay. I was talking specifically about the street closures, tying that to the removal of the tiers as well. But I think we really need some more information before we even consider some of these things, making them permanent. Again, what is our goal? Do we want these areas to become kind of large food courts? What is the impact on the rest of the business community? And again, the traffic flows on Lytton and Hamilton are back to pre-COVID levels. I'm hearing from residents about traffic on Everett, on Forest, on Homer. I think it's already proceeding back into the neighborhoods. Stanford's reopening. They currently have about 7,000 students on campus, but they are moving, towards a full opening in the fall. And again, I don't think we should lose sight that Cal Ave has really been a maze recently. Streets have been closed for gas line replacement. If we start the public safety building and Sherman is closed and California is closed, we have Jericho Lane, which is an alley, but just trying to get to Molly Stone's is going to be a challenge. And Sun Country is not really a full service grocery in the way that Molly Stone's is, and I don't think we should lose sight of that either. If we do keep roads closed, I think we should make them pedestrian and not bikes. I think that's pretty typical. The pedestrian outdoor areas are, places where you walk your bikes. So overall, I thought there was very little hard data in the staff report. And again, I'm concerned about how many people are coming back and when, traffic, commuters, all of that. My preference would be to let the street closures expire May 31st. But again, I think at a medium, we should tie it to the end of the tier system. On the parklets, there's some on Cal Ave that I've been concerned with, where diners are facing the sidewalk and people walk by, within inches where people with no masks are eating. Those designs just didn't seem to be designed with health standards in mind. I do think if we start to talk about permanence going on, there are a lot of details we need to talk through. We have issues with parklets that extend in front of other businesses and are now, blocking their street view and their windows. I think there are some instances of people who have more outdoor space than they have internal square footage, and is that something we want to allow, or should those be tied together? And finally, last week we were talking about land valuation, and is it 10 million an acre, 12 million an acre? What is this public land worth? How would we lease it? What pricing would we set on it? I think if we were going to continue, we really need to start charging what it's worth, and we should set a market value and maybe even consider an auction price above that, because I think that's going to be valuable real estate. But again, I feel like, I understand we want to be conservative, we want to be safe, but I just want to have us start to think about, well, what is the other situation? What if things do come back and the governor does open things on June 15th? What is that going to look like? All right, let's see several hands for a second round. So Councilmember Stone.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't lower my hand from last time. I don't have any further comments.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Are you ready for motions?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll make the following motion. Part A, extend Uplift Local to October 31st, 2021. Subpart A, consider providing performance space. Section B, extend temporary parklets to December 31st, 2021. And Part C, develop a permanent parklet program with the input of the Architectural Review Board. I don't know if the clerk captured that. I don't have it typed up, but.
All right,
We'll
sorry,
see.
second.
I will
Does staff
second.
Could you repeat your last one, Ms.?
Yes, develop a permanent parklet program with the input of the Architectural Review Board.
Thank you.
And I don't, oh, great, there we go. Yes, that looks, yeah, that looks good. We'll just, if you put the performance space as a sub-bullet of uplift local. And I think I heard a second. Was that a second
Yes, it was.
from the Vice Mayor? Thank you. Shall I speak to the motion?
Yes.
Great. I just want to remind everyone that we aren't deciding whether to open or close any streets. We're just giving the city manager, not just, we are giving the city manager the authority to make changes as necessary. So if things go poorly and the variants come, then, you know, we have the ability to maintain the situation we have now, which I think is fairly tolerable by most people. Wonderful for some people, but difficult for others. And if things go incredibly well and people come roaring back and university needs to be reopened, then the city manager has the ability to do that. I put consider providing performance space. And the reason I say that is I do worry a little bit about, you know, people singing and instruments and things like that. So we just make sure that that's done in a way that's appropriate and that works for the nearby businesses. I know the staff has been very attentive to, you know, where things are situated. In terms of the parklets, people have made a pretty big investment. I think well through, you know, Halloween, people are still usually out and about. Then we have daylight savings time. But if you think about November, we're seeing over the past 20 years a real decrease in rainfall. So I think that gives us enough time to see how it goes in a potentially non-COVID timeframe. And then I think, you know, there are a variety of reasons to support the parklet program. And one of them is actually, you know, creating more of a sense of community, frankly. Instead of people going inside behind closed doors, you do see more people out and about. And I liked the suggestion of having the Architectural Review Board. So I'll stop there, given the hour.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so thanks for the clarification that this motion is not stating that the closures will necessarily continue through October 31st, but we're giving the city manager authorization under the Uplift Local program. And I assume that if we see evolving circumstances, that the city manager will return and come back to us with a revisiting if that's necessary before that date, which I do think is very possible. I agree with the mayor that we're probably going to be seeing a pretty rapid movements toward normalization. I don't know at what point in time we'll get back to normal, but things like, you know, even outdoor mask wearing, I suspect we're going to soon see different health guidance on that based on the science that shows it's about 1/20th the risk level of indoor. I frankly think that we need to have greater precautions on indoor. I also think that we need to look at additional measures to help businesses that are negatively impacted by the closure program. And I'd like to ask that just be added as a D element to this without being specific as to what those measures would be, but to request staff to review and pursue additional measures to support businesses negatively impacted under the current program. Is that acceptable? to the
It
mayor?
is.
And that could include things like helping with advertising on streets and things, and some things we've done to more nominal degrees to date. It could be working with them on, where to locate prospective music or all kinds of creative things. And to do that, I think we should not only ask those businesses, but extend this questioning to some folks who have got expertise in retail and urban design, because not every retailer is an expert in outdoor dining and these different things. They're experts at making great food and delivering those services to their customers, but not these urban design elements necessarily. And we kind of assume, oh yeah, they know what's best on design, and I don't think that's the case. So let's help them that way. I think that's it on my comments. Thanks.
Councilmember Koo.
I have a question. There's a lot of developments, as a council member had mentioned earlier, over at the California Avenue area, including on Cambridge. I believe there's a building there's 3 different parcels that's going to be combined to one that's looking to be redone or redeveloped. Is there a timeline on when each of these things are happening, and is there a plan to coordinate and to also inform people who live nearby, even the businesses who operate nearby, so that there is some coordination and for them to know how to operate at that point, how to drive around, where to go. So is there that in place, or consideration of doing that, or even moving forward to doing that, just so we know that there is some sort of plan, rather than come to head with it and then come up with something?
It's Brad, Public Works Director. I'd call it more consideration of those issues than currently having a plan. But we recently have convened a monthly meeting of a cross-departmental group aimed specifically at looking at this. So specifically with the public safety building project starting, other construction projects in the area, and then other things kind of in the pipeline. We're tracking those and trying to see what we can do to coordinate issues, and also, as you said, Councilmember Koo, share that information through the monthly newsletter that we're initiating for the public safety building project.
I think that the earlier it's done, I think there's more reassurances, and then there is more acceptance or willingness to have this temporary street closure happen. Thank you for that. I think that is one of my main concerns, is that we do have that notification and that communication going forward robustly. And not just for the California Avenue area, but also for the University Avenue, having a traffic plan, transportation plan on how the ingress and egress is going, ensuring that the traffic does not end up into the neighborhood residential streets. All of that, I think, is very important to consider. And so I would like to see that included into this motion, if the maker and the seconder will accept that. Construction coordination and transportation patterns or traffic patterns into and out of these sites are planned for and corresponded to the general public, or to the stakeholders.
Councilmember Koo, you're specifically asking about construction information?
Construction planning and coordination.
I'm not sure I quite follow how that's related to the street closures. I understand how it would be related to the public safety building.
To the public safety building, but I'm also.
Well, if I may, I can conceive how it is if we're restricting closing streets because of construction, and then we compound that with the adjacent street being closed. That's a real problem. Maybe there's a more concise way to put this, is that request staff to coordinate the impacts of construction projects in the downtown areas with street closures.
With the California Avenue area.
In particular? Okay, and we'll just say in the CalAv area, in the CalAv downtown area.
So you said downtown areas, you meant both, right?
I did. I'm only aware of the problem in CalAv.
Yeah, CalAv's the big one.
CalAv is the big one, yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we can limit the direction.
Excuse me, I don't think this quite captures, though, you were asking that they speak with people who live in the neighborhoods. That was we don't just want to coordinate impacts, you wanted to communicate. Is that right?
Yeah, coordinate and to notify and correspond these impacts and the resolutions.
Okay, and shall we just say at the end of it, and continue communicating with residents in neighborhoods?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and then I see that the city manager's hand is up while I have the thing. Was this around the city attorney? Is this around A? I see that sorry, so late. I'm just gonna, while I have the microphone, say that I accept the clerk's amendment to A, which is more clear. So if there's something else we need to amend, Ms. Stump, did you wanna jump in right now? I think
Sorry.
you're on mute, Molly. I can't hear you. Actually, you're not on mute, but we can't hear you.
I've been having trouble with my volume. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. Two brief procedural comments. So with respect to A, the resolution to extend the time is before you. We can change that date to the longer period of time that council has in the motion here, but we will need to look at the legal underpinning, the authority for taking the action. And if we need any additional action from council, we'll come back. As to B, that the item before you is noticed for direction on parklets. So we will interpret this as direction to return with a resolution extending the temporary parklets because that item is not directly noticed. Or you could
happy to amend that if that'd be more clear. So B would read direct staff to return with a resolution extending temporary parklets.
Perfect. And so we will
right.
Resolution on consent. Now we do need to look at the CEQA exemption that we used for the parklet program to ensure that it still applies under the changing circumstances. But again, we will come back to you if we have any additional action that we need from council. Thanks.
Okay. And does the seconder accept that amendment to B that we changed?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. Okay. And then I will be happy to return the floor to Councilmember Koo.
Thank you for accepting my friendly amendment. I'm done.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
So I think a couple of us, well, maybe more than a couple of us, talked about the lack of information in terms of hard data. And I also agree, as I said before. And so I'm wondering if the maker and seconder would consider having that in here, because I think we need to start making some decisions. But some of the stuff is missing, right? We don't necessarily know how many businesses shut down. We don't necessarily have to know the traffic information. We don't know how many of the businesses actually are in favor of certain things or not in favor of certain things. And a lot of what we've been hearing is very anecdotal. And And so I think it'd be good for us to actually start quantifying some things. So I wanted to kind of float that idea by the maker and seconder and see what you guys think about this.
Is that a friendly amendment? And
Yeah.
if so, to which letter?
It might be something that should go along with perhaps D or C. I don't know. Okay, maybe it's even just an F. Maybe just enough to keep it easy.
Alphabet soup tonight. Okay, help me understand the data.
So I think we should know. I think we should know which businesses actually want this or like the current program or want something different. Because I think we have kind of like a very self-selecting sample, as someone said, right? And we don't really have comprehensive data about what really happened. And I think we need to know.
So do you want a survey of businesses, or do you want the
what I
number of
want is
businesses that have failed, or
it's data in general,
traffic
but
data?
Let me be specific. I think traffic
That would
data
be
would be
helpful.
useful. I think it'd be good to have survey data from the businesses, and also I guess this will also be included in the survey data, which is which ones have closed, which one. Yeah, I mean, I think that's also important. Which ones have shut down, especially because of this closure. I think that would be good to know. And maybe there's some other data, but those are the ones I could think of. I think someone mentioned something else and I forgot what it was.
Traffic data?
What was it?
Traffic data? The mayor
Oh yeah,
asked
traffic
about
data.
traffic
Yeah,
data.
traffic data. What was there was some? I think there was one other one that I heard, but I forgot what. I don't know.
Okay. May I ask staff your thoughts on this and how this differs from the work that you do with the businesses on a regular basis?
Certainly, I would just offer a couple reflections. One is that we were able to pull some data from the survey for the businesses specifically with this recent survey, and it's still pretty strong in favor on both Cal Ave and University. 82 on Cal Ave, 82% would like to see the uplift local streets continue, and 18 and 20% who don't. And then similarly with the Parklet program, highly in favor in the 80% as well for extending the temporary program and for developing a permanent one. So we can make sure that the council has that information. We do talk regularly with our businesses. Perhaps what we can do is a more formal business by business query that actually has their business names. We can understand kind of what the business is and whether it's a retailer or what kind of industry they're in. We did that before in January when we're actually planning to reopen the streets again. So I don't want to say that it's easy, but we do at least have a little bit of a format and a template. But of course, the folks who participate still remain those businesses who want to participate and who want to respond. And so it will be similar to this survey in that only those who care to give us the information will provide us with their information.
Well, I've heard some businesses actually never even got the survey. So I think it'd be great if, something could be mailed out to all the businesses there. And if they choose not to return it.
Councilmember Tanaka, maybe survey is not the right word. I think you're really asking more of a census.
Okay, census. Okay, maybe that's a better word. Okay, I think the mayor has a good point. So maybe a census. In fact, it'd be great to also know revenue data, if they're willing to share, how has the revenue been impacted positively or negatively, if they're willing to share, just so that we have a better idea about what's been happening. Because for the most part, at least what I've been hearing is very, very anecdotal.
Yeah, and I do appreciate the idea of the concept of the census. I do want to caution, we have very limited resources to do a census-like undertaking, and I think absent a requirement or something that we're giving folks, I don't know that everyone will respond in the same manner and everyone doesn't respond to the actual census. So I think I just want to temper our expectations about what kind of responses we will get from that outreach.
Ms. Tanner, am I right though that we eliminated the fee for the business, one of the business fees, if they provided information?
I think, is that the registry program?
There was one that we did, yeah.
Yes.
Correct. That would be different. So,
all right, Mr.
Dan, at the risk of saying something I might regret, here we are. It's almost 11:30, and to the extent that I noted an earlier performance measure of walking out of council meetings with fewer action items than we come forward, this is going in exactly the opposite direction. And I do have to tell you, and totally understand the desire for follow-up, but this is adding extraordinary work to staff. And I do have to note, and as much as I appreciate the desire to get feedback from the businesses, I will tell you, it is pulling teeth to get businesses to weigh in on this issue because they're voting against their neighbors. And it is really time intensive to try and get this information. Staff has a very good feel for the feedback from the businesses. I think we have a decent feel for feedback from neighbors and residents, and we have provided you with what we have this evening. I would really caution against giving us much more evaluative actions coming out of this. And I will once again rely on staff to stand up for yourself, because you will be the ones that have to do this work. So silence is consent, and turn on your videos or you are bought in. Thank you.
I'll say something. A couple things. You know, we get warn notices when there's major layoffs in a company, and when they get to me, sometimes they're delayed. I know other folks in the city and the mayor get them earlier, but there's no requirement for a business to tell us and report to me whether they're going out of business. And then, you know, with some of, they're difficult to get a hold of as well. I spend a lot of time on the phone with these businesses. I get personal phone calls, and I want to echo what the city manager just said. There's a lot of tension. You have building owners that advocate strongly in one direction, and their tenants are the ones who are trying to keep their employees employed. And it's really stressful. And I cannot tell you how many times I hear both sides of it. I think that what we're asking of council tonight is not an easy decision. If we had the answer that would make everyone happy, I think that we would go in that direction. But it's definitely tough. But I think, you know, even the census data, when I hear F, I'm the only one that's going to be doing it, and it's just me for all business sectors. So that's a pretty overwhelming task that would get added to my plate.
Let me add then on E, Mr. Eggleston did not turn his video on, and while recognizing that, as noted, some of this is already stating what's in progress. This is stating what's in progress. We have established a monthly newsletter, which the council, I believe, should have seen coming forward, related to the public safety building. We did get community input that pointed out, quite frankly, we hadn't had interdepartmental coordination between utilities and public works on gas line work that was happening. That was a learning opportunity that has now been corrected, and hopefully the coordination will proceed going forward. That coordination is also ongoing with proposed development projects, including the county, with the teacher housing projects, and others will be handled as they come forward as conditions of approval. Having these as specific action item creates another to-do for the same staff that are already doing this work. So, Mr. Eggleston.
I am here, and I agree with everything you said, Ed. I mean, this is work that we are already doing, but it makes it more difficult to have action items coming out to track in this way.
And then let me proceed on item number D. To the extent Molly Stones, again, recognize the challenges there. I think Vice Mayor's comments with respect to opening of College Terrace grocery stores, particular on point. The issue that was raised of concerns of Sunday revenues being down. The farmers market has been there every Sunday for a long time. So that is not a changed condition. And while we appreciate the interest, offsite signage is specifically prohibited by our municipal code. We have done temporary pedestrian scale signage along University Avenue in order to point people in various directions. We could do that. I don't think that'll address the issue, but to the extent that that is something that we have within staff bandwidth, we could proceed. But again, I'm going to take these one at a time, because quite frankly, this is work that staff has really been taking on exhaustively over the last year. So I just really want to acknowledge that, and we'll stop there. Now, Ms. Horgan Taylor turned her camera on, which I suspect means she might have something to share with the council as well.
Thank you. City Manager Shirkata, I was actually going to reinforce your point around D in terms of signage and other ways that we support local businesses, and down to temporary signage that we have created for specific businesses. We do that already and we will continue to do that. I don't know that we need an additional direction here tonight to do that again. Thank you.
Okay, that was a lot, but I think
Uh,
I still have the floor to decide whether or
think
not
it-
to accept this.
I thought it was Councilmember Tanaka. Is he
Well, it's
finished?
a proposal, but we'll see if it's accepted or not.
I have never seen this many staff show up, and I think this might be the proverbial straw, because this council's been doing this for weeks now with 5, 10, 12 part motions. So I don't anticipate further work on F would change decisions that we make. So I am not inclined to accept F. Vice Mayor, do you have anything that would change my mind?
No, I would say though that I think we should use the chamber as a resource and let them do some of these tasks. That's part of their responsibility. And once again, part of this is about being resourceful and not thinking that everything is done through staff. There are certain things that must be, but I encourage that. If on E, I got to tell you, the coordination of construction projects, as the city manager just noted that we had a lack of coordination on a utilities part of that. That's not the first time, won't be the last time. We want there to be a consciousness. If right now it's all compounded by the main street being closed there on Cal Ave, then we want to have and known construction projects there, then we want to make sure that there's a consciousness on coordination. That shouldn't have to be extra work, but I think being deliberate about that is worthwhile. So not everything that is added to these need be a whole nother layer of work. Some of it is to emphasize and make sure that we're doing what we're already supposed to do.
Okay.
That shouldn't be making new work if we're doing it correctly.
All right, so I will not accept the friendly amendment part F, Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, so I'll go to my second part then. So we have C, which is the Architectural Review Board looking at this, but I wonder whether we should have the PTC look at this overall program more closely and try to think about what's after this, right? What's more, if any, permanent change, right? Whether we go back to where it was, whether we should do a partial closure, whether we should do one-way streets or what. But I'm thinking that this might be good for them to start thinking about and trying to explore these different ideas. And then by the time it comes back to us, we've had a place where people can also give some public input, and the Planning Commission has also had a chance to think about this.
Sorry, did you want them to look at the parklet program, or did you want them to look at the street closures in A?
I think probably both.
What does the city manager think about PTC looking at the street closures?
I think that's an existing referral from the council with respect to the $150,000 allocation to do urban design work.
Oh, okay. Well, if it's already it's already happening, then I think we're okay.
Okay.
Are you finished?
I am.
All right. Thank you. So I'm just trying to be quick, and it's getting late. Again, I think the vice mayor said it. I mean, there have been some real issues with detours in the Cal Ave area, and those have not been noticed. There's been a lot of, I think it's gas line work going on. And so as Councilmember Koo mentioned, if Cambridge is closed and Sherman is closed and Grant Avenue is closed, they all have projects coming, and Cal Ave is closed. You need a map to get there. And I think that was part of what D is about. Whatever communication we've been doing, I don't think it's been dealing with the detours in the neighborhoods that, you know, every day I go out there and a different road is closed. So I don't think Mr. Stone was complaining about the farmer's market, but you know, to me, it was a compelling letter. When we reopened Cal Ave, his business went back up. When we closed it, it went down. On the reporting, I think, you know, maybe census wasn't the right word either, but, you know, when staff says 82% of people say yes, but we have no idea what that universe population is, it's hard to interpret. You know, we do know how many businesses roughly from the business registry. So if you said 82% of people said yes, but it represented 15% of the businesses, you know, that's one thing. If you say, you know, it was 80% of the businesses responded, that's a lot more compelling. So I just don't know what to do with 82% of the people responded, but I have no idea what they represent. On A, is the city manager's authority tied to the emergency ordinance in any way? Or are they totally independent?
Others weigh in, Molly in particular. I believe it's tied to the emergency proclamation declaration.
Okay, so that's what you're saying. You might need to come back if the emergency ends. Then okay.
Molly, your audio's not on.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
I
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, so I believe it is tied to the emergency, and so that's why we will look at that as the situation evolves, and we may need to come back.
Okay. On C, staff talked about parklets being public parklets, not controlled by a business, or private parklet. It's not clear to me what are we developing here? Is this a public parklet, like it's outdoor eating areas owned by the city, or are these private parklets?
Perhaps Ms. Tanner could comment. I believe there are a couple of models that other cities have undertaken. In all cases, these remain public property, but it's a question of the level of control.
Yeah, I was asking Councilmember Cormack what she was intending, I think.
Well, I'd anticipate staff coming back to us with an ability for people who have a temporary one to make it permanent. And if there are changes that they recommend, then we'll consider those at that time. I mean, they were pretty specific about ones where there's a conflict, and those are going to need to get resolved in the permanent program.
And may I chime in?
Please.
So I'm envisioning that they would be primarily private, but there could be occasions where they would be public. That some of this, if we have street closures, we could have a little park space or a little music stand on a parklet. And so I think let's leave it open to the potential for a combination of the two.
Okay, it sounds like Councilmember Cormack was envisioning primarily private ones from her response.
I'm open. It's really early in the process. If it's going to take a year, I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to learn more about what people might like to see.
So yeah, I support it based upon the way it was worded, which was not prescriptive.
Okay, and I was going to propose maybe a friendly amendment to see. Just let me see if this is something staff is already going to do, but because you only had input from A or B, but does staff understand this to be consideration of leasing rates and a process to determine who is eligible for what space and how to deal with conflicts between businesses and all of that?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Since we're already experiencing all those issues, it's front and center.
Yeah. So, and how will the community be able to weigh in parklet since this really wasn't agendized tonight? It was just a question of whether we should extend, but now we have it to a certain date. Yeah, it was a suggestion that it come back on consent.
I would believe so. And in terms of the permanent program, would be subject to additional review, I believe, potentially by PTC and other bodies.
And ARB.
And ARB, certainly.
E will come back on consent, and folks can comment publicly at that time, and C involves a greater amount of engagement because of the work with all the commissions.
Yeah. Okay. So again, I understand that, you know, sending to these dates is leaving it at the discretion of the city manager. I still feel these dates are way too long. I can support parts of this motion. I am not on board with permanent parklets at this time. And then I think D and E, I think are fine as long as, you know, staff understands we're not asking for a ton of additional work there, just some communication and coordination. So I'm going to go ahead and split item C. And if anybody would like to split any other items, you know, raise your hand. And does anybody else wish to speak? Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, can you split D and E, please?
Okay, so we will vote on A and B and then C, D, and E separately.
Yeah. Just real briefly on A, and you know, December 31st is a while, but on B, but on A, I mean, I hope you're right, Mr. Mayor, on the speed of the recovery and so forth. But I just think it's too early right now to decree the end of the uplift program by the end of May. So having the city manager have discretion is I think the right approach. And then I'm cognizant to what the city manager said about sort of stuff that's already in the city's direction. You know, I really hope that the city's current business outreach is going to go have some discussion specifically with Molly Stones. You know, if I had to, I mean, I don't think this is what's on the table, but if I had to choose between losing the supermarket at the end of Cal Ave versus having Uplift continue a couple months longer into the summer, you know, I might well choose the supermarket. So I think we want to understand that. So.
And can I just clarify, can we vote on D and E together?
I'm okay voting on D and E together.
Okay. So we will vote on A and B, C, and then D, E together. Ready to vote? All right, so voting on A and B, starting with Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I will vote no. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Okay, I think that was it, right? 5-2. All right, voting on motion C. This is a permanent parklet program, starting with Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I will vote no. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
And Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Oh, may I reconsider my vote? I was thinking of D and E. I'm so sorry.
Okay, sure.
For C, for the permanent parklet, it's a no.
Okay, also a 5-2 vote. And then voting on D and E, starting with Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
All right. So we have finished our last item. We're now at Councilmember comments, questions, and announcements. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. We just received an email from the General Manager and CEO of Bay Area Water Supply Conservation Agency. The San Francisco PUC has released their water availability report. They are asking for 10% voluntary reduction in irrigation this summer from their retail customers in San Francisco, and will likely be asking for the same. So that'll be something for staff to work on from their wholesale customers. Snow melt has already begun in the Sierras.
Okay, and just wanted to note that the Cities Association General Meeting is coming up on Thursday, May 20th, 7 o'clock. All council members are invited to that one. The topic's going to be on race and race relations. Any other announcements? Okay, so I wanted to end the meeting in honor of Bill Busey, who died yesterday.
Wow.
He's been an active member of the community. Actually, I think he died early this morning, like 1 a.m. He designed many of the buildings on the Stanford campus, including the Tresidder Memorial Union. He served on the Palo Alto Housing Commission. He was vice president of environmental affairs for the Chamber of Commerce. He was president of the Palo Alto YMCA and board of directors, and he was also president of the Rotary Club. And he and his wife were known for neighborhood ice cream socials when they were living on Ramona and Professorville. So I just wanted to adjourn the meeting in his honor. Thank you guys, and good night.